18 years ago, beneath a sky as pitch black and hopeless as a dead-end street, two blinding streaks of blue and red lightning flashed, bringing with them a massive tower and monster gates that began spilling beasts into our world. Fierce blue lightning crackled like a storm as these beasts arrogantly roamed the streets in massive hordes. Faced with Earth's chaotic transformation, a select few humans awakened superpowers, better known as players, wielding badass strength and top-tier VIP abilities to drive back the monsters. They became humanity's only hope, evolving into a powerful new faction. And from that, a new term was born, the player economy. These players became symbols of massive wealth and deeply revered heroes. As for our main character, Kim Gi-gyu, he looks pretty ordinary with his outdated black hair. The only thing going for him is his brown eyes, burning with youthful passion. Too bad Gi-gyu here wasn't chosen to be a player. Right now, he is flexing his muscles as a delivery guy, hauling two massive bags of goods up the stairs of the level 20 guild building. When he arrives, a polite office worker opens the door and greets him. "Oh, you're here. Please put the food on the table over there." Gi-gyu smiles politely and says quickly, "I'm so sorry for the delay. Enjoy your meal." After finishing his delivery, Gi-gyu casually rides his sweet ride back, but he gets caught by one red light after another, leaving him with no choice but to stop and wait. Looking up at the magnificent city and its towering skyscrapers, Gi-gyu can't help but feel a bit sorry for himself. Why am I so small and unlucky? Suddenly, a massive billboard catches his eye, leaving him completely dazed. Wow, check out that handsome, white-haired guy with slick-back hair on the giant ad. That is Yu Suk-woo, an 18-year-old high-rank player with special abilities from Southern Seoul. Gi-gyu stands there, with his jaw dropped, staring in absolute awe and admiration. Yu Suk-woo on the billboard looks incredibly cool, and why wouldn't he? He's a player who awakened a special ability, after all. While Earth is under constant threat from monsters, those with special abilities are like cheat codes. They are supermen among supermen. In other words, they are monster-level players who can wipe out hordes of brutal beasts with just a single snap of their fingers. A loud, impatient blare of a car horn snaps Gi-gyu out of his daydream. The driver, completely annoyed, rolls down his window and yells, "Hey, the light is green, move it." Gi-gyu quickly turns around, embarrassed and stammering, I'm so sorry." And just like that, Gi-gyu's grueling workday drags on until late at night. By the time Gi-gyu gets home, the streetlights are all lit. Anyone who isn't out partying for a second or third round is probably fast asleep and snoring in dreamland by now. But wait, the bright red mailbox on the corner of the wall is packed with letters today. Gi-gyu spots it and gasps, his eyes widening in surprise. He quickly kicks down his scooter's kickstand and rushes over to the mailbox, grabbing the entire stack of letters inside. Gi-gyu mumbles to himself as he sifts through each one, overdue bills, hospital fees, and this one is from school. In short, it's just the same old boring stuff. Nothing exciting at all. Gi-gyu sighs in disappointment, whispering to himself, "What were you even expecting?" He quickly puts on a cheerful face, walks inside, and calls out softly, "I'm home." His younger sister steps out of her room, closing the door behind her, and replies with a sweet smile, "Big brother, you're back? You worked hard today." Gi-gyu quickly asks, "Why are you still awake?" She giggles and excuses herself, "I was just doing some homework." Gi-gyu turns to ask, "Is mom asleep?" "She just fell asleep." Gi-gyu gently cracks open his mother's door to check on her. His sister adds, "She's sleeping much better than usual today." Hearing that, Gi-gyu breathes a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. He then looks over at his sister and whispers, "By the way, did you give mom her massage?" Right then, his sister pulls out a birthday cake and whispers with a massive grin, "Happy birthday." Gi-gyu is utterly shocked. His jaw drops as he fires off questions. "Where did you get the money to buy a cake?" "Wait, don't tell me you used the money I gave you for new clothes to buy this?" She immediately fires back, "What are you talking about? I'm super rich, okay. If you're not going to eat it, I'll just eat the whole thing myself." She smirks and points at the cake, gesturing that whether he believes her or not, it's all hers now. Giggling playfully, she teases him, "You know I love chocolate cake, right? I bought it from a really famous bakery." But Gi-gyu doesn't pay attention to her playful teasing, his sad gaze lingering on his sister's beaming, happy face. He murmurs to himself, noticing how her clothes are completely worn out. She was happily boasting, "To buy this, I had to." But his sudden, serious call cuts her off, "Yu Jung." Her bright smile instantly vanishes, and she quickly replies, Huh? Yes, brother? Gi-gyu steps closer, gently patting her head with deep affection, and says, "Thank you, I'm really happy. It's all thanks to my little sister that I get to have a birthday cake." She giggles happily. "In that case, do you want to read your mail before we eat?" Gi-gyu grins widely, holding up the letter Yu-jung hands him. "Let's read it. Let's see what my sweet sister wrote for me." He quickly tears the letter open. Whatever is written inside must be incredibly shocking, because as soon as Gi-gyu finishes reading, he completely freezes, staring wide-eyed for several seconds. Seeing his reaction, Yu-jung stands beside him, grinning from ear to ear. What Gi-gyu is holding in his hands is actually an invitation letter to become a player, and the message is simple. "Hello, this is the Player Association. We are contacting you regarding your player evaluation test." Gi-gyu is utterly speechless, his entire body trembling. His pupils dilate as he stares intently at the paper, trying to make sure he isn't being pranked. He stammers, am I really a player?" Suddenly, Gi-gyu lets out a loud shout, tears welling up in his eyes as he bursts with overwhelming emotion. Yu-jung gets choked up too. She quickly wipes away her tears and whispers, "I wanted to surprise you, so I grabbed it from the mailbox first. I'm just so happy for you." She jumps up and wraps her arms around Gi-gyu in a tight hug, crying out, "Congratulations, big brother." He held his little sister close, grinning from ear to ear with absolute joy as tears welled up in his eyes. Right now, his heart was pounding, and he wanted to scream at the top of his lungs. "I did it. I actually did it." Gi-gyu happily thought to himself, "Our lives can finally change now, and Mom, who has been bedridden with a severe illness, will also get a fresh start." Gi-gyu narrowed his eyes and told himself, "As long as I can make this happen." Before he knew it, the next morning had arrived. Gi-gyu stood in front of the colossal Korean Players Association building, towering like a pillar touching the sky. The young man who was talking so big just yesterday took one look at the massive building, and his limbs started shaking. His eyes went wide, and his jaw practically hit the floor. "Whoa, I'm finally here." Gi-gyu closed his eyes, quickly shaking the thoughts from his head. No, now is not the time to get emotional. Get a grip." Within 2 seconds, Gi-gyu locked in, a cold expression washing over his face as he muttered to calm himself down. This is only the beginning. But his calm didn't last long. The moment Gi-gyu stepped inside, a receptionist wearing glasses welcomed him with a beaming smile. "Congratulations, player Kim Gi-gyu." Stammering, the young man quickly laughed and nodded. She gently instructed him, "All you have to do is say, 'status window,' and your player information will appear. Why don't you give it a try?" Gi-gyu did as he was told, calling out, "Status window." Instantly, a glowing blue system screen popped up, showing level 1 Kim Gi-gyu, along with a unique ability. The young man gasped in excitement, but Gi-gyu didn't let the hype get to his head. He asked in surprise, "A unique ability at level 1? What's with the question marks next to it?" Hearing his question, the receptionist's eyes went wide, and she gasped before stammering, Congratulations, you're a unique ability holder," she explained. "The question marks are there because you haven't awakened your ability yet." Gi-gyu was shocked to his core. He stood frozen, staring blankly at the screen, completely lost for words. He asked himself, "A unique ability with 2 question marks? Is this for real? Am I really a unique ability holder?" Thinking about it, Gi-gyu couldn't contain his excitement, and his teeth began to chatter uncontrollably, his entire body shaking like a leaf as he muttered, I can't stop shaking." The receptionist happily reassured him, "That's right. Congratulations on being a unique ability holder." The two of them were talking quite loudly, which caught the attention of a nearby bystander. Finally, the receptionist smiled warmly and guided Gi-gyu further. "Just relax. A guide will explain everything to you in detail in a moment." Suddenly, a loud voice chimed in. "Excuse me." The receptionist spun around excitedly to greet them. Is the guide here?" But when she realized the tall, stylish man with wavy hair standing in front of her, her glasses almost fell off. She shrieked, "Player Yu Suk-woo." Gi-gyu's eyes went wide with shock too, muttering, "Is that really Player Yu Suk-woo?" Suk-woo looked at the receptionist and asked, "If it's all right, could I act as his guide?" Surprised, Gi-gyu pointed a finger at himself, stammering to make sure. "Me? You mean me?" Suk-woo nodded, his voice firm. "Yes. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I overheard your conversation." Suk-woo then looked at Gi-gyu and calmly explained his reason. "You're a unique ability holder." Hearing that, Gi-gyu froze in place, staring blankly as his mind went completely blank for a few seconds. Gi-gyu's anxiety kicked in again, and he retreated to a corner, muttering, "I'm starting to panic here." The receptionist cleared her throat and said, "Well, normally that's not allowed, but I think I can make an exception this time. I have the authority to approve it, so don't worry. Mr. Yu Suk-woo, I'm not just any manager. I've been a professional manager for 10 years. Before she could finish bragging, Suk-woo cut her off. "Thank you, that's enough chit-chat for now." Suk-woo led Gi-gyu to a portal crackling with blue electricity, which made him shout in surprise, "Is this the gate that leads to the tower?" Suk-woo politely waited for Gi-gyu to finish marveling before asking in a serious tone, "Shall we go in?" Gi-gyu glanced over and muttered, "Yes." He quickly swallowed his rising panic. More than anyone, he knew that a journey of 10,000 miles begins with a single step. The opportunity he had been waiting for was finally here. It was time to move. The two of them quickly stepped through the mystical gate. Suk-woo reassured him, "You don't need to be so nervous." Gi-gyu quickly replied, "Understood, Mr. Suk-woo." Before Gi-gyu could even finish his sentence, his eyes locked with a bulging-eyed, pointy-eared goblin. The creature seemed just as startled, spinning around to glare at him, looking at the horde of monsters in front of him. No matter how many times Gi-gyu told himself to calm down, he couldn't stop shaking. He screamed, asking Suk-woo, "Are there usually this many monsters on floor 1? Suk-woo calmly explained, "It seems like spawn times occasionally overlap, causing monsters to pile up. Though, this is the first time I've ever seen it. Wait, is this really the time for a calm explanation?" Gi-gyu's eyes went wide as he shouted, "Then isn't this a huge deal?" Suk-woo confidently spun his short sword in his hand. As he stepped forward, he continued, "This is actually a blessing in disguise. Now I can explain everything to you much faster." Glancing over at Gi-gyu, who was frozen in fear in a corner, Suk-woo asked, "Have you heard of the 100 goblin test?" Gi-gyu gripped his sword tightly, trying to keep his composure as he replied, "Ah, yes. I heard that even though the results are incredible, it was banned because it's just too dangerous." Suk-woo nodded in agreement. "Exactly. It's a test used to measure the potential of a player below level 10. Their potential is calculated by observing how long it takes them to defeat 100 goblins without using any skills." With that, Suk-woo kept his eyes locked onto the horde of monsters in front of him, dropping into a stance, ready to strike. If you clear them out in 4 to 5 hours, before he could even finish his sentence, Suk-woo lunged forward like a gale, charging straight into the horde. Darting left and dodging right, he unleashed his ultimate move, the Fatal Strike, and shouted, "You have the potential to become a high-level player. 2 to 3 hours, and you have what it takes to be a ranker." Meanwhile, the monsters, having taken a brutal beating, changed their strategy and charged all at once to gang up on him. But who do these pests think they are messing with? Suk-woo unleashed a crushing pressure that paralyzed them, then threw his blade, skewering the entire pack. Dusting himself off, he turned back to Gi-gyu and continued his explanation. "And clearing them in under an hour means you have the potential to become a top-tier ranker." Gi-gyu watched in stunned silence, barely blinking. He could only marvel. That is, incredible. But Suk-woo was not done yet. He spun around and added, "And finally, we have the completion time for an awakened user with a unique ability." With that, he whipped around 90 degrees, unleashing a tempest of slashes that sent the monsters spinning wildly. Any beast that managed to bypass his barrier immediately caught a heavy, skull-crushing blow, sending them whimpering to the ground. Finally, Suk-woo finished things off with a swift strike that froze a goblin solid, emphasizing, 10 minutes. Gi-gyu stared blankly, his jaw practically dropping to the floor. Inside, his heart was pounding with sheer awe. So this is what a unique ability user looks like. Simply incredible. Standing atop the ruins, Suk-woo checked his watch and called out, 47 seconds. Hearing this, Gi-gyu scrambled over and asked in disbelief, "Wait, a ranker takes an hour, but a unique ability user takes only 10 minutes?" Suk-woo calmly replied, "The kind of power that takes ordinary players years of blood and sweat to achieve. A unique ability user can reach in just a few months." Turning to lock eyes with Gi-gyu, Suk-woo concluded in a serious tone, "The raw potential and growth rate of a unique user is far beyond anything you can imagine." With that, he turned and began strolling away, calling back over his shoulder, "Tell me, Gi-gyu, have you ever heard of the Angela Guild?" Gi-gyu quickly replied, "Yeah, I have. I heard their guildmaster is an incredibly young ranker." Suk-woo nodded as he continued, "Exactly. Almost all of their members are exceptionally talented individuals who cleared the goblin test in under 3 hours. My plan is to build a guild that will completely overshadow Angela. His voice dropped to a serious, determined register, and that's why talented players, especially unique ability users like you, Gi-gyu, are absolutely essential. Hearing his name called, Gi-gyu panicked slightly, stammering as he tried to speak. But Su-woo cut him off, his voice firm. I intend to push past my own limits. And when I do, I hope to see you further up the tower. With that, Su-woo cast a spell to unfreeze the monster, before turning back to Gi-gyu with a faint smile. Actually, I think I've rambled on for too long. Once the goblin was completely defrosted, Su-woo stepped aside and called out, Well then, how about we begin your very first hunt? Gi-gyu flinched as it clicked that Su-woo was stepping back to let him take the stage. Freshly thawed, the goblin let out a roar, looking even more bloodthirsty than before. Su-woo yelled out to coach him, Put your weight into your hips and thighs. Keep your eyes locked on his axe. Bracing himself on Su-woo's advice, Gi-gyu dropped into a defensive stance, waiting for the goblin's charge. Staring down the beast, his eyes hardened as he told himself, I am going to change my life right here. Armed with that fierce determination, Gi-gyu clashed with the goblin for what felt like hours, leaving the onlookers watching from the sidelines completely exasperated. Gripping his hilt tightly, Gi-gyu raised his sword high and swung down toward the goblin's vital spot. But the nimble creature dodged the attack in the blink of an eye. A curly-haired guy in glasses watching the struggle sighed, pulling a face. Oh, boy. Just then, another player clad in armor wandered over and waved. Sorry, I am late. The guy in glasses turned to him. Oh, you're finally here? Come over and check this out. Meanwhile, Gi-gyu was charging the goblin like a maniac, his teeth gritted in sheer frustration, raising his blade to hack the enemy to pieces. But the goblin turned tail and bolted, leaving an exhausted Gi-gyu collapsing onto his sword, gasping heavily for air. Watching from the sidelines, the two players cringed. Man, he is completely spent. Is he trying to do that trendy goblin challenge? Killing 100 goblins is no joke though. I struggled with it at first, too. Over on the field, Gi-gyu was panting heavily, but he managed to summon enough breath to yell, Status window. A glowing blue screen flashed before him. Gi-gyu squeezed his trembling hands into fists, wanting to scream out in frustration. He felt utterly pathetic. He had been invited to the tower when he was only 18 years old. Clenching his fists, Gi-gyu spat out a furious, Damn it! The two onlookers shrugged at each other, totally confused. Gi-gyu clutched his head, crying out in sheer helplessness. Is this a sick joke? He thought. I was chosen. I was given a unique ability. A privilege meant for the elite. But even after 5 years, it still takes me an entire hour just to kill one lousy goblin. Drenched in sweat, he gritted his teeth, growling, Who would have thought a player like me could even exist? Glancing at the screen, he wanted to throw up. The stats were exactly the same as always. Kim Gi-gyu, level 1, unique ability. Followed by 2 giant question marks. And why was that? Because he was still stuck at level 1, of course. Suddenly, a feral goblin lunged out of nowhere, its face twisted in a bloodthirsty grin as it targeted the young man. Acting on pure instinct, Gi-gyu swung his sword, delivering a few lightning-fast slashes. With a dull thud, the creature crashed to the ground, dead. Yet Gi-gyu remained in a tense combat stance, his heart racing. A moment later, he let out a huge sigh of relief. A little while later, the 4 of them gathered around, high-fiving and congratulating each other. One of them called out, Great job, everyone. You too, guide. Thanks for your hard work, their guide asked. So, did you guys level up? Yep, another guy replied, while the last one chimed in eagerly. Honestly, dealing with goblins is a piece of cake now. We barely fought any, and we are already leveling up. Wearing a smug grin, the guy in the blue shirt replied, Well, leveling up is pretty easy in the beginning. Hearing that, Kim Gi-gyu turned around and started walking ahead. All right then, tomorrow we will head up to the 2nd floor. See you guys at the entrance tomorrow morning. Got it, they chimed in unison. Once Kim Gi-gyu was out of earshot, one of the 3 asked curiously, Is that guy really that famous? The guy in blue reached down to pick up a glowing, dark purple stone. As he lifted the stone, a mysterious aura swirled around it. He muttered, Oh, he is famous all right. Even I have heard stories about him. What is he famous for? The other asked. The blue shirt guy replied, Well, there are some rumors floating around hunter.com about him. His expression hardened, his gaze turning sharp and intense as he prepared to share the scoop. The biggest rumor is that he possesses a unique, special ability. The other guy practically jumped out of his skin, his eyes wide and jaw dropped. Whoa, seriously? The guy in blue waved his hand dismissively and smirked. Well, it is just a rumor. If it is true, why is he still working here? The other guy asked. Good point. Sneering with contempt, the guy in blue continued. The other rumor is that he is literally the absolute lowest ranking player in the entire world. This came as another massive shock to them. Wait, what? The other guy gasped. Is there really a rank at the very bottom? He waved his hand, looking at them with a smirk. Yeah, it sounds completely ridiculous, right? He is not some legendary tower climber or anything. No one says it out loud, but it is an undeniable, harsh truth. Giving a mysterious, knowing look, he whispered, "That guide. He has a nickname that almost every player knows. The player who cannot level up." As those words lingered, a striking silhouette of Kim Gi-gyu appeared on screen. Cut to the next scene, where golden sunlight filters through the dense canopy of a quiet forest. I always head to this spot after I am done with my guiding shift. It is just a rundown, empty spot on the first floor that players rarely cross, but because I have spent more time on these lower floors than anyone else, I stumbled upon it. It is my own secret training ground. He stood leaning against a massive tree trunk, lost in thought for a moment. Suddenly, he snapped his head toward a spot not far away. Right on cue, a lone goblin began to materialize, a monster that only spawns here once a day. Its hideous silhouette slowly took shape. Slipping into a low combat stance, his hand gripped the hilt of the sword slung across his back, ready to draw in a split second. This hunt will be easy, he thought, keeping his eyes locked onto its back. As long as I can land a critical blow before it notices me. Step by step, he crept up behind the hideous creature. Its grotesque, terrifying face came into view, but just as he got close, his foot accidentally snapped a dry twig on the forest floor, making a quiet but distinct cracking sound. The goblin froze, standing dead still. Gi-gyu immediately braced himself, tightening his grip on his sword. His eyes locked onto the target, scanning its every move. The goblin's gaze suddenly stopped scanning around. In a flash, it whipped its head around, staring directly at him with eyes glowing an eerie, bright blue. With terrifying speed, the monster swung its wooden club through the air. Crack! It slammed the weapon directly into his side. Gi-gyu recoiled as a wave of sharp, blinding pain shot straight to his brain. A brutal, desperate struggle began. The goblin lunged forward relentlessly, while Gi-gyu fought back with everything he had. The battle was a blur, shifting wildly from one side of the clearing to the other. He clashed his sword against its wooden club, using every ounce of strength in his body just to hold it back. Damn it. His physical strength was not enough to easily parry its blows. Gritting his teeth, he realized today was going to be another grueling uphill battle. Cut to the player association building. It took me a whole hour just to hunt a single goblin, Gi-gyu muttered to himself. And I only got $20 for selling its crystal. His dejected voice echoed from a quiet corner of the hallway, and if I subtract the money I spent on healing potions. He stopped in his tracks and let out a heavy sigh. I barely made a dime. Just then, a nearby door clicked open, and a figure stepped out. Gi-gyu paused. Teo greeted him with a tired wave. "Gi-gyu, off work already?" Gi-gyu asked. "Yep," Teo replied. "Man, you are working pretty late tonight." Gi-gyu hesitated, not knowing how to respond. Awkwardly, he scratched the back of his neck, his face tightening with embarrassment. As Teo walked past him, he muttered, "Hey, I am really sorry about what happened." Gi-gyu stood there, completely baffled by Teo's sudden apology. He turned around to watch Teo walk away before heading through the door. Stepping into the office, he asked, "Hey, Taeshik, what is up with Teo?" The man sitting at the desk looked up and saw him. "Ah, you're here." This was none other than the guide manager, Taeshik. Well. Taeshik massaged his temples, looking deeply apologetic and uneasy. "You see, about those clients you guided today, I will be taking over their training starting tomorrow." The moment those words left his mouth, Gi-gyu froze in shock, unable to believe his ears. "Wait, what? Why? Why? Everything went perfectly fine today." Taeshik sighed, rubbing his forehead. "It seems they heard some of the rumors about you." Hearing this, Gi-gyu fell silent, his face dropping as a heavy, suffocating silence filled the room. "I don't see what any of that has to do with my job as a guide," he thought bitterly. Looking sympathetic yet helpless, Taeshik replied, "Well, we cannot really blame them. After all, the rumors are true. So, the Angela Guild has announced their intention to climb to the 75th floor. Why is Gi-gyu, A few seconds later, he turned around to look at the TV screen. Yes, that's right. They announced that they will be clearing the 75th floor, the one that has been stuck for so long. They plan to head out through the Soul Gate tomorrow morning. Both of them stared intently at the TV screen, exchanging a few words. Wow, that is definitely going to be a sight to behold. No matter where you go, there's always news about players, even for ordinary citizens who have never even been near the tower. It's definitely going to be a spectacular sight. Korea has truly produced a hero. Well, players are basically idols these days, after all. Teo continued. Since gates can open anywhere, absolutely anyone has a shot at becoming a player. I really hope Angela clears the 75th floor. It is not like it is an impossible goal. He looked over at Taeshik, his eyes still glued to the TV. So, what's our next piece of news? He thought. Not an impossible goal, huh? His figure stood in the middle of an endless, gloomy room shrouded in darkness as the TV continued to play the news. The next news is about an S-rank gate opening in America. Wait, what? The US government is reportedly planning to ask the Korean Association for help, promising huge compensation for those who deploy. It looks like the players are going to be in a total frenzy, especially since it overlaps with the Angela Guild's announcement. Yeah, that's true. But wait, America? Thoughts began to race through his mind. To me, a real player, it all feels so out of reach. The history of S-rank gates. He picked up the remote and shut it off with a click, turning the screen black. Surprised, he asked. Huh? Why did you turn it off? I was watching that, he coldly replied. That's enough. The manager handed him a white envelope. Good job today. Here's your pay. Thank you, the manager continued. As for Teo, he might act tough, but he's actually really upset, so please don't hate him. He smiled. It's not his fault, and he shouldn't have had to apologize for something like that in the first place. He calmly said, All right, the important thing is that you show up early tomorrow. Make sure the handover goes smoothly. Taeshik clicked around with his mouse. Well, it's not a perfect replacement, but I do have a special job for you. He gasped in surprise. Wait, for me? He could hardly believe his ears. The next morning, my name is Sunpil Kim. Please take good care of me. Gi-gyu Kim shook his hand, happily accepting. Sure, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm your guide, Gi-gyu Kim. Sunpil Kim smiled warmly. I've heard a lot about you from Sukwu. Startled by the name, he repeated. Sukwu? Quickly recovering, he asked. Pardon me, but how do you two know each other? We're cousins, came the answer that cleared up his confusion. Oh. A smile spread across his face as he silently thought with gratitude. Thanks, Sukwu. Getting back to the main topic, he asked. You're the party leader, right, Sunpil? Could you introduce the team to me? Of course. He then introduced them one by one. This is Seong Woo Jeon, Han Yoon, and Kim Yoon. One of them spoke up. Hello, please take good care of us. Yes, it's great to meet you all. With the introductions out of the way, he explained the play process. Now, I'm sure you already know, but over the next 4 days and 5 nights, we'll be rushing through the tutorial stage. I trust you're all prepared, so I'll explain the rest as we go. The sky was clear, marking the start of an exciting new day. And the day flew by. Before they knew it, evening had arrived, and everyone gathered around to hear the instructions. Let's call it a day here and start setting up camp. He set up the stove and started cooking while the others pitched the tents. Han Yoon approached him. Do you need any help? No, I'm good. Once the tents are up, just relax. He replied cheerfully. She gasped in surprise. Wow, that smells amazing, right? Are you a chef? Everyone started chattering excitedly. Awesome, the food's almost ready, so everyone take a seat. Ji-won suddenly asked bluntly. Oh right, guide. I heard you can't level up. Sunpil Kim called out in shock. Hey Ji-won. He gave a strained laugh and replied, Yeah, that's true. Feel free to ask me anything you're curious about. I'm sorry, Ji-won said quickly. Sunpil Kim shot him a cold glare. He chuckled and asked everyone, How was the hunt today? As he spoke, he scooped hot food into a bowl. Han Yoon replied casually, It wasn't as hard as I thought. Seong Woo, who had minor injuries, said, I got scratched a bit, but a potion cleared it right up. Well, first-floor goblins are very poorly equipped, and their movements are pretty predictable. So just think of it as practice to get used to the killing, he encouraged. As long as you stay alert and focus on leveling up, you'll be fine. He scooped another spoonful of food, adding a warning. That is, as long as we don't run into a guardian. A guardian, he explained further. When a floor guardian appears, it's a boss monster that large guilds or squads have to band together to defeat. When it comes to gates, they're like powerful gatekeepers. His eyes grew serious, caution dripping from his voice. Though they give a ton of experience points and great items, unless they're on a lower floor, they're dangerous enough that even rankers will actively avoid them. As soon as his words hung in the air, everyone froze with shock, their faces showing a hint of fear. Seeing this, a smile spread across his face, an awkward laugh. Ha. But seriously, there's no need to worry. Their respawn cycles have already been figured out, and there are guilds dedicated entirely to hunting them down. Not to mention, the lower floor gatekeepers are defeated pretty quickly. Honestly, you'd have to go out of your way just to run into one. Haha. Night gradually falls, and the wind howls through the withered trees. On the 4th floor of the tower, the area where the wilderness meets the forest appears. Out of the darkness, the silhouette of a massive goblin monster slowly emerges. It runs forward as fast as it can, but its foot catches on a rock. It collapses painfully onto the ground, crying out for help in pure desperation. It seems to be running from something absolutely terrifying. Looking back over its shoulder, it stares at the figure hunting it down. Paralyzed with fear, its entire body trembles. With a loud roar, blood splatters into the air. Painful groans echo through the silent night. The real culprit is revealed a terrifying, massive, and brutal goblin, with raw muscle rippling across its arms. On day 2, we guide them through the 2nd floor of the tower. Monsters with massive, solid bodies carry clubs as they march toward the group in the distance. Although their giant size is a bit intimidating, they aren't as tough as they look because they're much slower than goblins. On day 3, on the 3rd floor, the goblins are still roaming around in search of prey. Out of nowhere, a pebble flies through the air and hits one of them right on the head. Orcs and goblins usually show up in groups, but they're not smart enough to actually work together. Kim Gi-gyu and Kim Han-yoon hide behind a tree, quietly watching the monsters tear each other apart, thinking one of their own comrades threw the rock. Our guide's strategy of turning them against each other with a single pebble is a stroke of genius. The only reason we're able to level up so peacefully is because our guide always picks the safest routes. At that moment, the bright moonlight illuminates a night sky so beautiful it strikes a chord in anyone's heart. I think I finally understand why Yu Sek-woo thinks so highly of him. With that in mind, Kim Gi-gyu turns his attention to the person beside him. Looking at Kim Se-ho sitting on the ground, he asks, "What are you doing?" Kim Se-ho replies, "I'm writing in my journal. I've been writing in it every single day since I got the invitation." His pen scribbles continuously without stopping as he answers. Se-ho keeps rambling on. "Who knows? Maybe I'll write an autobiography or something once I become a high ranker." Kim Gi-gyu chuckles at that. "Haha, maybe you will." Kim Se-ho changes the subject. "If we get through tomorrow, the next stop is the 5th floor trial. I really want to get a class as soon as possible." Kim Han-yoon, who just finished washing his face, chimes in. "I wonder what kind of class I'll get." Yoon Song-gu, holding a toothbrush, says excitedly, "I'm curious too," but someone immediately snaps at him. "Finish brushing your teeth before you talk." The whole group bursts into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Kim Gi-gyu tosses another piece of wood into the campfire. He purses his lips, staring thoughtfully into the flames, before looking up at the sky. He gazes quietly at the moon hanging in the air, framed by soft, distant clouds. Gi-gyu mutters under his breath, "The 5th floor." The next morning, the group sets off. Kim Gi-gyu's voice rings out. Just like before, the goblins and orcs on the 4th floor will be moving in groups. The only difference is they're slightly stronger and faster, but our strategy remains exactly the same as yesterday. Right then, Kim Se-ho grimaces as he forces his weapon up, shouting, "Ha!" Then, Se-ho swings his sword straight down, slashing the goblin right in front of him. Meanwhile, Han-yoon is busy fighting another goblin. Seong-gu is also tangled up in a fierce struggle with a group of goblins. And Ji-won isn't falling behind either, delivering a clean slash to a goblin's torso. Unlike the others who are fighting with everything they've got, Ji-gyu just stands there watching, his hand on his chin as if lost in thought. Suddenly, his eyes widen. Gi-gyu shields his eyes to get a better look at the chaotic battlefield in front of him. He focuses his gaze on something in the distance. While everyone else is locked in combat, Gi-gyu notices something off and thinks to himself, "Is that a cloud of dust? The gatekeeper shouldn't be spawning today." At that thought, his hand instinctively tightens around his sword. Whatever it is, this is not a good sign. Kim Gi-gyu turns to the group and shouts, "Everyone, we need to get out of here right now. Wrap this up, fast." Then he looks back. There is one thing I've learned after working as a guide for so long. Gi-gyu quickly grabs his bags nearby. Now that he's actually guiding, he hoists both heavy bags onto his shoulders. This is real life, not a game. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierces the air from behind. Panic-stricken, Gi-gyu whips his head around toward the sound. Ji-won is screaming in agonizing pain, clutching his leg. At that exact moment, a goblin charges forward, aiming to finish Ji-won off right then and there. It screams, raising its club high in the air. Seeing this, Siho grips his sword and rushes forward to protect his friend, shouting, Ji-won. With a swift strike, his blade slices clean through the goblin's neck. Covered in its disgusting blood, Ji-won looks horrified. Nearby, Han-yoon is overwhelmed by another goblin attack and crashes to the ground, unable to block it. Kim Gi-gyu catches sight of the disaster and grits his teeth, cursing, "Damn it! At this rate, the whole squad is going to get wiped out." Gi-gyu turns back to look at the small dust devil behind them, his heart racing. Just like always, he silently prays, "Please, not now." The vortex churns violently, rising up like a massive sandstorm. From within the thick smoke, a monstrous silhouette emerges, its eyes glowing a faint red as it reveals its horrific fangs. With two massive fangs protruding from its mouth, a bad feeling washes over him. The beast roars. Gi-gyu is only now getting a close look at the giant monster's face. Kim Gi-gyu suddenly realizes what this monster is. Looking up at the beast towering over him, it turns out to be the Floor 4 Guardian. He moves with lightning speed, pulling something out of his bag. Clicking his tongue, Gi-gyu grabs a smoke bomb and yells, "Everyone, get ready to run." With that, he hurls the smoke bomb at the monsters. Seop struggles to help Jun up, while Seonggu urges Han-eun to get on her feet and run. The bomb goes off instantly. Thick smoke billows out to cover their escape. While the monsters and the Guardian are still howling and flailing in confusion, the group urges each other to move faster. Gripping his gear, Kim Gi-gyu looks ahead and calls out, "This is our only chance." Heaving Jun onto his back, Seop asks, "Where are we going?" Gi-gyu quickly replies, "Just follow me for now." He adds, "I know a place we can hide." After leading them in a frantic sprint, the entrance to a cave finally comes into view. They scramble inside and collapse, completely exhausted and gasping for air. Han-eun collapses weakly onto the ground, while Seonggu drops to his knees beside her, head bowed as he pants heavily. After all, getting here was no easy feat. Drenched in sweat, Sion is the first to speak. "What on earth was that?" "It looked like a giant orc." Hearing this, Gi-gyu replies, "That was the Floor 4 Guardian. I have no idea why it's here, but we need to keep an eye on things first. Fortunately, we have enough supplies, so we can afford to wait for rescue." But before Gi-gyu can even finish his sentence, Seonggu suddenly cuts him off with a shout. "Hey, guide!" Han-eun won't wake up. Seop points to her in a panic. Han-eun's eyes are tightly shut, her face contorted in pain as she gasps for breath. She's been poisoned by a goblin. Seeing her condition, Kim Gi-gyu tries to reassure Seonggu, "Don't panic. We just need to give her the antidote." With that, he unzips his bag and frantically rummages through it. Suddenly, Gi-gyu's eyes widen. It's not here. Panic washes over him as he realizes the antidote is missing. He desperately tries to remember. Earlier, when he threw his backpack on, he felt something slip out. Could that have been the antidote? Even though they were in a rush, he can't believe he made such an amateur mistake. Gi-gyu forces himself to suppress the rising panic. Calm down. His eyes lock forward with determination, telling himself he cannot lose his cool now. Decision made. Gi-gyu turns to the group and says, "I'm going out to send a distress signal." With that, he hoists his backpack over his shoulders again, preparing to head out. Everyone in the cave is absolutely stunned by his decision. Seop leaps to his feet, unable to believe his ears. "What?" Jun and Seonggu immediately chime in, trying to stop him. "You can't do that, it's too dangerous." But Kim Gi-gyu ignores the danger. He calmly turns back with a confident smile and tells them, "Don't worry. I've run around these tutorial floors so many times I could do it in my sleep. I'm just going to that hill to fire a flare. It's too low in here. I know I don't look like much," he says, raising an index finger, "but I'm actually the strongest level 1 in the world." Right now, Kim Gi-gyu is hiding behind a massive boulder, just out of the Guardian's line of sight. "I talked a big game back there," he thinks, hesitating slightly, but with the Guardian around, all the monsters' movement patterns have completely changed. It's impossible to predict where they'll show up. Realizing the path ahead is completely blocked, Gi-gyu has no choice but to adjust his pack and retreat to find another route. Frustrated, he mutters, "Scratch this route, I'll find another. Even if things go south, I still have one more smoke bomb left." The sky above is clear enough for him to easily find his bearings. Walking quickly, Gi-gyu calculates his timing. At this pace, I should reach the hill in about 3 minutes. I'll fire the flare quickly and head straight back to the cave. He keeps moving, praying he won't cross paths with the Guardian. But despite his wishful thinking, Gi-gyu is completely oblivious to what is happening right behind him. The Guardian suddenly appears. While he's casually thinking to himself, "I just need to avoid the Guardian," the beast is already raising its massive fist in a blind rage, preparing to strike him down. Sensing danger, Gi-gyu looks up in sheer panic, but it's already too late. The Guardian unleashes a devastating punch straight at him. Unable to block the blow, Gi-gyu is sent flying, coughing up blood violently. From just a single punch, he's slammed hard against a rock wall, causing the stone to shatter around him. He groans in agony, coughing up a mouthful of blood. At that exact moment, the impact forces the remaining smoke bomb out of his bag. It triggers immediately, hissing as thick smoke begins to billow. The smoke quickly spreads out of control, enveloping both the Guardian and Gi-gyu. Trembling on the ground, he lets out a painful groan as he tries to crawl away. Gi-gyu glares back with absolute fury at the floor 4 Guardian looming in the smoke. Gritting his teeth, he thinks, "Of all the monsters to run into, I need to get out of here right now." Grabbing his flare gun, he aims it upward. I'm not the type to get hit twice by the same move. The first shot fires with a deafening boom, lighting up the sky as a desperate distress signal to anyone nearby. First, I need to put some distance between us. He tells himself as he runs, "Calm down. Nobody knows this area better than I do." Staring straight ahead as he runs, he thinks, "There has to be a way." But just as the thought crosses his mind, he suddenly freezes. Abandoning all thoughts of running, his eyes lock onto the test gate of the 5th floor. The very gate he was once ready to throw everything away just to enter. "But for my family's sake, I can't die here." Gi-gyu's mind raced back to Soo-young's bright smile, and then to the painful image of her lying motionless in that hospital bed. In a place where only death awaited a level 1 loser like him, Gi-gyu forced his exhausted body to drag itself toward the massive gate, one agonizing step at a time. Why? He pressed his hands against the gate, gasping desperately for air. He couldn't understand it. Why of all places did I end up here? Someone who couldn't even handle the 4th floor had somehow ended up on the 5th. He felt completely helpless. "I'm trapped." Behind him, the Guardian closed in, roaring furiously. Panic-stricken, Gi-gyu looked up. Gritting his teeth, he prepared himself to push the heavy doors open. It was either certain death out here, or a slim chance of survival in there. There was still a choice. With newfound determination in his eyes, he muttered, "Let's see what is behind this damn giant door." Rays of light slowly leaked through the opening crevice. Suddenly, a cold, robotic voice echoed, "You have entered the first trial room. Player information confirmed. Unidentified ability detected." Kim Gi-gyu collapsed onto the cold floor, too exhausted to move a muscle. Yet, the voice continued its announcement, "Requirements met. Difficulty is being drastically reduced." Confused by the announcement, Gi-gyu weakly lifted his head. Right in front of him, a small animal materialized. At the same time, a system screen popped up with his first trial. "Hunt this goat." Still on his knees, Gi-gyu stared blankly at the quest description. The goat just stood there, letting out a lazy baa. Frowning, Gi-gyu could hardly believe his eyes. But without wasting any time, he drew his sword and plunged it straight into the goat's vital spot. The goat shrieked in pain with a loud baa. Immediately, a flood of system notifications popped up. "You have cleared the trial. Class decided. Unidentified ability detected." Meanwhile, the goat's blood continued to splatter across the floor. "Perfect clear reward will be distributed. Reward quality has been upgraded." Gripping his sword, Kim Gi-gyu stood there completely dumbfounded. "I literally came in here ready to die, and all I had to do was kill a goat?" He paused, utterly baffled. Is this some kind of joke? The moment that question crossed his mind, a sudden chill made him look back. A massive, swirling black vortex rushed toward him, completely swallowing him up before he could even react. Completely lost as to what was happening, he cried out, "What? What the hell is going on?" But the pitch-black vortex had already consumed him entirely. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "Who are you?" Gi-gyu gasped, his eyes snapping wide open. Looking around in confusion, he muttered, "Where am I? Are you my master?" The young, squeaky voice asked again. Recognizing it as the voice of a young boy, Gi-gyu hesitated. Master? The voice grew impatient and snapped. Damn it! Is this idiot who can't even answer a simple question really my master? Annoyed at being insulted, Gi-gyu retorted. What did you just say, you little punk? Ignoring him, the voice sighed. Whatever, I've been waiting way too long anyway. Just give me a name already. He froze in place. A name? Yes, a name, the voice replied instantly, its tone turning cold and commanding. I'm telling you to link with me. A system chime rang out, and a notification popped up. An ego has requested to sync with you. Do you accept this request? Please name your ego. As the question hung in the air, Gi-gyu's consciousness began to fade away. Sometime later, he slowly opened his eyes. Once his vision cleared, he saw two familiar faces standing over him. His younger sister, Kim Gi-gyu, and his guild manager and guide, Tae-shik. Noticing that Gi-gyu was finally awake, the two of them rushed to his bedside. Oppa! Gi-gyu! Gi-gyu cried out anxiously. Are you okay? Gi-gyu looked terribly pale and haggard, his dry, cracked lips parting to speak. But with his throat feeling like sandpaper, no sound came out, leaving him to just stare blankly at them. Gi-gyu quickly said, I've already called the nurse. 2 weeks had passed since he was found unconscious in front of the 5th floor gate, and he learned everything that happened from Tae-shik. The association players who saw the flare managed to corner the rampaging guardian right in front of the 5th floor gate, but the monster somehow escaped. It was highly frustrating that they let the guardian slip away. Later, while Gi-gyu was messing around with his phone, he noticed a shadow casting over the foot of his bed. Looking up, he saw Seipo and his crew, all rescued and safe, which brought an immediate wave of relief. It turned out they had come to visit him. Even though they were pretty banged up compared to when they first set out, they had all made it back alive without any permanent or fatal injuries. Seeing the team he guided make it back safe and sound, Gi-gyu couldn't hide the pure joy on his face. Yes, Mom, I know. Holding his phone in one hand while dragging his IV pole with the other, Gi-gyu chatted as he walked. The doctors said I can be discharged after a few more routine checkups. Oh, come on, Mom, what are you apologizing for? He chuckled. I'm not a kid anymore. Don't worry about me. Just focus on resting up. Heading back to his room, Gi-gyu reassured his mother on the other end of the line. The insurance is covering all the medical bills anyway, so you don't have to worry about a single thing. Of course I know. Safety first. Is Gi-gyu there with you? Hey Gi-gyu, you don't need to visit me anymore. Just stay home and take care of Mom. After giving his sister a quick earful, he promised, All right, Mom, I'll let you know the exact day I get discharged. Bye. With that, he hung up the phone. But even after clearing the 5th floor, contrary to his high hopes, he stared quietly out the window and sighed. I'm still level 1. The phone in his hand gradually faded from view, and in its place, the snake ring on his index finger began to glow with intense light. As the ring flared with a crimson-red light, the world around him shifted once more. Now, Gi-gyu found himself standing right at the foot of a towering skyscraper. While the ring on his hand flickers with light, elsewhere, a chaotic brawl is raging. Amidst the chaotic sounds of battle, with combatants frantically attacking and defending, a mysterious circle of light suddenly appears behind them. As a figure steps out from the glowing circle, everyone freezes in their tracks and looks up at the newcomer. Kim Gi-gyu slowly walks forward, completely ignoring the eyes on him. Someone in the crowd whispers, Is he really that famous? Yeah, let me tell you. The other guy panics in his mind. Meanwhile, Gi-gyu heads toward the gate ahead, leaving the rumors whispering behind him. The blue-haired guy asks in confusion, What is he even famous for? The man next to him chimes in, Well, you know the rumor, right? The guide who can't level up. Hearing their conversation, a guy with middle-parted silver hair steps forward to join in. Hey, that's old news, the silver-haired guy says, adding, Don't you know he's famous for something else now? Curiously, the other asks, Really? What is it? The tutorial butcher. By this time, Gi-gyu has already stepped through the gateway, and a horde of goblins is furiously charging right at him. Gi-gyu holds out his hand, and the ring on his finger instantly glows, transforming from a tiny accessory into a massive, long sword. Raising his weapon, he prepares to face the oncoming monsters. Crouching low with his sword drawn, Gi-gyu takes a battle stance. Suddenly, his figure vanishes in the blink of an eye. Before the goblins can even process what is happening, Gi-gyu dashes right through them like a flash of light. He then leaps into the air and unleashes a powerful downward strike, completely obliterating them. In his mind, Gi-gyu hesitantly asks, "A name?" His ego replies, "Yes, give me a name." As his blade continues to slash through the goblins, Gi-gyu decides on a name, Lu. The ego reacts in disbelief. "Wait, what?" He patiently repeats, "Your name is Lu." Crimson light swirls around, wrapping itself around Kim Gi-gyu's status window. Now with a name, the ego says in satisfaction, "I like it." Suddenly, a surge of energy erupts from Gi-gyu's sword, and with a single, sweeping slash, he wipes out the entire pack of goblins. His status window pops up, showing his name as Gi-gyu, level 1, and his class as Ego Partner. His special skill is Link, which allows him to connect with egos. Beside it, Lu's stats appear, level 7, Strength 18, Dexterity 18, Stamina 7, and Mana 7. Within seconds, Lu's status updates, showing a level up from level 7 to level 8. Opening his massive bag reveals a horde of dazzling, multicolored magic crystals filling it to the brim. Looking up at the sky, Gi-gyu reflects, "Not too long ago, I was shaking in my boots, just facing a single orc," his voice echoing through the empty space. "And now here I am, casually farming crystals like it's nothing." Holding a crystal in his hand, he looks down at the ring on his finger and asks, "Ain't that right, Lu?" He feels a wave of pure excitement wash over him. Just 1 month ago, he was nothing but a lone soul lost in the middle of a dense forest. Staring at his updated status window, Kim Gi-gyu couldn't help but gasp. "Ego Partner?" Staring intensely at the system screen floating in front of him, he whispers, "So, this really isn't a dream. I'm so glad I came straight to the tower after being discharged." But then, his face instantly pales as he imagines his furious little sister back home yelling, "What? You literally just got out of a hospital bed, and you're already running off where?" Gi-gyu sighs deeply, trying to prepare himself for the inevitable. "Man, Yu Jung is going to chew me out the moment I step through the door." Even so, determination burns in his eyes as he clenches his fists, ready to face whatever comes next. He resolutely declares, "But I can't just sit around. Not when my status window has finally changed after 5 long years." His voice rings out across the empty forest. "All right. So how on earth do I link with this ego thing?" He startles a nearby bird, only to immediately sink back into deep, puzzled silence. Lost in his thoughts, his eyes suddenly widen as a realization hits him, and he blurts out, "Wait, could it be?" He starts waving his arms wildly, busting out some bizarre, awkward poses as he shouts at the top of his lungs, "Link, activate." His ridiculous antics strike a nearby parrot dumb, leaving it to just sit there and silently judge him. Feeling a massive wave of secondhand embarrassment, he instantly drops down to tie his shoe to pretend nothing happened, muttering, "Oh, look at that, forgot to tie my shoelace." He slumps onto the grass, groaning in sheer self-pity like an absolute idiot. Thank goodness nobody was around to witness that cringy moment. With a defeated sigh, he mutters to himself, "How the hell am I even supposed to activate this? I even named that sassy voice Lu." Suddenly, a bizarre, glowing orb materializes in the air as a system notification chimes. Non-physical ego, Lu, has been summoned. Below, Kim Gi-gyu looks up in utter shock, completely clueless as to what is happening. The large orb reflects the sudden, ecstatic grin on his face as he cheers, "Yes, it worked." But then, another notification pops up. Due to the player's insufficient level, Lu does not have a fixed physical form yet. A form will be randomly selected. The orb hovers around him, displaying a new prompt. To manifest a physical form, it will randomly absorb matter from the surrounding environment. After reading this, Gi-gyu's jaw drops. Absorb matter? Staring up with a million questions running through his head, he asks, "Wait, what does that even mean?" Suddenly, a strange sensation crept up from behind, forcing him to look back, only for a sudden tornado to swoop down and launch him right into the air. A loud yelp echoed from inside the whirlwind, making it impossible for him to even stand. Violent gusts of wind tore in from all directions, ripping away every single item he had on him. Kim Gi-gyu screamed at the top of his lungs, desperate to stop it, but it was no use. Even the cheapest items here were worth at least 5,000 won. He screamed and grabbed whatever he could, but his strength was nothing against the gale. Suddenly, a sharp, ripping sound caught his attention. Glancing back, he saw his clothes tearing apart, piece by piece, as the vortex ruthlessly sucked everything in without mercy. All that remained was his tragic cry, echoing in the wind as he was stripped completely naked. He begged desperately, "Please, at least leave me this one thing." His pitiful pleas carried through the wind. Fortunately, the gale died down a moment later, and the glowing sphere began to shift colors. Lying on the ground, clutching the last piece of his underwear, the young man muttered, Is it over?" Just then, the sphere began to morph rapidly, as if preparing to reveal a brand new form. A blinding red light lit up the entire room, and vibrant, multicolored feathers gradually came into view. Down below, Kim Gi-gyu squinted, trying to make out exactly what was appearing in midair. A second later, his eyes went wide, completely locked onto the sight, unable to look away for even a single moment. A stunning sword appeared right before his eyes. Though he was a bit skeptical, he couldn't hide his sheer amazement at this transformation. After scrambling around, he finally found a tattered blanket nearby to wrap around himself. Sitting there in a daze, Kim Gi-gyu muttered, "So, you're saying your name is Ru?" The sword replied in a cheerful, calm tone. "Exactly. Do you mind not making me repeat myself?" On top of that, it intentionally mocked Kim Gi-gyu, asking, "Are you stupid?" Those words felt like salt on a wound, but he forced himself to hold back his anger. Up above, two birds watched their awkward conversation with amusement. Anyway, what exactly is an ego?" he asked, trying to figure it out. "Is it like a soul or something?" The sword coldly replied, It's not a soul." Gi-gyu pressed further. "Then what is it?" Losing its patience, the sword snapped. "How should I know? And hey, can you stop touching my body, you creep?" The talkative sword was really getting on Kim Gi-gyu's nerves, but he sucked it up. Eventually, they both calmed down and had a proper conversation. Kim Gi-gyu asked Ru, "Can you move on your own?" The sword answered honestly, "Not right now, but I probably can later." Gi-gyu rubbed his chin thoughtfully and followed up, "Ah, I see. Then can you break our bond and change owners?" To clear up his confusion, the sword explained it in the simplest terms. "That decision lies solely with the master. An ego cannot do that on its own." Jaw dropping in realization, Gi-gyu replied, "Ah, got it." But his curiosity wasn't satisfied yet. Seizing the opportunity, he pushed further. "Once you can move on your own, can you attack me?" Hearing this, the sword replied calmly, "It is technically possible. However, if the master dies, the bound ego fades away as well. So practically speaking, it's out of the question." Upon hearing this honest answer, Kim Gi-gyu smirked mischievously and said, "Is that so? Then here's my last question. Can you feel pain?" he asked, sounding completely innocent. "Of course," the sacred weapon casually replied. "I am a great ego. It is not just emotions. As long as you configure the settings, I can experience all senses." It had no idea Gi-gyu was plotting behind its back, only realizing something was off when it asked, "Huh? What is it?" Just then, a system notification popped up. "Do you wish to enable pain perception for Ru?" With a rock already prepared in his hand, he quickly chucked it straight at the sword to teach it a lesson, casually muttering, "First, you learn some manners." And so, the two began working together, taking down hideous monsters left and right. With every kill, the blade was stained with fresh blood. The system alert chimed, "Ru has absorbed orc blood. Ru has gained experience. Ru's stats have leveled up." Kim Gi-gyu let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Thinking back, Ru used to be incredibly cocky, didn't he? The ring glowed in response to its master's question. "You still remember, right?" Even so, it calmly but bluntly replied, "Hey, master, I'm deeply embarrassed by my past. Every time I think about it, my blood boils." That answer pushed him right to the edge of his patience. Kim Gi-gyu glared at it with a terrifying look. "What did you just say?" Sensing the dark aura, it immediately backpedaled to soothe him, boiling with happiness. "I am just so happy to have such an amazing master." Seemingly satisfied with its quick recovery, the young man looked down at his massive backpack and muttered, "That's more like it. Well, the bag is full. Let's call it a day." In stark contrast to how it used to talk back on equal terms, Ru now spoke with much more respect and politeness, saying, "Master, I can't wait to go outside. It has been way too long." Kim Gi-gyu replied casually, "Is that so? Next time, instead of the tower, we'll head into a gate." But when he returned, he was hit with a warning. "Don't go near any gates for the time being." Confused, he asked, "Huh? Why is that?" Go, standing nearby, calmly explained the situation. 4 high-ranking rankers were just killed inside a gate in the United States. His face grew serious as he told him, "Lately, A lot of abnormal gates have been showing up, like an F-rank gate actually turning out to be a C rank, or gates with bizarre structures. This hasn't happened in 23 years, but they've been popping up pretty frequently over the past few months, and the older man seemed genuinely worried about him. Gi-gyu started recalling that moment from a month ago when he first met Lu. Then, he questioned himself as if nothing had happened. Oh well, it was probably just a coincidence. The man beside him didn't forget to add a quick warning, saying, "Look, I'm not telling you to never step foot into another gate. I just want you to stay safe in these chaotic times. I know you're excited to finally use your abilities, but you need to be patient. Just ignore the noise and play it safe for now." Kim Gi-gyu headed home, making sure to show his gratitude. "Got it. Thanks, man." Figuring Gi-gyu got the message, the older man didn't push any further and just gave him a warm pat on the back. "Good. You've worked hard today. Get home safe, kid." As they went their separate ways, they couldn't help but exchange some playful banter. But when Taeshik brought up that touchy nickname, Bloodthirsty Guide, it definitely struck a nerve with our main character. "I told you to stop calling me that," Gi-gyu grumbled as he finally walked away. On his way home, he couldn't stop weighing his options. Pure crystals, rare drops, clear rewards. Gates were clearly a goldmine compared to the tower. Pulling his phone out of his jacket pocket, Kim Gi-gyu stared intently at the screen. Even though Taeshik warned him to stay away, he really didn't have a choice. He was still desperately drowning in debt and needed to make enough money just to pay off the interest. Staring at the notifications, the urge became too strong to ignore. He had to give it a shot, even if it was just once. Besides, abnormal gates were super rare anyway, so what could go wrong, right? Deciding to go for it, he dialed the number. After a quick call, Kim Gi-gyu made his way to a nearby coffee shop to meet up with the contact. The two of them shared a polite greeting. "Nice to meet you. I'm Ha Song-soo, the party leader for this raid. I'm Kim Gi-gyu, the one who called you." The leader sized him up and asked, "So, you said this is your first time gate hunting, right?" Gi-gyu nodded and gave an honest, "Yeah, it is." The party leader's face turned serious as he voiced his stance. "Well, I'm already quite familiar with the clearance strategies and other patterns." He then slid a contract over to Gi-gyu and began laying out the terms clearly. The profit distribution and breach of contract fees are all pretty standard. You'll see once you look it over. As for any gear we find, we've decided to distribute it by rolling dice. While Gi-gyu focused on reading the contract, the man across from him didn't forget to carefully double-check the time and location. "We'll meet up at Gwangmyeong Station at 2 o'clock in 2 days. Oh, and don't be late." Now, gates are generally divided into two main categories: single-use gates, which vanish completely once they're cleared, and permanent gates, which stay active so you can run them repeatedly. Of course, the loot from permanent gates can't compare to single-use gates, which are known for dropping highly specialized rewards. Still, tons of hunters prefer clearing permanent gates because their strategies are already widely publicized. This means the risk is much lower. Looking at them, you could practically see the fiery determination burning inside these young men as they got ready to enter the gate. Right then, a voice called out to rally the team. "All right, if everyone's done checking their gear, let's move out." With that, they confidently took their first steps into the gate. With swords in hand, everyone stood ready for a fight. Following the trail, Gi-gyu kept his eyes peeled, carefully scanning their surroundings. Looking at his temporary teammates, Gi-gyu couldn't help but harbor some doubts. Frankly, they all seemed a bit eccentric. Did they all end up here through a job broker just like he did? Looking back, he noticed a couple who seemed to be pretty close. Gi-gyu figured they probably knew each other beforehand. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed through the cave, catching everyone's attention. The guy bringing up the rear whispered, "Hold your ground." From deep within the pitch-black darkness, something dangerous and unexpected was about to emerge. Every single person tensed up, anxiety painted all over their faces. The party leader drew his bow, shouting to the rest of the group, "Here they come," and out from the shadows came a massive horde of zombies, swarming forward like a sea of death. They rushed out with terrifying speed, charging like a violent storm. As the leader loosed a barrage of arrows, Byung-hoon quickly stepped up to the front, raising his heavy shield. With burning determination, Byung-hoon roared, "Yes, sir," and charged straight into close combat. "Let's wipe them all out." Everyone jumped into the fray, and the archer's shots hit with deadly precision, never missing a single target. Yet, the aggressive undead kept pressing forward. They practically lined up to get sliced apart by Dao's cold sword strikes at the front. With a tense expression, Dao clicked his tongue, throwing himself into the battle. But what really annoyed Byung-hun was just how stubborn and resilient these monsters were, forcing him to scream out, "Damn it! These things are way tougher than they should be, especially for a bunch of rotting corpses." Suddenly, a sword flashed from behind, delivering a surprise strike. It cut through the monsters effortlessly, even as Byung-hun's shield took a heavy beating from the relentless onslaught. The other guys stared in utter shock at the sheer destruction unfolding before them, while the couple in the back looked completely stunned by what they were witnessing. After a grueling battle that completely wiped out the pack, the party finally managed to catch their breath and recover some of their strength. They couldn't stop praising Gi-gyu, saying, "Wow, looks like we're going to clear this place in record time thanks to you, Gi-gyu." Nearby, Dae-oh also chimed in to share his thoughts. "Didn't you say you were only level 7? Man, I'm already starting to feel exhausted." Gi-gyu just let out a sigh of relief, humbly playing it off as pure luck. Byung-hun piped up, "No way, you're just being modest." Thinking back to the fight, Byung-hun added, "You definitely contributed the most, especially when you took down that red mini-boss." By the end of the run, the two of them were laughing and joking together as if they had been close friends for years. "Once we're done here, you've got to let me join your party, okay?" Gi-gyu could only chuckle at the joke. With that, he turned his head to look. Deep down, he thought to himself, "Phew, thank goodness he doesn't seem to mind." Meanwhile, that other couple didn't seem to give a damn about anything around them. They didn't utter a single word, which made Gi-gyu a bit curious. Acting like this in front of the party leader was incredibly rude. The guys kept laughing and joking around before heading into battle. "I was actually about to say that. We're really riding on your coattails today, man." "Don't mention it," Gi-gyu thought, even though they weren't wrong. But right in the middle of their fun, the party leader made an announcement to the group. "All right, everyone, let's move out." Gi-gyu stood up, ready for action. Grasping his sword tightly, he muttered, "Lu, you ready?" However, the sword sounded deeply disappointed by the useless spoils. "Zombie blood is completely useless to me, master." Following Gi-gyu's words of encouragement, the other two guys reassured each other. "We'll be at the boss room soon. Just hang in there a little longer," they whispered back and forth, wearing strange, sinister grins. A moment later, everyone had gathered in front of the massive gate. Gasps of awe escaped their lips. Whoa, so this is the boss room. Staring at the heavy iron bars before him, Gi-gyu couldn't help but wonder. Are these bars meant to keep the boss monster locked inside? The party leader turned around to brief the team. "Now that we're all here, I'll go over the strategy to defeat the gatekeeper, Terran." He explained in a calm, steady voice. First off, Terran is a massive vampire. But suddenly, he froze as someone rudely cut him off. Ugh, what a pain. Byung-hun scratched his ear in annoyance and snapped at the leader. "Do you seriously think we'd enter a fixed gate without doing our research? Just get on with it. You're wasting our time." This blatant disrespect to his authority made the party leader snap back instinctively. "Listen to me." But even knowing he was in the wrong, the guy just scoffed, refusing to listen. "Tsk, you're taking forever." This instantly set off Heron, who was standing right next to the leader. Her eyes narrowed, and she clenched her teeth in pure rage. Seeing this, the party leader quickly tried to calm Heron down. Looking at him, she held back from doing anything reckless and silently accepted his plan for the raid. Suppressing his own frustration, the leader cleared his throat. "All right, let's keep going with the explanation." But at that moment, Gi-gyu didn't quite know what to make of it. Something about that interaction felt incredibly off. Following their assigned roles, they watched as the iron gate began to rise, and everyone filed inside one by one. The leader had already warned them. "Once we melt the bars with acid and breach the room, Terran will be sitting with his back facing us." Staring at the colossal boss, everyone shivered in fear. "Shh, he's way bigger than I expected." The party leader drew back his bowstring. "First, I'll draw his attention with an explosive arrow." With a battle cry, "Here goes nothing," he unleashed a powerful arrow that shot forward, glowing with a brilliant blue light to kick off the fight. That should enrage him and make him swing his fists blindly. Angered by the explosive impact of the arrow, the beast roared and charged at the group with terrifying speed. Its eyes glowed crimson, focused entirely on crushing anything in its path. Woong braced himself, focusing every ounce of his energy to charge forward and play his part in the raid. According to the plan, Woong and Byung-hun had to charge ahead and tank those devastating blows. The giant boss reared back and hurled a massive fist at his targets. The blow slammed directly into Byung-hun's shield, effortlessly sending him flying backwards. Seizing the opening, Teo rushed forward exactly as they had rehearsed. The critical moment was when the beast hunched over to switch its attack pattern. The team surrounded the boss from all angles. With its massive fist raised high, it hesitated, utterly confused by targets surrounding it on all sides. And that was exactly when its defense would triple, making it immune to almost all incoming attacks. A shout echoed through the chamber. Gi-gyu, now's your chance. With the boss's defense tripled and the rest of the team completely drained, everything was riding on Gi-gyu's final strike. A strained voice gasped out from the chaos. Gi-gyu, do it now. The party leader figured that Gi-gyu's attack might at least be able to chip away at the monster's health. Launching himself from the ground, Gi-gyu swung his sword and leaped high into the air. He poured every ounce of his determination into this single, decisive strike. Right then, a system notification suddenly flashed before his eyes. Synchronization rate with Lu has increased. You can now channel Lu's abilities more effectively than before. But in the heat of battle, he was too focused to even register the message. He just grunted in confusion and let out a savage downward slash without a single shred of hesitation. Instantly, a barrage of system alerts popped up, leaving everyone utterly dumbfounded. The gatekeeper, Terran, has been defeated. Experience points acquired. You have defeated the gatekeeper in one blow. Bonus points acquired. Even Gi-gyu stood there in shock, having no clue what had just happened. The system chimed in again. Your stats have slightly increased. By absorbing Terran's blood, you have acquired the skill. Cannibalism. Cannibalism. Restore health by consuming corpses. By this point, the boss had been. Through Terran, you have obtained the cannibalism skill, which restores health by consuming corpses. The boss had officially been. Knocked down by Gi-gyu's sudden attack, someone cried out in shock. What the hell? Right after, Byung-hun rushed over to Gi-gyu and asked excitedly, Gi-gyu, can I get your contact info? The other white-haired guy on the team quickly ran over to chime in. Me too, me too. Gi-gyu, completely flustered, replied, let's talk about that later. Just then, Song Soo-ha, standing next to the red-haired girl, spoke up to get everyone's attention. Listen everyone, a paralysis dagger just dropped. Daeho was thrilled about the newly dropped item and started discussing the loot division with Song Soo-ha. Not only did they defeat it with ease, but they even got an equipment drop? Song Soo-ha replied, as stated in the contract, I'll roll the dice now to decide who gets the loot. Meanwhile, Byung-hun threw his arm around Gi-gyu's shoulder and whispered, Hey Gi-gyu. Gi-gyu looked over, confused, as Byung-hun kept whispering, Don't you want that dagger? Gi-gyu didn't reply but thought to himself, This guy is acting so high and mighty with me. The blonde guy wore a shady smile, clearly up to no good, and said, Honestly, you basically did all the work. Daeho and I will handle this, so just play along. Gi-gyu knelt on one knee, observing Daeho and Byung-hun's conversation, with one of them saying, Gi-gyu can't possibly ignore us after this, right? The other agreed, replying, You scratch my back, and I'll scratch yours. Gi-gyu glanced at the two of them, thinking, After 5 years as a guide, I've developed a good eye for people. I didn't expect much from frontliners like Daeho and Byung-hun, but I never thought they'd try something like this. Gi-gyu then looked over at Song Soo-ha and kept guessing. On the other hand, there's leader Song Soo-ha and that girl whose name I don't know. He continued his train of thought. I can't quite read them, though they definitely seem to be hiding something. At the same time, Song Soo-ha spoke up about distributing the loot. If everyone is ready, let's begin. I'll pull out the dice now, Song Soo-ha said as he reached into his pocket. Meanwhile, Daeho and Byung-hun exchanged glances, giving each other a subtle nod of agreement. Suddenly, the two of them vanished from where they were sitting. Byung-hun, gripping his knife tightly, lunged straight at Song Soo-ha with a savage grin. Even though Byung-hun's blade was inches away, Song Soo-ha remained completely calm. Out of nowhere, Gi-gyu rushed in and grabbed Byung-hun's arm, stopping him dead in his tracks. With a burst of strength, he slammed him down onto the ground. Even with his face pressed hard against the dirt, Byung-hun stubbornly whined, Gi-gyu, I thought we were on the same side. But in his mind, he was desperately trying to find a way out, thinking, if I make a wrong move now, I'm dead. So he yelled at Daeho, Hey, Daeho, do something. But one look at Daeho's face, and it was obvious he was a coward who couldn't do a damn thing. Right now, he was shaking like a leaf, only able to whimper in fear, while Byung-hun desperately tried to make excuses. Come on, I was just kidding. Gi-gyu broke out in a cold sweat thinking, that was close. He almost died. Not leader Song Soo-ha, but this bastard Byung-hun. Gi-gyu glanced at the leader to confirm his suspicion. By this point, the red-haired girl was already holding her dagger, her cold glare showing she was ready to tear apart anyone who dared to oppose them. Just looking at her, her overwhelming presence was absolutely terrifying. He thought in awe, I didn't even see her draw her dagger. Isn't she supposed to be a mage? This is dangerous. Gi-gyu's face turned pale as intense anxiety washed over him. Looking at the scene and recalling what just happened, Gi-gyu realized Song Soo-ha was the same way. He hadn't flinched at all when the blade was flying toward his throat. Instead, he just sat there and watched. Gi-gyu asked hesitantly, "Who exactly are you two?" Song Soo-ha and the red-haired girl turned to look at him. Song Soo-ha replied with a friendly smile, "Actually, we were about to ask you the same thing." Gi-gyu, still pinning Byung-hun to the ground, paused for a moment before asking, "What do you want to do with these guys?" From behind them, Dae-ho quickly cried out, "He told me I'd get paid as long as I did what I was told. I had no idea he was actually going to stab you." Gi-gyu was utterly speechless at this guy's pathetic excuse. Song Soo-ha then asked, "Why are you asking me?" He replied without hesitation, "Well, you were their target, after all." Song Soo-ha paused to think for a moment, then turned to speak to the red-haired girl next to him. Finally, we get to know her name, it's Harim. Receiving Song Soo-ha's command, Harim quickly got into a battle stance and dashed right past Gi-gyu, leaving him stunned. Before anyone could react, she lunged straight at Dae-ho, who was still sitting there in a daze, completely clueless. She struck Dae-ho squarely on the back of his neck, knocking him out instantly. Watching this, Gi-gyu thought, "Just as I thought. She's extremely dangerous." Looking down, he quickly knocked out Byung-hun, whom he was still pinning, and then stood up under Song Soo-ha's watchful gaze. Gi-gyu was actually surprised that copying Harim's trick could knock someone out so easily. He bent down to pick up the knife lying on the ground, saying, "Well, I'll be taking this knife anyway," Song Soo-ha asked in confusion. "Why is that?" Holding the knife in his hand, he replied, "Since I just saved your life, I think taking this knife is a fair reward." Ha Song-soo disagreed, saying, "I think that's a bit too much." Gi-gyu shot back. "An item of this level is nothing to someone like you, right?" That question caught Ha Song-soo completely off guard. Gi-gyu was confused by his reaction, and Ha Song-soo quickly asked, "Do you know who I am?" Gi-gyu didn't deny it, simply replying, "Well, if you have someone like her as a bodyguard, you're clearly not an ordinary person." With that, he glanced at Harim and continued, "I'm not interested in you, nor do I want to pry or gossip about your business." Then, he quickly switched to a sweet, play-nice tone and said, "Oh, I'll leave these two guys for you to deal with. I plan to hunt a bit more before heading back." Both Harim and Ha Song-soo were left completely speechless by our protagonist. Just then, Lu chimed in, "That girl, Harim, she's extremely dangerous." Gi-gyu agreed and replied, "I know, that's why I'm only talking to them." "Should I run for it or what?" Hearing Gi-gyu's question, Lu teased, "Just talking? You call that talking? You knew they were dangerous, yet you left those suspicious guys with them? And you even stripped them of their gear." By this time, Gi-gyu had already left the scene. Standing among the fallen monsters, he replied, "Well, I did save his life though, and thanks to that, we can stay here and farm like this. How is it? Does it feel like having two hearts?" At that moment, a system notification popped up. "You have absorbed the zombie's stamina." At this point, Lu expressed his discomfort to Gi-gyu. "Master, I am an ego, and let me remind you again, zombie blood tastes absolutely horrible." Gi-gyu happily went along with Lu's complaining. He snapped his fingers to dismiss the system screen and said, "All right, let's head out. There are no zombies left, and we've absorbed enough blood anyway." Lu absorbed stats through blood, agility from goblins, strength from orcs, and stamina from zombies. Thanks to this, its stats were much higher than normal for its level. "Let's swing by the reward room before we go." As soon as he said that, he was already standing in front of the corroded iron bars of the reward room. It was a cramped space that could only be reached by passing the gatekeeper's corpse. Gi-gyu walked in slowly. True to its name, this was the place to claim rewards after clearing a gate. The moment Gi-gyu lightly touched the monster's corpse, strange patterns appeared on the adjacent wall. Gi-gyu immediately called out to Lu. "What is it?" Lu asked, puzzled. Gi-gyu voiced his confusion. "Was there ever anything like this before?" Lu told Gi-gyu, "No, there wasn't." Disappointed by the answer, our protagonist walked closer to the wall to inspect it. "Yeah, look at that. It looks like a hidden alcove. Holding the loot he had just obtained, Gi-gyu said, "What do you think? Should we smash it?" Lu respectfully replied, "I agree, master." Our main character put all his strength into swinging at the wall in front of him. Just as the wall was about to crumble, Lu screamed, "Wait!" But it was too late. The wall had already crumbled into a heap of rubble. Gi-gyu waved his hand to clear the thick cloud of dust kicked up by his attack. "Man, that's a lot of dust," he said. "What do you think?" Lu replied urgently, "An ego. I can feel another ego here." Lu's response caught Gi-gyu completely off guard. "An ego? In a place like this?" he asked. Suddenly, a bright light flashed through the thick, dusty air. Surrounded by the heavy dust, Gi-gyu muttered to himself, "How is that even possible? Are egos really that common? If so, what the hell have people been doing for the past 5 years?" Lu sighed and replied, "That is because you are an idiot, master." Gi-gyu snapped back, "Excuse me?" as he coughed slightly from the thick dust. Lu quickly changed the subject. "Nothing, master. Let's just find that ego first. It should be around here somewhere." Gi-gyu said, "This gate is ancient. There shouldn't be anything left, let alone a hidden item." Lu strongly insisted, "I told you, I'm sure there's an ego here." Just as Lu finished speaking, Gi-gyu was taken aback by the sight before him. It was a gleaming sword, radiating an incredibly massive aura. Gi-gyu approached the sword, wondering, "What is this? Excalibur or something? Should I pick it up?" Staring at the sword, Gi-gyu hesitated. But eventually, he reached out and touched the blade. Suddenly, the sword emitted a blinding flash of light, completely obscuring his vision. Slowly opening his eyes, Gi-gyu heard a voice whisper, "Are you my master?" He found himself in a space of pure, pristine white. "It's just like when I met Lu, but the feeling is completely different," he thought to himself. He looked down at his hands, then looked up and asked, "Are you the ego inside this sword?" The voice replied, "Yes. I have been waiting here for a master. Will you answer my call?" Without hesitation, Gi-gyu answered, "I'm not your master yet, but I want to be." The ego in the sword paused for a moment before speaking. Then, "Please give me a name." Gi-gyu quickly cut in, "L. From now on your name is L." With their conversation over, Gi-gyu was pulled back to where he started. He realized he was already holding the sword. Looking at it, he thought, "Since I've been through this once before, it doesn't feel as strange this time." Suddenly, his face turned pale as the ceiling above was about to collapse. L warned, "Master, master, you need to run." Gi-gyu covered his head and replied, I know. Right then, Lu's voice rang out, "Who are you?" L asked back, puzzled. "Who is asking?" "I am a magnificent and great ego." But before Lu could even finish, Gi-gyu was already yelling as he ran. "Shut up, you two. Master is running for his life, and you guys are just sitting back, having a casual chat." While running, he spotted the corpse of the tarantula. Just as he was thinking about bringing it to the reward room, Gi-gyu suddenly noticed something was off. The floor beneath his feet began to crack. Reaching out, Gi-gyu screamed in despair, "Please, no. Do you want to go to the reward room?" Gi-gyu urgently replied, "Hurry up." The moment the words left his mouth, he was transported to a cave. A giant eye was staring right at him. Cut to the scene of people handling the aftermath. A fixed gate had been destroyed. A fixed gate being destroyed was completely unprecedented, and the cause remained unknown. The news was already broadcasting the incident. The timing of this anomaly coincided with the sudden formation of multiple gates, sparking a massive debate. On the bright side, Gi-gyu continued to narrate. Since he had left long before the gate collapsed, he was not considered a suspect. The clearance reward was 30 amethysts and an extra bonus. The protection amulet, an item that prevents common illnesses. It helps extend one's lifespan, and even ordinary people can use it. Although it was not enough to cure his mother's illness, it was still useful. The money he got from selling the amethysts helped him get her hospitalized, making him feel a bit better. After deciding to climb the tower again, on the 5th floor, Gi-gyu looked around in awe. "Wow, I heard the evaluation floor is pretty well developed. This place was developed due to the lack of monsters, but in reality, it was basically just a normal city." Starting from the 5th floor, where he had been found unconscious, he needed to make his way to the next floors, the 6th, 7th, and 8th. And finally, the 9th floor. Holding 2 swords in his hands, he said he could not have even dreamed of making it this far until recently. He recalled what Seo had told him. "Your actual rank doesn't matter, as long as you don't give up. Eventually, your special ability will manifest." Gi-gyu silently agreed with those words. The 2 rings on Gi-gyu's hand were glowing, He looked at them and said, "L, you've leveled up quite a bit. Since we share experience points, leveling up is a bit slower. But thanks to the synchronizer, I can feel myself getting stronger." He had thought it would be insanely powerful, believing a demon might be sealed inside, but L's response left him a bit disappointed. "My power is completely gone, and as for the demon, sorry, I don't remember a thing." Gi-gyu thought back to the giant eye in the cave. Could that giant eye be the demon? He swiped his status board. His current stats showed he was level 8, strength 8, agility 8, stamina 8, and mana 8. Gi-gyu told himself he could become even stronger if he found more egos. Lu asked, "Master, do you even know where to look?" Gi-gyu replied confidently, "I know a place." At the item auction house, a voice echoed through the room, sold for $170,000. Sitting in the crowd, Gi-gyu silently asked L and Lu, "Do you guys feel anything?" Both of them replied, "No." Disappointed, Gi-gyu thought to himself that he should have known egos were not that common. Right then, the host brought out the final item. It was the main item of today's auction, the Wounded Soldier's Bracelet. Everyone gasped, "Wow." It was an item that increased regeneration speed. Co and L both blurted out in unison, "An ego," shocking Gi-gyu. After the auction ended, Gi-gyu left with a disappointed look on his face. He grumbled, "I didn't expect auctions to be so exhausting. Why is everything so expensive?" L tried to comfort him. "It was the main item, Master, so there was really no other way." Lu bluntly added, "Master is just poor." But at that moment, Gi-gyu was grinning like a total idiot, absolutely thrilled because he had sold his own item. At least the paralysis dagger sold for $100,000. His weird expression even had Lu questioning what was wrong with him. He was so ecstatic that he threatened to kiss L and Lu, leaving Lu absolutely horrified. "Are you insane?" While L could only cry out, "Master? Thank you. Please come again." As he stepped out of the convenience store, he was chatting on the phone. "Yeah, I'm on my way back. Is something wrong? It's just so hard to find teammates. I just got out of a gate, and honestly, other players are more of a headache than the monsters." The person on the other end yelled so loudly that Gi-gyu's ears rang. "What? You went into a gate? I told you to be careful right now." Gi-gyu meekly replied, "It was just an F-rank gate. Besides, you know I'm only level 1, and don't even have any gear. I couldn't get a proper player rank, so I can't even solo. I knew there was nothing else I could do." The person on the other end dismissively replied, "Yeah, see you later." Gi-gyu suddenly remembered and said, "Don't forget you promised to treat me to a meal." Ending the call, Gi-gyu walked and thought to himself. It was not that he did not want to climb the tower, but Lu needed to consume blood. Because of that, his progress was painfully slow. Still, the rewards from the last gate had been great. He let out a sigh before mumbling to himself, "Things will probably work out one way or another. At least I've taken care of the emergencies and even managed to buy some beef." Gi-gyu happily stared at the bag of meat in his hand. L happily chimed in, "You are so humble, Master, even though you just made a fortune." Lu chimed in snarkily, "More like cheap." Gi-gyu gently asked, "Lu, how have you been feeling lately since your attitude adjustment?" Realizing this, all I can do is play nice and apologize. Once that's settled, Gi-gyu is lost in thought once again. "I want to make good money and move somewhere else as soon as possible. I just want Yu-jung to be able to go outside safely." Lost in thought as he walks, Gi-gyu suddenly spots something. What on earth is that? Right then, a gate begins to materialize, leaving him completely puzzled. A gate? On the computer screen, slides outline the guide on gate formation. Step 1. Stay calm. A newly formed gate is actually not dangerous. Keep an eye on the situation after calling 112 or contacting the association. Step 2. Keep your distance. Entering an unrated gate is extremely dangerous. Even if you are a player, entering a gate without the association's authorization can result in up to 5 years in prison or a fine of up to $10,000. Step 3. Gather reliable evidence. If there are multiple witnesses present before the association can verify it, conflicts are likely to arise. If you witness the event alone, make sure to document it. First entry rights and exclusive privileges will be granted to the person who discovers it first. Korean Players Association, Gate Surveillance Department. Department Head. Oh Tae-shik. Inside Chief Oh Tae-shik's office, he's sitting at his computer, typing away as he double-checks his tasks. Let's see. His hand, resting on a pastel pink mouse, looks incredibly manly. His hands fly across the desk as he hums a little tune. Leaning back in his chair while staring at the screen, He casually picks up a pastel pink cup to take a sip, still looking, well, highly masculine. With a gate appearing near Gi-gyu's house, he brings his pink coffee cup to his lips while scanning the incoming report. Suddenly, his hand trembles. This must be some shocking news. The coffee splashes right into his eyes. An earth-shattering roar erupts from the office. Kim Gi-gyu. Everyone in the office looks over, completely bewildered by what's going on. Then, the briefcase snaps shut with a click. A man in a suit says, "If you don't enter the gate within 5 days, your rating rights will be forfeited and put up for auction. There are other conditions as well, so please keep that in mind." He looks at Kim Gi-gyu with a smile. "Thank you for reporting this so quickly." The chief stands behind them, arms crossed, silently watching the interaction. The man in black turns around only to find Tae-shik standing right there. Chuckling, he asks warmly, "Oh, are you all done?" Secretly thinking to himself, "Well, aren't you diligent?" Standing in front of the gate, Tae-shik suggests to Gi-gyu, "Hey, let's have a chat." He replies, "Sure." Inside the cafe, the quiet atmosphere is perfect for a talk. Tae-shik swirls his iced coffee. He asks casually, "Isn't that a bit too sweet?" He replies, "It's not that sweet. Coffee is meant to have syrup in it." With that, he takes a big, satisfying gulp, practically finishing the cup in one refreshing go. Tae-shik sets the glass back down on the table. His ID badge reads, Korean Players Association. Looking at Kim Gi-gyu with approval, he says, "So, it just happens to be an F-rank gate, huh? Are you confident?" He chuckles and replies, "Come on, don't underestimate me. I'm way stronger now." Swirling his coffee cup and running a hand through his hair, the chief casually says, "Well, I don't know about that, but I do know you're stubborn as a mule, that's for sure. So, what floor are you on now?" He just laughs again. The chief grumbles in his mind. "Stop laughing, damn it." Kim Gi-gyu slowly replies, "I just cleared the 11th floor today." He asks, "And your level?" Not holding anything back, Gi-gyu answers, "But you already know that." Chief Tae-shik commands, 4 days. Before he can fully process it, the chief continues, "Wrap everything up in 4 days, and then come with me." As he wonders why, the chief explains, "I need to see if you're actually ready to go in. If you're not fully prepared, there's no way I'm letting you go, no matter what." 4 days fly by. Inside a training room packed with maces, hammers, and swords, a voice echoes, "I had no idea a place like this existed in the basement of this building." It's a training hall, though it's barely used these days. Looking around the massive room, Kim Gi-gyu thinks to himself, an expanded space with protective barriers. Maybe I underestimated the association. Tae-shik asks, "Well, what do you think? Interested?" Before he can even react, the chief continues, "There's an open position in the association. I think you do well as a mediator or in some other role." Kim Gi-gyu scratches his head, "Thanks for the offer, but I'll have to pass. I'm not ready to settle down just yet." He replies, "Is that so? Well, the door is always open, so just say the word." "Oh, and about Tae-woo, the guide who disappeared right before his promotion? It was the Caravan Guild, right? I think he joined them. He's a far cry from the resilient kid I used to know." Tae-shik keeps talking as he rolls up his sleeves. Showing some interest, he replies, "That's cool. I should go pay him a visit sometime, though I've never heard of that guild. But wait, you said we're going to spar, yet you're not grabbing a weapon?" Kim Gi-gyu asks. Tae-shik furrows his brows, scratches his cheek, and reluctantly answers, "What? Good grief. It seems you're looking down on me just because I've been bogged down with desk work lately." Tae-shik performs a series of complex hand signs, pointing right at him. Kim Gi-gyu suddenly notices a shift in the room. The entire room begins to swirl with a vortex of energy, enveloping them both. Feeling a wave of panic, Kim Gi-gyu stares at Chief Tae-shik, who is doing something he never could have imagined. Once a pro, always a pro. Never underestimate someone who used to be a high ranker. Tae-shik raises his fist toward Gi-gyu. A thick, dense blue aura is radiating from around him. Cupping his hands to take a stance, his cloudy eyes glare at Gi-gyu, urging, "Stop playing around, bring it on." The sword in his hand is glowing. Facing such a terrifying Tae-shik, this is honestly the first time he's ever seen him like this. In his head, he thinks, "I know I can't beat him, but I'm not backing down without a fight." Stealing his resolve, he responds firmly, "Then please, show me what you've got." But the moment he looks up, before he can even react, he's blindsided. Tae-shik's kick is already hurtling toward his face like a missile. A massive explosion rings out, like bombs bursting and rocks shattering. Gi-gyu barely manages to raise his sword to block the blow. Gritting his teeth, he uses every ounce of his strength to hold off Taeshik's attack. Even though he managed to protect his face, the sheer momentum sends him skidding backward. Gi-gyu struggles to keep his footing and avoid falling, his hands still gripping his sword tightly. Taeshik looks at him with a sigh. "Are you sure you're ready for this?" Standing across from him, Gi-gyu gasps for air. He thinks to himself, "So this is a rancor. A rancor is on a whole different level. It reminds me of Soul." Taeshik looks at him with sheer disappointment, yelling, "Focus. Letting your guard down inside a gate means death." Gritting his teeth, Gi-gyu silently apologizes. He's absolutely right. I got too arrogant. But Gi-gyu isn't out of options yet. He thinks, but I did prepare a counterattack plan. 4 days ago, at the Dongam District Player Item Auction House, the sky is bright and blue, dotted with layers of white clouds that look like dragon scales. A voice echoes in his head. "Why do you even need items? There's no gear better than us, boss." Pretending to talk on his phone, Gi-gyu whispers back, "That's not the point. I still don't have any decent armor." Still holding the phone to his ear, he paces back and forth, muttering, "I can't keep running around defenseless like this. And who knows, maybe I'll stumble upon another ego." The voice replies, "I will let you know the moment I sense one nearby, master." The sun is high in the sky, beating down. While it isn't scorching hot, it's bright enough that he has to shield his eyes with his hand. Gi-gyu mutters, "All right, let's look around." As he wanders down the street, a suit of armor in a shop window catches his eye. Stopping in his tracks, he quickly crosses the street to get a closer look. Instantly, the system stats pop up. Useless iron armor of a clumsy blacksmith. Rarity. Common. Effect, +9 defense. He quickly moves on, but as he turns around, he spots a shop across the street with some equally cool-looking gear, so he decides to check it out. It's a pristine, pure white bodysuit with a deep blue sash tied around the waist. It looks pretty stylish overall, but when he rushes over to check the price, he almost passes out. It's a whopping 30 million gold. Talk about an expensive fashion statement. The armor right next to it isn't any better either. The system screen reads, "Useless leather armor of a clumsy blacksmith. Effect, +7 defense." And the price tag for this completely useless armor? A ridiculous 1,300,000 gold? After wandering around for a while, Gi-gyu sits on a bench on the sidewalk in stunned silence. The prices are way worse than he ever imagined. He sighs. The cheap ones are total garbage, and the good ones are ridiculously expensive. This is going to be tough. Suddenly, 2 voices chime in unison. "Boss, master." He looks up in the direction of the voices. In front of a nearby shop, a middle-aged man and a young boy around 9 to 10 years old are having a heated argument. The boy yells out loud and clear, "That's not true. My grandpa is an amazing craftsman." The man stands there dismissively, scoffing. What's so great about gear that doesn't even show its item info? But the boy doesn't back down. Standing tall, he fires back. "You're wrong. My grandpa is the best." The man sneers. What's the point of promoting a failing shop anyway? It's going to get kicked out sooner or later. Approaching them from behind, he calls out, "Hey kid." The boy turns around in surprise, staring back at him with big, innocent eyes. He continues, "Would you mind showing me the way?" Gi-gyu leans down, asking gently, "To your grandpa's shop?" The boy is caught off guard, momentarily frozen. It takes him a moment before he eagerly nods with a loud, "Yes," his innocent eyes sparkling with excitement. Soon, the tall man and the little boy make their way down the stairs into a basement. As they walk, he silently asks his 2 swords, "Lu, L, are you guys sure about this?" L replies, "Yes, master." Lu adds, "You bet." Staring at the boy's back, Lu observes, "All the clothes that kid is wearing are egos." L chimes in, "Though they were crafted by humans, they definitely possess the power of an ego." Lu snaps, "Stop stealing my lines, damn it." The moment the boy opens the door and steps inside, he happily calls out to his grandfather, "Grandpa, I brought a customer." From inside the room, an elderly man's voice sighs, "Minwoo, didn't I tell you to stop bringing customers here?" But the boy stubbornly replies, "But I want everyone to know how amazing you are. Besides, you have plenty of nice clothes. Why are you wearing the ones I made? Your father is going to be furious if he sees you in that." The boy's clear voice rings out, "But this one smells nice." Meanwhile, Gi-gyu, Lu, and L are all frozen in shock the instant they step into the room. Lu, L, absolutely everything. Standing at the doorway, He is completely stunned. Every single item in this room is an ego. Gi-gyu stood in front of a room packed with top-tier armor and high-grade gear. There was a level 35 nameless armor, a level 23 nameless hood, and level 64 nameless boots. Elle thought to herself, no way, how could a human? Lu also piped up. Each of us is one of a kind. I'm still the only Lu. But look around, these are all egoless equipment, and they actually look pretty decent. A level 32 nameless helmet, level 35 nameless gloves, and a level 47 nameless sword. Gi-gyu thought to himself, wait, isn't the term for this ego in English? He stood before a room overflowing with armor, and not a single piece was mediocre. Swords, boots, chest plates, and all kinds of accessories, nothing was missing. Suddenly, the blacksmith's voice rang out, I'm not selling anything, so please leave. I have no intention of selling to someone who doesn't understand the value of these items. Huang Ji-cheol, the blacksmith, sat with his chin resting on his hand, lazily flipping through a newspaper. Without even looking up, he said coldly, this isn't the first time I've dealt with people who look down on my work. I'll buy it, Gi-gyu's voice broke the silence. The blacksmith's eyes flickered, showing a hint of surprise at the young man's words. Still, he waved his hand dismissively. I said I'm not selling. Even if you bought it, a kid like you wouldn't know how to use it anyway. If. Gi-gyu hesitantly cut him off. If I can actually use it, then you'll sell it to me, right? Gi-gyu pressed him, but Huang Ji-cheol simply scoffed and tried to shoo him away. Ridiculous. Just get out. Undeterred, Gi-gyu calmly picked up a blade, a level 79 nameless sword. Huang Ji-cheol looked visibly startled by his sudden action. He stared at the boy and gasped in shock. Wait, don't tell me you can actually see the grade of each sword? Holding the blade, Gi-gyu looked back at him, completely unfazed. Of course. You can do it too, can't you? My goodness. The blacksmith muttered in awe. Softening up a bit, Huang Ji-cheol spoke in a calmer tone. All right then. Why don't you give it a try? Finding someone who truly understands and is worthy of the weapon they hold. That is a blacksmith's ultimate dream. Gi-gyu examined a white sword in his hands, lost in thought for a moment. Then, raising the blade, he declared, From now on, your name shall be Shinnis. The moment the words left his mouth, the blacksmith stood frozen, completely speechless. Even the young kid stood frozen like a stone statue after hearing that name, staring blankly as the room fell dead silent. Gi-gyu could feel the awkwardness hanging heavy in the air. Elle's voice echoed in his mind. I don't think he likes that name very much. Feeling a bit self-conscious, Gi-gyu murmured. Is that so? Suddenly, the scene shifts back to the training room from before, still filled with swords and weapons. Gi-gyu and Tae-shik stood a good distance apart. Crouching low, Gi-gyu gripped his dual swords tightly, his eyes flashing with a sharp, brilliant crimson light. In the blink of an eye, Gi-gyu vanished from his spot, launching himself toward Tae-shik like a gust of wind. Gi-gyu closed the distance instantly, raising his twin blades to strike. Tae-shik, however, remained stationary, his hands clenched into tight fists. Staring at his opponent, Gi-gyu swung his swords forward with fierce momentum. But contrary to his expectations, Tae-shik deflected the strike with a casual, effortless flick of his arm. He growled in anger, I can still feel hesitation in your swing. Put everything you have into your target. Did you honestly think a half-hearted swing like that could even scratch me? Stepping back, Gi-gyu reminded himself that his opponent was a top-ranking high-tier player. Steeling his resolve, he cleared his mind and locked eyes with his opponent. Gathering his focus, Gi-gyu charged forward once more, swords at the ready. The blades sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, yet none of them could land a single hit. Refusing to back down, Gi-gyu synchronized both of his hands, relentlessly driving his dual swords at Tae-shik. The older man dodged left and right with fluid ease, not letting a single blade get anywhere near a hair on his head. When Gi-gyu dropped to his knee to swing upward, Tae-shik simply glided backward, effortlessly evading the attack. Spinning around to launch a counteroffensive, Gi-gyu was met with a rapid barrage of punches from Tae-shik. Gi-gyu unleashed another head-on strike, but Tae-shik swiftly slipped to the side. Seizing his turn to counter, Tae-shik threw a straight punch right at Gi-gyu's face, but the young man ducked just in time. Pressed by Gi-gyu's furious flurry of sword strikes, Tae-shik resorted to using his fists to block the incoming blades. Gi-gyu swept both swords in a wide arc through the air, but Tae-shik quickly leaped backward to create distance. Taking advantage of the opening, Gi-gyu pressed his offensive, keeping the pressure so intense that Tae-shik couldn't strike back and was forced to keep retreating. Each of Gi-gyu's blows was blindingly fast and incredibly precise. The sound of his sword slicing the air was terrifying. In a split second, Gi-gyu's sharp eyes caught on to what the older man was planning to do next. With a look of pure terror in his eyes, he saw a clenched fist heading straight for him. If he couldn't dodge this punch, it would send him flying at least 10 meters. With Taeshik closing in and raising his fist, Gi-gyu poured all his strength into his blades to brace for the impact. Folding his clothes, Gi-gyu had a puzzled look on his face. Why can't I link up with them? Are these really egos too? Lu scoffed. Those are just cheap imitations. On top of that, egos are usually extremely picky when choosing a master. I'm not particularly picky, but don't expect them to be on my level. El chimed in. I really like you, master. Gi-gyu stepped toward the armor, muttering to himself. All right, let's give this one last shot. Lu teased. Heh, just give it up already. Gi-gyu snapped back. Since when did you learn to talk back to me like that? He stepped closer, gently placing his hand onto the armor and whispering carefully, Your name shall be. Boom. A blinding, multicolored light suddenly flashed. The entire space was instantly engulfed in its magical glow. The system chimed, Connection established. You have successfully linked with the ego, Brunheart. His chest glowed with the same mystical light from before, the moment he touched the armor and spoke its true name. The system chimed again, alert. Due to a lack of required skills, you cannot unleash its full potential. Brunheart has lost most of its power. The system read out Brunheart level 7. Strength, 15. Speed, 3. Durability, 40. Mana, 6. Additional skill. Defense increased by 12. Accumulated damage reflection. The light radiating from his body grew more intense by the second, as if it was about to tear him apart. He struggled to hold on, groaning in pain. Taeshik watched in shock at the brilliant light bursting from Gi-gyu. With an earth-shattering explosion, debris flew everywhere as thick dust filled the air. Sent flying by the sheer force of the blow, Gi-gyu slammed hard into the wall, leaving a massive crack in the concrete. He groaned in agony as he hit the wall, feeling as if every bone in his body was fracturing. Gi-gyu slid down the wall and hit the ground with a heavy thud, kicking up another cloud of dust. Slumped on the floor, he struggled just to push himself up. From a distance, something was tossed toward him. A few small orange bottles dropped near him one by one, rolling right to where he lay. The manager said softly, Drink up, it is a potion for internal injuries. Gi-gyu held the bottle, letting out a weary sigh. Man, seriously. My hands are shaking so badly I can't even open the cap. Taeshik's voice rang out. You passed. He looked up at him, his face filled with disbelief, as if he couldn't trust his own ears. What? He held out his scratched-up fist, a faint hint of amusement in his eyes. I just said it. You passed. I didn't think you'd be able to touch even a single hair on my head. But remembering the light that burst from the young man's body when he threw his punch, Taeshik thought to himself, that move was no coincidence. He stared at the boy's calm expression. Did I go too easy on him? Having finished drinking, Gi-gyu wiped the drops from his chin. Taeshik asked, What was that just now? Gi-gyu smiled faintly and replied, That was my item. Now outside the gate, the manager spoke up. If you still can't clear it within 1 week starting today, and you still fail to clear the stage, the higher-ups will send someone down. From now on, I wish you luck in clearing this gate. Looking at him, he continued, I'll only give you 5 days. If you can't clear it by then, forget it. I'll go in and drag you out myself. Gi-gyu looked at him, feeling a bit guilty. You really don't have to do that. Ignoring his protest, the man continued explaining, that way is much cheaper than paying the travel expenses for the agents. He double-checked the gear the young man was bringing into the gate. Did you pack enough potions and food? He replied, I'm all set. The manager asked next, what about smoke bombs? Of course I did. Even if this is an F-rank gate, you must not get careless. Gi-gyu asked, Isn't this gate the same level as that zombie stage? What? Why are you stressing out? It doesn't look that dangerous anyway. Gi-woo smiled warmly, thinking to himself, he is just like a father. Of course he would worry. Gi-woo looked back at him and waved goodbye. I will definitely be back. Taesu raised his hand in an okay sign. Slinging his bag over his shoulder, Gi-woo stepped through the gate. The system window popped up. You have entered the gate. He muttered under his breath. I hope this is an easy one. Rue asked him. So, what are the rewards? He replied, we will make a ton of money. Rue asked again, How do you know if this stage is easy or hard? He casually replied, well, we have to clear it either way. Then he paused to explain, since this is an R gate, there is a chance it could be a high difficulty one, or even a dungeon gate. As long as it is not a labyrinth, we can handle anything. The sword Rue in his hand began to glow, ready for battle. He smiled. Awesome. Beneath his glowing red sword, Rue, the first wolf, fell dead. The blade pierced straight through the wolf's throat, releasing a bolt of red lightning that dealt enough instant kill damage to end it right then and there. He swung his sword through the air continuously. Glancing deep into the cave, he muttered, time to stop chatting. Inside the cave was a countless swarm of glowing red wolf eyes. Gi-woo stood outside, tightly gripping both swords, ready to fight. Staring down the entire pack, he looked at them with pure determination, whispering, time to level up. A ferocious, savage wolf emerged, radiating a dangerous aura. It glared at him with sharp eyes, looking ready to tear him apart and eat him alive. A system notification popped up, announcing that the sword L had leveled up. The wild, ferocious wolves, shrouded in a surge of raw energy, pounced toward Gi-woo. Just then, another notification showed that Bran's accumulated damage had increased. Amidst the chaos, a wolf lunged right at Gi-woo. Gi-woo's face showed brief surprise and a touch of panic, but it quickly turned into a confident, smug smirk. Rue's ability activated. As the wolf lunged to attack, a massive explosion went off, blasting the beast away. The system announced Bran's activation, unleashing a colossal wave of energy. The fierce battle ended with a massive, powerful explosion. Gi-woo slumped down onto the ground, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. Phew. He decided to take a short break first. Rue's voice echoed, hey, human. The sword L's voice also rang out, scolding Rue. Don't be so rude to master. But those words did not seem to register with him at all. Rolling up his sleeve to check his watch, he realized 5 hours had already passed in the blink of an eye. Sitting in the dark cave, Gi-woo muttered to himself, since this is a star R gate, these guys are not much different from orcs. Well, it is pretty easy anyway. Deep inside the pitch-black cave, he sat all alone, surrounded by mysterious glows of light. Chewing on some food, he muttered, with my current level, it should not have been this easy to get in here. I got lucky this time. He ripped open a food packet with a pop. I really thought I would need to reach A rank first, but this rank system does not rely on any machines at all. If I am too far from my ego, I will only get level 1 skills. It is completely unpredictable. A scene showed his body lying inside Taeshik O's connection room. Meanwhile, the man himself was casually scratching his ear. Seriously, even Taeshik Hong could not do a thing about this ability. Glancing at the glowing computer monitor, he twisted open his water bottle. Rue spoke up, Master, once your skill levels up, no matter how far apart we are, you will still be able to maintain our connection. Taking a sip from his water bottle, he said, I hope so, but I do not even know what it will turn into once it levels up. It depends on the ego. He touched the ring on his finger and pressed it, causing it to let out a sharp ah. He warned the sword Rue, watch it, or I will smack you. It quickly snapped back. You already did. Rummaging through his bag to find something, he muttered, sigh, on top of not knowing how to progress, I do not even understand this thing. The system gave another update. Rue, level 17, strength 40, speed 54, durability 50, mana 34. Additional skill, cannibalism, devour you. Shocked, he asked, wait, is that for real? Devour you? It actually does that? It snapped angrily. Are you out of your mind, human? Pushing himself up by his knees, he smirked playfully. Just kidding. That is enough resting. Time to move on. Grabbing his bag, he stood up and continued on his way. He unzipped his bag to check inside, seeing it packed with purple mana stones. My bag is completely stuffed with smoke bombs and recovery potions. Maybe I should buy a bigger bag? Suddenly, he noticed something else in his bag, staring down into it with surprise. He found a buff potion. If I drink this, I will free up some inventory space. Might as well use it now. With that, he pulled out a bottle. Suddenly, a massive wave of energy surged from somewhere in the cave. A voice rang out. I can feel a powerful energy coming from behind that door. The boss must be inside. I know, he replied, chugging down the buff potion. That is exactly why I am drinking this. His stats soared one after another. After a while, he ventured deeper into the cave, holding both Rue and L in his hands. Are we there yet? He looked slightly anxious. At this rate, the potions I just drank are going to wear off completely. L spoke up. I sense a massive power ahead. Rue added, I think we are almost there too. Suddenly, something caught his eye. A faint glow of light. El was likely over there as well. Urging him on, they said, "Well, let's go check it out then." He quietly hushed the two swords. "Keep your voices down." "Shh, quiet. It's not like anyone can hear us anyway," Rue grumbled. "All right, that's enough." El gently chimed in. "Rue, don't be rude to Master." Rue huffed. "Mind your own business, you stuck-up snob." Under the clear blue sky, a massive cavern lay below, illuminated by beams of sunlight streaming in. A terrifying presence seemed to swallow up more than half the energy of the gate, which had been raided countless times before. This creature possessed the aura of a true king. As the dust cleared, the boss, Chang Yung, came into view, resting on a massive boulder. In the distance stood Gi-gyu. Sensing an intruder in its territory, the beast snapped awake, opening its sharp, crimson eyes. Its gaze carried a pure, murderous intent, ready to slaughter anyone in its path. With its colossal frame, it stood up and began to move. A powerful surge of energy radiated from its body, and a blazing heat seemed to burn deep within its eyes. Looking at the terrifying rows of razor-sharp teeth, Rue remarked, "Well, now that's impressive." El quickly warned him, "Watch out, Master." Now, he was standing face to face with this spine-chilling, dangerous beast. He felt an overwhelming threat, a crushing pressure far greater than anything Talon had exerted. He fell into a defensive stance, his eyes sharp with high alert as he gripped his two swords tightly. He knew for certain this was a real boss. In the blink of an eye, the spot where the boss, Chang Yung, had just been standing was completely empty, leaving nothing behind but leaves swirling on the ground. It lunged at him with blinding speed, its massive body tearing through the terrain, sending dirt, rocks, and leaves flying in every direction. Its eyes blazed with a fiery red glare, as if trying to incinerate him, but he braced himself in his sturdiest defensive stance. His gaze sharpened, tracking every single move of its incoming attack. Striking his target and achieving his goal was something he absolutely had to do. Raising his sword, Rue, he blocked its razor-sharp fangs. Moving with agile grace, he gathered his strength and gripped El tightly. With El pushed to its absolute limit, he swung with all his might, slashing directly at Chang Yung's face and maw. At the same time, he quickly withdrew Rue, thrusting El deep into the beast's thick hide. But as the blade sank in, he realized it was too shallow. His eyes immediately scanned the beast, searching for Chang Yung's vital spot. Dark blood splattered across his face. As the pain from its face reached its brain, the beast let out an angry roar, its red eyes burning even hotter. If he let his guard down for even a second, it would tear him to pieces. Thrashing violently, it broke free from where El had pierced its flesh. The sheer force dragged him along before the beast launched him into the air, headbutting him and sending him flying backward. Dirt and debris exploded everywhere in utter chaos. Rolling across the ground, he slammed both swords deep into the earth to anchor himself, finally sliding to a halt. Its defense is much higher than I expected, he thought. He realized that to defeat Chang Yung, he couldn't rely on a single, decisive blow. He had to try a different approach. His only option was to slowly chip away at its health. Having figured out a plan, a smirk played on his lips. Not bad. Unleashing a torrent of raw power, Chang Yung glared at him with furious, crimson eyes, its muscles tensing as it prepared to charge and end his life. Facing such a formidable opponent, vivid memories of his past battles flashed through his mind, especially his desperate struggle against the goblin. Yet, he was determined to fight to the bitter end. He threw his backpack to the ground with a heavy thud, declaring, "Close quarters combat is my specialty." Leaping high into the air, he raised his blade to strike as the beast lunged forward. The sheer impact of his sword shattered a massive boulder into countless fragments, sending them flying in all directions. As the dust settled, the two stood face to face. Outraged, the beast went into a frenzy and charged straight at him. Crossing his twin blades, he blocked its razor-sharp teeth, though the force pushed him back. He held its jaws open with El, while driving Rue straight into its eye. He pushed down hard, plunging the blade deep into its socket with all his strength. Ripping the sword out, he followed up by unleashing a barrage of slashes across its body with both blades. Thrashing wildly in a desperate counterattack, the beast clawed him deeply, sending him flying backward as blood seeped from the wound. Digging his heels into the dirt, he strained to keep his ground. The beast lunged forward, snapping its massive jaws, ready to swallow him whole. After what felt like an eternity, the chaos subsided, and a heavy silence filled the cavern. The only sound left was his ragged, exhausted breathing after such a brutal battle. He collapsed onto the ground with a heavy sigh, while the boss, Chang Young, lay motionless nearby. Both were completely spent. Catching his breath, he muttered, "That was way too close." Dragging himself up, he walked over to Chang Young and looked down at it. The buff potion just wore off, and without Brunheart, I probably would have lost. Talon doesn't even compare to this thing, even though I just won. Chang Young stared up at him with its single remaining crimson eye, the other shut tight from the devastating wound he had inflicted. With a cold, calm expression, he said, "Thanks for dying by my hand." With those words, he drove his blade straight down. A final roar echoed through the cavern as blood splattered everywhere. Chang Young had been defeated. A system notification chimed. "You have defeated the boss, Chang Young. You have received a massive amount of experience." Ru absorbed Chang Young's blood, granting Ru a boost in speed stats from the beast's blood. You have acquired a skill from Trakung's blood. Your durability will now recover rapidly when taking damage. The cannibalism skill has been activated. He watched in amazement as a flood of notifications popped up, showing his stats rapidly rising. Huh? Meanwhile, the ego sword, Lu, in his hand, began to surge with power at a breakneck speed. An astonishing aura enveloped the blade as the cannibalism skill was triggered. The system chime rang, marking a brand new milestone in Gi-gyu's skill development. The beast's crimson blood suddenly turned pitch black, dissolving into the air like a handful of sand. Its blue fur looked as if it had been stained with dark ink. The filthy beast lay completely lifeless. Gi-gyu stood frozen, staring blankly at the scene before him. Its blood had splattered all over his face, and an invisible, heavy pressure now enveloped his entire body. Terrible roars continued to echo in the young man's ears. Just then, the system rang out once more. Lu has absorbed Trakung. You have successfully converted Trakung into a new ego. As soon as the voice faded, a brilliant blue crystal materialized right in front of Gi-gyu, immediately sparking his curiosity. What just happened? In response to his question, the deep, low voice of his magic sword, Lu, answered him. I have no idea. I've never heard of a monster being converted into an ego before, Lu replied. Gi-gyu quickly caught the floating gem, plopped down onto the ground, and muttered, "Whatever, we can figure that out later." Floating beside him, Lu and El watched closely, eager to see what would happen next. He then turned to the white sword next to him. "What about you, El?" El answered without a second thought. "Same here, Master," she added, her voice tinged with guilt. "I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help, Master." Gi-gyu's face fell in disappointment, and he muttered under his breath. Was it really because of Baphomet? At that moment, Lu chimed in, sounding a bit resentful. "Why didn't you tell me anything about this?" Hearing that, Gi-gyu didn't hesitate to ask. "Wait, if it was converted into an ego, does that mean you now carry Trakung's ego inside you, Lu?" But Lu quickly shut that down. "No, I don't feel anything different." Instantly, Gi-gyu looked away, completely ignoring Lu, which made the sword yell in a panic. "Hey, are you even listening to me?" He muttered to himself. Then what on earth is this? Since El had never used this skill before, Gi-gyu decided to call out, "Status screen." The moment he called, a sleek status board popped up right before his eyes. It displayed his details in full view. Name, Kim Gi-gyu. Level, 1. Class, Ego's partner. Exclusive abilities, Skill link and ego synchronization. Requirement, Trakung. This particular status board instantly caught his attention, making him tilt his head in curiosity. Gi-gyu stared intently at the skill name slot. All right, it's there, he thought, feeling a bit lost. But how do I actually use it? Do I just shout the skill name out loud? Even as the thought crossed his mind, a painful memory flashed back the last time he pushed his luck in a trial. He ended up with a massive gash on his head. That thought made him hesitate. He definitely didn't want to blindly rush into anything stupid again. He cleared his throat and muttered to himself, Ahem. Yeah, let's just try this later. As for when later would be, well, he'd cross that bridge when he got there. His sudden backing off left both magic swords dumbfounded, practically wearing giant question marks on their faces. Still, they didn't dare argue, and obediently returned to their master's side. Gi-gyu stood up, dusted off his pants, and muttered to himself as he walked, I still need to figure out what this cannibalism skill actually does. Plus, I scored a blue crystal that's way better than an A-rank purple one. Gi-gyu smiled from ear to ear, packing up his gear. With a rock this size, I'm gonna make a fortune. Humming happily, he took off. Now, time to head to the reward room. But before he could even take a few steps, he suddenly froze in his tracks. Wait, what? Gi-gyu panicked, frantically looking around. It's not here. His sudden alarm immediately put both swords on edge. What do you mean? Lu grumbled. His gruff attitude was the complete polar opposite of the gentle and polite L, who softly asked, Is something wrong, master? Gi-gyu explained, To get into the reward room, I have to touch the gatekeeper's body, but the gatekeeper is supposed to be that massive giant. Gi-gyu recalled seeing him during the last battle, but this time, Lu had completely devoured Trakung's body, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Gi-gyu cried out in frustration, throwing a childish tantrum as his arms and legs flailed wildly. Hearing his master's blame, Lu grumbled, feeling totally wronged. Why is it always my fault? Besides, we're inside a gate where the sun never sets. You cleared every single stage by just the second day. Was all that extra stuff even necessary? Don't you think you're just wasting your time on useless things? Lu scoffed, his tone dripping with condescension. Even L chimed in, trying to gently sway him. Actually, master, just stepping outside might be the best option right now. But Gi-gyu didn't seem to pay their words any mind. He bent down, peering intently into a nearby hollow tree trunk. After a moment, he turned back to his two swords and said firmly, No, we can't do that. If another massive anomaly happens like the one back in G-City, they're going to start keeping a close eye on us. Gi-gyu stood up straight, gazing out at the distant cliffs. If we can't explain what happened, even if we make it out, the gate's instability could rupture and cause massive casualties. Gi-gyu had indeed used that shortcut once before, but it had caused some serious issues. He wasn't about to risk doing it again. He said with absolute resolve, I have to finish what I started. Since I'm likely the cause of all this, I need to be the one to fix it. Hearing those words, El couldn't help but look at him with deep admiration. I truly admire your strong sense of responsibility, master. Receiving such praise, Gi-gyu smirked with pride, but before long, Lu poured cold water on his excitement. That sounds great and all, but are you sure you can clean up the mess you just made, master? The cheerful expression on Gi-gyu's face vanished instantly. He told them to shut up, reminding them that Tae-shik-hyung would be here in 4 days, so they had to avoid the worst-case scenario at all costs. Then he turned around and walked away, completely confident in his own words. Hearing Tae-shik-hyung's name, Lu had to admit that the human guy was actually pretty impressive. Gi-gyu chimed in. Of course. The best way is to solve this mystery before then. 3 days passed, and they searched every corner of the meadow, but still found nothing. During those 3 days, the amount of crystals they harvested had completely filled Gi-gyu's bag. Should we just wipe out the rest of the monsters too? He asked, stuffing food into his mouth. I think that's a great idea. Master is a bit simple, but his plan isn't half bad. El and Lu took turns chiming in with their agreement, so they went back to the paths they had skipped earlier and wiped out the remaining blue wolves. With Gi-gyu's current strength, doing so was practically a piece of cake. Another 2 days went by. It was now the 5th day of Gi-gyu being stuck here, and he had killed countless blue wolves. A single slash sliced right through the wolf's belly, sending it crashing to the ground. Holding Lu in his hand, Gi-gyu said nonchalantly, This is the last one. El's voice rang out in praise. Great job, master. But it seemed their real problem had arrived. There were no more wolves left. They had no idea what to do next. Gi-gyu looked at the results before him and asked, Now what? Dozens of glowing purple-blue crystals lay scattered across the ground. He rubbed his neck and wondered, shouldn't Tae-shik-hyung be here by now? Looking at the massive cave, an idea suddenly popped into his head. Should I just destroy the whole cave or something? Right at that moment, the voices of Lu and El suddenly cried out, Master! Master! All the energy is gathering in one spot. Gi-gyu reacted instantly. What? He quickly asked. Where is it? Lu and El replied one after another. It's where the meadow gatekeeping wolf was. Meanwhile, back in the city, the sun was beginning to set. Inside a public bathhouse, the automatic barrier sound generator was still running. Tae-shik-hyung said to Gi-gyu, If you had been just 1 hour later, I would have gone in myself. Gi-gyu laughed and replied to his senior, Haha, that was a close call. Under the pouring hot water, Tae-shik asked, Why did it take you so long to get out? I thought with your current skills, it would have only taken you 2 days? He replied without hesitation. To be honest, I defeated the boss on the very first day, but I ran into a bit of a problem. So the two of them chatted warmly while washing up. Tae-shik looked at Gi-gyu doubtfully. A problem? If you already defeated the boss, what could possibly be the problem? While lathering shampoo into his hair, Gi-gyu replied, the boss's corpse disappeared, so the reward room wouldn't trigger. Taishik, who was scrubbing himself, froze for a moment. What? How did you do that? He asked. Gi-gyu replied casually, well, I just killed all the remaining monsters. Taishik suddenly understood, his memory flashing back to the image of the young man holding a bag of crystals, grinning right in front of him. So that's why you had so many crystals, and you were clutching them so tightly like they were precious treasures. Gi-gyu paid no attention to his senior's comment, continuing with his own trip down memory lane. Anyway, after I killed the last one, all the gate's energy gathered at the boss's location. At that time, he was still inside the cave. Hearing the alert from his dual blades, he immediately rushed to the meadow, urged on by Lu. Master, hurry up! He yelled back as he ran, Lu, I'm running as fast as I can. As he neared the cave exit, a blinding light pierced through the darkness, hitting his eyes directly. Gi-gyu got closer and closer to the light source, and the moment he burst outside, the scene before him left him utterly stunned. It was truly indescribable. Panic and confusion completely took over his mind. Before him were thousands of fragments. It was as if the entire world had shattered into pieces and gathered in a single spot. The energy sphere appeared, and Gi-gyu carefully caught the tiny, brightly glowing object. Seeing the sphere sitting quietly in his hand, he froze in place. Then, the system sound rang out once more. You have acquired an ego fragment. Shifting focus away from the reward room, the shower had now been turned off. The flashback ended, and Gi-gyu returned to reality inside the public bathhouse. Taishik's voice broke the silence as he asked in confusion, what on earth are you talking about? But the young man met his question with complete silence. After a brief moment of thought, he stated firmly, I think the gate itself is an ego. Hearing this only left Taishik completely bewildered. The atmosphere suddenly fell dead silent. Neither of them said a word, with only the sound of water trickling down the drains on the floor. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening light bathed the entire city in a soft, golden-orange glow. I've converted all the crystals and rewards into cash and wired it to your bank account. It should be about $50,000 in total. The other replied, thank you. The two men stepping out of the building's entrance were Gi-gyu and Taishik. Taishik told him, don't mention it. Are you heading straight to the hospital now? He replied, yeah, I called her beforehand, but I should still go check on her. Better to meet up, otherwise I'll just worry. Mr. Tae-soo picked up his car keys and pressed the button to locate his car. Standing in front of his newly located car, he shoved his hands into his pockets and boisterously told him, hop in, I'll give you a lift. Gi-gyu hesitated, looking reluctant. I really don't want to. Hearing Gi-gyu's timid reply, Tae-soo immediately knew why he didn't want to get in. What's wrong with you, man? A real man drives pink, Tae-soo said cheerfully from the driver's seat. And of course, Mr. Tae-soo managed to stuff Gi-gyu into the car anyway. The interior looked incredibly cramped, especially since the manager's muscular, bulky build took up almost 2/3 of the space. Sitting there, he looked incredibly squeezed, like a reluctantly stuffed burrito. Tae-soo didn't seem to care at all, boisterously declaring, now this is what a real man looks like. Gi-gyu huddled as close to the door as possible, completely speechless. The manager stepped on the gas, and the pink car sped down the road. It went so fast that onlookers only saw a blur of smoke, accompanied by a booming, hearty laugh. Meanwhile, inside the hospital, Sujin's room, room 537, was lively. All right, as long as nobody's hurt, that's all that matters. Let's wake Yurang up and go out for drinks. Gi-gyu and his younger sister, Yurang, had already reached the door. At first glance, his sister looked a bit exhausted. Gi-gyu turned back to wave goodbye to the two in the room. I'm heading home first. You two keep talking. The manager waved back. Meanwhile, Sujin lay on the hospital bed, looking a bit weak but clearly improving. She said softly, thank you for looking after Gi-gyu. Tae-soo scratched his head and laughed. Oh, it's nothing, ma'am. I'm actually the one who's been relying on him the most. The siblings' soft footsteps echoed down the hospital hallway. As Kim Yurang covered her mouth and let out a tired yawn, Gi-gyu asked gently, are you really that exhausted and sleepy? Have you eaten yet? He smiled warmly at his sister as she stretched, reminding her, your exams are coming up soon, you know. Kim Yurang pouted. I only took a quick nap, so I'm still studying like normal. Gi-gyu advised, don't overdo it. Make sure you take care of yourself too. She looked up at him with a playful grin. If that's the case, then make me feel protected. Suddenly, someone cried out a warning, and An elderly lady with a wrinkled hand, an IV needle in her arm, was clinging to her IV pole to move around. "Watch out! Are you Sujin's son, young man?" As the two were talking, they saw the old lady walking toward them from the opposite direction. Yurang quickly greeted her. "Oh, hello, Grandma," she asked. "Aren't you asleep yet at this hour?" The old lady replied slowly. "I just wanted to get out and stretch my legs a bit. I heard you two talking, so I stopped by." Shifting her gaze to Gi-gyu, she held his hand and smiled warmly. "It's all because of you that Yurang turned out to be such a good kid." He quickly supported her arm, replying modestly, "Oh, it's really nothing, Grandma." Squeezing his hand tightly, she said, "You really are a young man full of life." "Thank you, Grandma," he replied. With that, she waved goodbye, saying, "Sorry for bothering you two." Gi-gyu and Yurong bowed to her. "Not at all, Grandma. Please be careful, and we'll see you tomorrow." The old lady began to walk away slowly, but then she suddenly froze. Turning back to look at him, she called out softly, "Young man." "Yes, Grandma," Gi-gyu replied. She whispered gently, "There are opposing energies clashing within you." Gi-gyu froze for a moment, startled by her words. She continued, "Try your best not to lose yourself." She turned around and walked away, her voice fading into the distance. "I hope you can overcome the obstacle ahead." The hospital hallway fell silent, leaving only the two siblings standing there. Still puzzled by her words, he wondered, what did she mean by that? He stared down at his hand that she had just held, utterly confused. Could she have sensed something? By the next day, the sun was shining brightly. The trees in front of the hospital gleamed with a vibrant, lively green. Starting a new day, Gi-gyu woke up and stretched. Man, that sleep felt amazing. Compared to that damp cave, this place is like a 5-star hotel. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed a doctor standing right in front of him. The doctor, standing alongside a nurse, asked, "Are you a relative of the patient, Sujin?" He replied, "Yes. Is something wrong?" The doctor cleared his throat slightly. "Do you have a moment to talk?" Meanwhile, in a different setting, the sun shone brightly on a statue holding a sword, standing proudly in the heat. A mystical vortex suddenly materialized in midair, making a remarkably loud noise. The mystical purple vortex spun rapidly like a time machine, emitting a bizarre and eerie roar from within. Standing in front of the vortex, a blonde-haired young man looked at his heavy-set friend next to him and sighed with relief. "Ah, finally going home after 3 days. Do you want to grab some drinks after we clean up?" His heavy-set friend replied. "Just some light beer. I really need to get some rest." The heavy-set friend suddenly spotted something. "Huh?" The blonde-haired guy, still rambling on, asked, "What is it? Want to switch to soju?" His friend quietly whispered to the blonde guy, "Isn't that the murder master?" The blonde-haired guy looked surprised, scanning the area. "Wait, where?" He then smirked. "Whoa, I'm a huge fan. Should I go over and say hi?" His friend replied, "Go for it if you want." But wait, the blonde guy suddenly noticed something was off. His face darkened, and his lips pressed into a tight line. The blonde guy thought, "What's that about?" He looks incredibly weighed down by something. He recalled his conversation with the doctor in the hallway. The patient is currently in extremely critical condition. Even though she isn't showing it, her organs are suffering severe damage. With a heavy heart, Gi-gyu walked forward listlessly. Before him, his little sister was fast asleep by their grandmother's bedside. In his head, the doctor's words kept echoing. Medication therapy won't hold up much longer. No matter how well you care for her now, it's just too late. Back to the present. Inside the illusion, Gi-gyu stood before 2 massive, bull-headed monsters. Each one was 3 times his size, their eyes burning red with bloodlust. Clutched in their hands were heavy iron blades. The doctor's voice echoed in his mind once again. "There is one final issue, but we still don't know the cause." With a pale, desperate face, Gi-gyu pressed, "What? What is it?" But the doctor only replied, "I'm sorry, but all we can say right now is that she has 1 year left at most, and at worst, 3 months. Hearing this, he bit his lower lip tightly, consumed by a wave of guilt and torment. Right now, he was standing before a pack of highly aggressive, bull-headed monsters. Gi-gyu charged forward with all his might. As he fought, he blamed himself. "It's all my fault. It's because I was always too hesitant that they had to suffer. If only I had been braver back then." The torment and agony inside him made him completely numb to physical pain. His physical strength exploded, enveloping everything in a blinding, brilliant red light. The thought, "If only I were stronger. Faster. kept haunting and eating away at him. The scene then shifts to the dark night, as a torrential rain pours down. The rain was blinding. In the midst of the relentless downpour, his scream echoed through the sky, tearing through the dark night. Gi-gyu stood frozen like a statue in the pouring rain. The battle just now had drained a massive amount of his energy. He dragged his two swords along the ground, panting heavily. A voice echoed in his head. "Master, have you lost your mind? Do you want to die? This is starting to get out of hand." He calmly scolded. "Watch your mouth." Lu, the sword in his hand, glowed as he spoke. "Your mother's illness is extremely severe. I can understand how much agony your heart is in, Master." Gi-gyu hung his head in the pouring rain, his wet hair completely covering his eyes. He gritted his teeth, holding back any sound to suppress his bursting emotions. Meanwhile, on the 19th floor of the tower, the sky was much clearer. Coniferous trees grew densely, reaching high up toward the light. The crowd of people ahead was suddenly startled by the sight before them. A hunched back, weighed down by mountains of gear piled high on his shoulders. Gi-gyu was carrying countless backpacks on his back. Whispers began to erupt around him. "Who is that? Whoa! Look at all those bags! Are those all crystal bags? Is he gathering them to use for a whole year or what? Wait, isn't that him? The guy who's been hunting like a maniac for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. So he's been in here the entire time? He went from the 11th floor to this 19th floor in just 2 weeks. Hey, mister, that looks heavy. Need some help? He. Gi-gyu remained silent, not letting a single word get to him. His face had grown gaunt, his beard thicker, making him look almost 10 years older. The whispering crowd around him suddenly shifted their attention. It seemed some unfriendly folks had arrived. Ugh. What the heck are they doing on the 19th floor? A group in black, consisting of 3 young men, all looking arrogant and hostile, known as the Red Players. One of them, with a sleazy look, smirked disdainfully. "Ha, let me carry that for you," Gi-gyu muttered in disgust. The smug guy was laughing when he suddenly saw a flash of blood-red fire. His eyes widened, filled with both terror and shock. Without saying a word, Gi-gyu pressed his glowing red sword right against the neck of the babbling man in black. He stammered, cursing, "You bastard!" The man in black tried to tilt his neck to avoid the blade resting right against him, still trying to sound tough. Don't you know who I am?" He coldly cut him off. "Shut up." Gi-gyu's eyes flashed with blood-red sparks, as if he could kill the man in black with his gaze alone. He snarled, "Get lost. And don't even dream of touching my stuff." The man in black was so terrified by the bloodlust radiating from him that his legs shook. Trembling in fear, he thought, "What the hell is this? This is terrifying." Gi-gyu right now looked no different from a bloodthirsty demon, his eyes crimson red and his face dark. A cold, gloomy gray enveloped the surrounding air. Gi-gyu pressed the sword to his neck and roared, "Get lost." Right then, a well-dressed young man ran over, intending to intervene. "What's going on over there?" Making the thugs realize he was from the association. "Damn it, it's the association." Seeing this, they scrambled to run. "Let's get out of here." Turning their heads, they threatened Gi-gyu, "I won't forget your face. Consider yourself lucky." By this time, the young man had arrived and asked, "Is everything all right?" Gi-gyu turned to look at him with a suspicious expression. The polite young man introduced himself. "My name is Hyo Seong-hoon, a security officer for the 19th floor from the Korean Players Association. I hope you can cooperate with me." Gi-gyu explained, "It seems some red players had their eyes on my bags." Looking at the mountain of bags behind Gi-gyu, Hyo Seong-hoon forced a smile. "Well, that pile is so huge, I can totally see why." At the same time, Hyo Seong-hoon recognized Gi-gyu and asked, "By any chance, are you the player Gi-gyu?" This surprised Gi-gyu. Feeling suspicious, he asked, "What did I do to make you put a bounty on my head?" Gi-gyu added, "By the way, the person who brought me here is named Hyo Seong-hoon." At the same time, he recalled what Hyo Seong-hoon had said, "Please tell the chief. He promised to give me a bonus." At this moment, Tae-shik spoke up. "As for Hyo Seong-hoon, I guess I'll have to double his bonus this month." Hearing this, Gi-gyu sighed. Gi-gyu asked in confusion, "What is it you want?" To which he replied, "What do you think? Did you really think I'd come looking for you after you went completely off the grid inside the tower for 2 weeks?" he asked, sounding utterly exhausted. "Is that all?" he replied. "Of course not." Then, he shared a piece of news that made Gi-gyu's eyes widen in shock. "There is a way to cure your mother," he said, his voice turning dead serious. It's the only no. You probably already know about it, right? Taeshik mentioned, bringing up the legendary elixir, ambrosia. It seemed Gi-gyu was already familiar with it. He replied, a universal cure that can heal any disease, but finding the elixir is nearly impossible. Before he could even finish his sentence, the man cut in. Exactly, he explained. Only 3 elixirs have ever been found in history. One was discovered right when the tower first appeared, awarded as a clear reward to Marco Alonso, the first person to conquer the 50th floor, and the other 2 were rewards for clearing gates. Hearing him say that, the man remarked, you know a lot more about this than I thought. He only knew because he had already done some research beforehand. I've looked into this multiple times. Taeshik brought up the gates again. Then I guess I don't need to explain it to you, do I? Wondering about the connection between the 2 gates, he asked. Are you talking about the labyrinth gates? Taeshik explained. Labyrinth gates are notoriously difficult because of the sheer volume of monsters of various ranks, not to mention their powerful gatekeepers and countless traps. But because they're classified as hybrid gates and kept separate from standard ranked gates, anyone can challenge them as long as they verify their identity. The good news for him was that the 3rd labyrinth gate had appeared in America just 2 days ago. He also advised, make sure to clean yourself up before you go. Sujin will faint if she sees you looking like this. Noticing the pile of bags Gi-gyu brought back, the older man offered to help him exchange the loot. I'll liquidate everything you brought back into cash and transfer it to your account fee-free. So just leave your bags here. Gi-gyu thanked him. After seeing Gi-gyu out, Taeshik leaned back in his chair and let out a weary sigh. Craving a smoke as the orange glow of the sunset reflected off the window glass, he muttered, Gi-gyu, I've done everything I possibly could for you. The next day at the association, Gi-gyu asked curiously, are you Song-hoon-heo? Seong-hoon-heo gave a friendly reply. That's right. He rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly, adding, the director told me to see this through if I want my bonus. So I've been assigned to be your guide. He added, the director has already taken care of all the paperwork, and your supplies are fully prepped. With that, Seong-hoon-heo motioned for Gi-gyu to follow. We can head out right now. Please, follow me. Gi-gyu stopped him, saying, wait, just a second. Standing on the 20th floor of the association building, system windows popped up one after another. You have passed the test. Your synchronization skill has evolved into Ego Synchronization, Level 1. Class, Ego's Companion. Special ability, Bond allows you to link with an ego. The Ego Synchronization skill allows you to channel 35% of the ego's power. He silently analyzed his new skill. This class rank isn't common at all. Even though I can only channel 35% of its power, I can already feel my body overflowing with way more strength than before the test. Seong-hoon-heo spoke up, Player Gi-gyu? Looking over at him, he replied, yes? Seong-hoon-heo remarked, usually it takes a whole day to clear the 20th floor test. Gi-gyu didn't get it and asked, right, so what about it? Seong-hoon-heo found it hard to believe, considering Gi-gyu had been inside for less than 20 minutes. Clearing his throat, Seong-hoon-heo flashed a bright smile and said, never mind. Shall we head out then? Gi-gyu asked. What time is our flight? I feel like I've kept us waiting too long. Hearing this, the guide burst out laughing. Oh, we won't be boarding a plane. Gi-gyu's mind went completely blank with confusion. Seong-hoon-heo explained, we're going to the 5th floor. Clarifying further, he added, even though players from different countries rarely cross paths inside the Labyrinth Tower because the zones are separate, there's no denying that the tower is interconnected across the entire globe. The scene shifts to the 5th floor, the local branch office of the Korean Hunter Association. Seong-hoon-heo led Gi-gyu inside. Gi-gyu was amazed. An elevator inside the building? Isn't it practically impossible to run electricity in here? How does this even work? Seong-hoon-heo explained. It's an artifact powered by quartz. He added, in fact, you can think of this entire building as one massive artifact. That's how critical this location is. Gi-gyu thought to himself, just how much money did they pour into this place? As they arrived, Seong-hoon-heo announced, we're here. When the elevator doors slid open, Gi-gyu gasped at the sight before him. It turned out this place was. Stretching out before him was the bustling terminal of the International Warp Gate Management Center. Gi-gyu said, his interest piqued. I never imagined I'd actually use an international warp gate. I heard they're top secret, heavily guarded by each country's association. Seong-hoon-heo replied, they're definitely not for just anyone. Director Taeshik has a lot more pull than you think. He stopped in his tracks and pointed. Ah, here it is. The two stopped in front of the warp gate bound for America. Seong-hoon-heo cheerfully checked in with the gatekeeper, saying, "Let's see here." As they both stepped toward the gate, Song-hoon-heo joked, "Ready to ride the fastest transit system in the world?" Gi-gyu laughed in response. "Ha ha, you sure look excited." But privately, he thought, does this even count as transportation? Stepping through the portal, the two instantly arrived in Los Angeles, USA. On the way to the gate, while Seong-hoon-heo drives, Ji-woo flips through the files to learn more about it. According to the files, several high-ranking hunters have signed up for this raid. First is Ironside from America, second is Athena from Europe, and finally, the Demon King from South Korea. He anxiously thinks to himself, will I really be okay standing alongside them? Just then, Seong-hoon-heo pulls the car over and says, "We're here, and this is modern-day hell." Looming before them is the third labyrinth gate, the Labyrinth of Hades. Nearby, someone calls out, "Hey, do you know anything?" "Not a clue," another replies, before asking, "Wait, who's that?" He looks Korean. Adjusting his glasses, a white-haired man replies, I've never seen him before either. He must be with the association." He activates an appraisal skill with his eyes, but as he sizes Ji-woo up, a look of surprise crosses his face. "Huh?" The guy next to him asks, "What is it?" He replies, "He is only level 1, with absolutely no stats, and no special abilities whatsoever." The other guy is stunned. "Wait, not even your skill can read him?" The white-haired man nods. "Yeah. I'm shocked myself. This is a first." Intrigued, the other responds, Is that so?" Lowering her sunglasses, a woman smiles and says, "And he is totally my type too. How interesting." Along the worn brick path, ancient mossy stone walls rise, overgrown with thick, crawling vines. Deep cracks splinter across the stones as piles of dirt spill over, blocking part of the path. Debris rains down from out of nowhere, scattering everywhere as deafening rumbles echo through the air. Ji-woo is pushing himself to the absolute limit, channeling every ounce of his strength to hold his ground against the looming threat. Suddenly, a massive spider charges at him with blinding speed, thrusting its razor-sharp fangs right at him. Gripping his dual blades tightly, Ji-woo gets into a defensive stance, waiting for the beast to strike. Clenching a long spear, Seong-hoon-heo charges forward head first. Ji-woo screams to signal him, "Throw it now!" "Got it!" Seong-hoon shouts back. Pouring every ounce of his strength into it, he grinds his teeth, his eyes locking on with fierce determination. He hurls the spear forward. It flies with intense momentum, tearing through the air right toward the beast with a resounding boom. The spearhead drives straight into the center of the spider's forehead. As Seong-hoon yanks the weapon back, bursts of bright light begin to erupt from the massive beast's body. The spider disintegrates, leaving only the two men behind. Seong-hoon stands there, staring at the dissipating remains before him. Letting out a sigh of relief, Ji-woo walks over and praises him. "Nice job." Looking ahead, he smiles and asks, "Is it time for you to go?" Still holding his spear, Seong-hoon glances over and replies, "Yeah, 15 hours have already passed. Considering how long it will take to head back, it is best I leave now." The two step closer to each other. Reaching out, Ji-woo offers his gratitude. "Thanks for everything so far. I couldn't have adapted this fast without you." Seong-hoon praises him back. "Your growth speed is honestly incredible. If you really want to thank me, you owe me a meal next time." Their hands lock in a firm handshake, sealing a mutual promise. "Deal. Get back safely." Seong-hoon bids farewell. "I will see you back in South Korea." He sprays a bright red X onto the worn stone wall to mark the path he has taken. Wrapping it up, he mumbles a quiet, "Okay." Looking back at the mark, he assesses the area. "Looks like I'm all done here." In his hand is an orange spray, labeled Infinite Paint, a tool used for marking paths. Looking past the scattered carcasses of giant beasts, the ancient walls bear the fresh battle scars of his victories. 1 week has passed since Seong-hoon left. By now, Ji-woo can easily take down 3 giant spiders at once without breaking a sweat. He keeps walking down the moss-covered path, lost in deep thought. But getting too comfortable with one type of monster means I am stagnating. Suddenly, his eyes sharpen as a thought hits him. If I want to get closer to the boss room, I need stronger monsters to show up. In Ji-woo's palm, a round, white object resembling a ball of yarn appears. He wonders, what is this? Then, he remembers what Seong-hoon told him before leaving. This is Ariadne's yarn. It is an item that lets you warp back to the gate's entrance once. Seong-hoon's words continue to echo in his mind. It is a gift from Chief Taeho, along with a message. If you run into a monster that's too strong, just run. That's what he said. Ji-woo recalls that crucial piece of advice. Don't save it for later. Nothing is more precious than your life. Reminded of this, Ji-woo tells himself, well, even if it kills me, I don't plan on using it until I get that medicine. A sudden shriek snaps him out of his thoughts, startling him. 2 rings on his fingers collide, emitting bright sparks of electricity. The sparks grow rapidly, completely enveloping him. A long metal staff materializes in his hand. With a dead serious expression, he speaks into the empty air. Can you hear me? A girl's voice replies from the void. It is highly suspicious. Master, you had better not go over there. But this warning is not about to hold him back. Deep down, he still wanted to head deeper inside to check things out, because it could become a threat in the future, putting both him and everyone else in danger. Out of nowhere, a voice echoed in agreement. The little girl was tightly wrapped in thick vines. She frowned in discomfort, crying out for someone to save her. From a distance, she was completely bound by the vines, with other creepers hanging down around her like terrifying green snakes. Yet, he kept a wary eye on her, not daring to get any closer. Hiding behind a tree trunk, he watched her closely, his eyes filled with suspicion. She was just too sketchy. The vines tightened further around her tiny body, but he still couldn't bring himself to trust the situation. Why on earth would a kid like her be out here all alone, and a Korean one at that? To top it off, she even looked a bit like Yoo-jung. He suspected this was some kind of illusion from a shape-shifting trap. The scene suddenly reminded him of a massive anglerfish bearing its sharp, terrifying teeth in front of an adorable little fish. But that little fish didn't show even a hint of fear. Taking a step back, he muttered under his breath to his sword. It's probably best if we just pretend we didn't see anything. There were just too many red flags. The sword in his hand flashed, and that voice echoed once more, saying, "What did I tell you?" Just as he turned to leave, a weak cry of "Mom" reached his ears, forcing him to freeze. But even those words couldn't quite move his heart. Gripping both swords tightly, he quietly stepped out from behind the tree and started backing away toward where he came from. But his footsteps slowed when he heard the girl crying out, apologizing to her mother for not being able to pay her hospital bills. The sword called out to him again, "Master, don't tell me." He hung his head, letting his hair fall over his eyes as he gritted his teeth so hard they clicked. Isn't that cliché a bit overdone? The girl kept crying out for her mother, tears streaming down her cheeks. The sword mocked. Even a 9-year-old wouldn't fall for that. His grip on the sword tightened even more as it kept rambling, "You idiot." He swung the sword with all his might, slashing through the vines in a blur of red and gold light. Cut to pieces, the vines scattered everywhere. He caught the collapsing girl just before she hit the grass and gently sat her up against an old wall. Leaning against the wall with one knee up, he asked, "Did you get separated from your party?" She closed her eyes to rest, replying, "I only let my guard down for a second." She wiped her eyes with one hand while holding a water bottle in the other. That girl was Soo-jung, a natural-born buffer. As long as you have the talent, you can become a player even at 10 years old, though having a minor in the party was usually a hassle. Still, she was incredibly valuable, as natural-born buffers were extremely rare, much like naturally awakened players like Gi-gyu. He suddenly thought of a man dressed in white clothes with gold accents and a red cloak, holding a staff in one hand and raising the other high. That had to be the reason they brought a kid to such a dangerous place. He handed her a small square box, which she glared at suspiciously. Noticing her wariness, he quickly explained, "This is a safe zone kit. It only lasts for 1 day, but it should keep you safe until help arrives." She stood up and called out, "Mister," making him stare at her in shock. He looked back at Soo-jung and asked. Soo-jung asked if she could tag along, but he flatly refused. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek as he looked at her and explained, "You should know this by now. If you're a player, you have to take full responsibility for your own life. I can't help you any more than this. Besides, I'm not nearly old enough to be called Mister." She grabbed his arm and begged, "Please, I'm actually really good at supporting. I'll definitely be useful." Seeing Gi-gyu's hesitation, she pleaded, "I only just became a player, so my level is really low. But when I told them about my natural talent," sob. She began to tear up, clinging to his hand as she sniffled. "I only went with them because they promised to pay me a ton of money." He turned his head, trying not to let her tears sway him. He told her flat out that his goal was to clear the gate, and he had no intention of turning back. Soo-jung's eyes went wide as he explained, "It's going to be extremely dangerous, and even if we split the loot, I can't spare any potions for you if they drop." Hearing this, the girl gasped, "Wait, you're actually letting me come along?" Gi-gyu, still holding the safe zone kit, quickly backtracked, "I'm just warning you beforehand, but if you're useless, I'll dump you with another party along the way. I'm not your bodyguard after all." Overjoyed, she cheered, "Thank you so much." Who knows what was going on behind the wall, but Gi-gyu suddenly shouted, "All right, fine." He tried to justify his decision to himself. Having a support around would make hunting a whole lot easier. It definitely wasn't because she mentioned her sick mother, or because she reminded him of Yu Jung. Not at all. Suddenly, the rings on his fingers flared to life, casting a bright, warm light through the dense forest, illuminating every dark corner. A giant spider crouched on the grass, bearing its long, razor-sharp fangs. Gi-gyu gripped his sword and roared, "Soo-jung, buff me." The girl nodded and immediately cast her skill. His knees buckled as a surge of blue energy coursed down his legs, bracing for the impact. He swept across the grass, tearing up layers of dirt and rocks in his wake. That massive surge of power erupted in a flash of yellow and red light, flinging the giant spiders high into the air. Gritting his teeth, he furrowed his brow and pushed past his limits, channeling every ounce of his strength. The massive beast kept charging forward, leaving a trail of kicked-up dirt and debris. But Gi-gyu used his overwhelming power to slam the monster straight onto the grassy ground. The giant spider crashed down, sending shockwaves through the air, yet his feet remained firmly planted right in front of it. Having absorbed the blood of the venomous ants, his poison resistance had increased. With the battle finally over, they sat back down against the old crumbling wall to rest. 2 weeks had passed, and ever since Yu Jung joined him, hunting had become a breeze. The young girl happily bragged that her level had gone up yet again. He handed her some food from his bag while praising her hard work. She confidently declared, "It won't be long before I catch up to you." He just chuckled, playfully teasing her that she wouldn't be able to. Suddenly, Gi-gyu grew quiet and cast a wary glance around. He quickly pressed himself against the wall and whispered to her before she could even realize what was going on. "Shh, I sensed someone close by." He peered around the edge of the wall, keeping his body hidden. His eyes locked onto a figure, and his mind immediately raced. That was the massive guild led by a high-ranking American player, Iron Shield. A group of fully armored, shield-bearing soldiers marched out in perfect formation. It was the Iron Guild. Anxiety washed over Kim Gi-gyu's face as he thought, if he's a high ranker, he probably already sensed my presence. He leaned back, his thoughts racing. If they mistake me for a spy, they might attack on sight. I need to get out of here, fast. Suddenly, massive boulders began levitating in midair all around them. As the dust and smoke began to settle, Gi-gyu squinted, trying to make out what had just happened. He wiped the sweat dripping down his face, raising a hand as he stared forward. Deep within the desolate wilderness, the heavy panting of Gi-gyu and Yu Jung echoed inside a dark cave. Catching her breath, she asked in confusion, "Why are we running? We didn't do anything wrong." He pulled a small bottle from his bag and replied, "Actually, we did. It would be fine if we just bumped into them, but we were tailing them. Tailing can lead to surprise attacks, so players are forbidden from doing it." Yu Jung replied, "But it's rare for anyone to just launch an attack like that out of nowhere." As she spoke, he handed her the bottle. "Here, drink this." She took it and said, "Thank you." Gi-gyu sat down and shrugged. "Well, major guilds have a lot of enemies," Yu Jung asked. "So what do we do now? Should we take the long way around to avoid them?" "No, we are going to keep our distance and follow them," he said. Seeing her confused look, he explained, "Look at it from a different angle, and you'll see how beneficial this is. If we're following the path cleared by a highly experienced group, then we're definitely heading in the right direction." She smiled and nodded. "I get it." Stepping out of the cave, they noticed fresh markings on the wall. "See?" Gi-gyu said. "They left traces here too." He scanned their surroundings and continued, "Since the Iron Guild cleared out all the monsters ahead, we don't have to fight, and we don't have to worry about any hidden traps. It's incredibly convenient for us." He smiled, adding, "All we have to do now is find the boss room first." But then he suddenly realized Yu Jung was gone. Gripping his two swords tightly, he muttered in confusion, "Where on earth did she go?" A sudden, heavy silence fell over the area. Then, both Lu and El warned him of an approaching presence. He tensed up, completely blindsided by what was happening. Suddenly, Lu roared, "Dodge, you idiot!" El also cried out, "Please dodge. Master." A cold shiver ran down Gi-gyu's spine. A menacing gaze locked onto him from behind, and a harsh voice spat. "Found you, you bastard." Confused and terrified, Gi-gyu spun around and stammered, "What?" Before he could even finish his sentence, a massive hand grabbed his head and slammed it hard against the wall. He thought desperately, "I can't lose consciousness." Even through the haze of unconsciousness, he could hear a muffled voice shouting, "Hey, wake up." Then, someone slapped his face, leaving him completely disoriented. As his eyes fluttered open, a cold voice muttered, "Finally, you're awake." He stared at a pair of pale lips before a rough hand grabbed a fistful of Gi-gyu's hair. Glaring down at him with icy, furious eyes, Iron Shield demanded, "Who hired you, you pathetic rat?" Gi-gyu thought to himself, "Damn it, I don't speak English. A spy? Does he think I was tailing them on purpose?" Iron Shield's grip tightened as he barked, "Who are you? How did you manage to bypass my senses? Tell the truth, and I'll make your death quick and painless." Gi-gyu shrieked in sheer terror, "Kill me, please, don't kill me. I'm not a spy. I was just hunting. I swear, I was just hunting." Iron Shield paused for a brief moment, narrowing his eyes. "You don't speak English?" One of his lackeys stepped forward and sneered. "He might be acting, Guildmaster." Iron Shield stared down at him with deep suspicion. "Well, we'll see about that." Then he called out, "Rogers Han." He immediately responded, "Yes, Guildmaster." Seeing the man step forward, Gi-gyu instantly recognized him. It was Rogers Han, a famous Korean-American player who had recently announced he was joining the Iron Guild. Gi-gyu wondered anxiously, "Does he already know I'm Korean?" Rogers Han then approached him and asked, "Hello there, you know me, right? I'm pretty famous in Korea. Should I ask, do you know club? Let's skip the formalities." He then pulled a pouch out of Gi-gyu's bag and said, "Ah, right. I knew you were Korean because of this item in your luggage. Wow, this stuff is pretty pricey, isn't it?" He then offered a fake apology for the rough welcome. "I'm sorry about the harsh greeting. Our guildmaster is in a terrible mood today." Gi-gyu thought to himself, "Oh, he actually seems pretty friendly, doesn't he? But since they brought a translator over, that means they're willing to talk, right?" Rogers Han then cut straight to the point. "So, why were you tailing us? Who sent you? And how on earth did you manage to bypass our guildmaster's senses?" Gi-gyu panicked and cried out, "Tailing you? No. This is all a huge misunderstanding. You have got it all wrong. I came here to hunt, and I am just an independent player. I do not belong to any group. Please, you have to clear my name. I did not do anything stupid like trying to fool his senses. I thought you guys already knew I was there, so I figured you were okay with it." He listens to that and glares at him with pure suspicion, saying, Yeah, I get it." He draws his blade, holding it right in front of him. Gi-gyu is totally confused, huh? But then, he coldly stabs his blade straight into his leg. Stunned and in excruciating pain, Gi-gyu screams out, "Ah, arg." Rogers Han scoffs. "Huh, why is this guy so incredibly weak?" He looks up at him, writhing in pain. "Ugh." He sneers, "I do not know what brought a pathetic loser like you all the way out here, but how dare you try to trick us in the first place?" Rogers Han looks down at him in disgust and continues, "Hunting, huh? I bet you are after the elixir, are you not?" Meanwhile, a conversation is happening a short distance away. Brooke holds the sword in his hands and remarks, "What a bizarre sword. I cannot even open its status window, and it is way too dull for how it looks. It could not even cut through orc skin." Iron Shield ponders for a moment. Then, he says, "We can hand it over to a blacksmith when we get back. Just keep it for now." He obediently replies, "Yes, Guildmaster." Brooke's eyes light up. "Compared to your Kallian sword, this thing is just a piece of scrap metal." Back to the interrogation, Rogers Han rumbles through all of Gi-gyu's belongings. He picks up a potion bottle and says, "An expensive potion, and it heals pretty fast, does it not?" Rogers Han wears a sinister grin and pours the liquid directly onto Gi-gyu's leg wound, mockingly saying, "No matter how many times I stab you, you will not die." Gi-gyu glares at him in agony. Rogers Han scoffs, "Do not give me that look. I thought you loved throwing your money around, so I am just helping you use it, right?" He leans in close, his face twisted in malice as he threatens, "So, you had better spill your guts right now, you bastard. Whose dog are you?" He weakly replies, "I already told you, I lied about hunting, but I really did come here all by myself." Frustrated by not getting the answer he wants, he delivers a brutal punch to Gi-gyu's face. Rogers Han growls, Do you think we are playing games here? He continues. We already checked your stats before you even woke up. Even the rope tying you up is not some special item. It is just a regular rope. Rogers Han roars in anger. Do you seriously expect me to believe someone who cannot even break out of a normal rope came all the way here by himself? Do you think I am an idiot? Seeing this, Iron Shield calls out to Rogers Han, come grab a bite to eat first, then you can get back to it. Hearing Iron Shield's call, he reluctantly heads over, despite wanting to continue. Rogers Han glares at Gi-gyu one last time before delivering a heavy blow straight to his stomach, making him scream out in agonizing pain. Rogers Han turns to walk away and says, You had better stop acting, smart guy. Once he leaves, Gi-gyu thinks weakly to himself, I should not have been so complacent. No matter how many times I told myself, I realize now just how much I am still lacking. After his fight with Taishik, Gi-gyu thinks again, conquering the entire labyrinth by myself, there is practically a 0% chance of clearing it. Even knowing it is impossible, I just could not let go of the thought. Maybe I can make it happen. The thoughts keep spinning in his head, but everything I relied on was just borrowed power. All they had to do was take away my weapons, and here I am, completely helpless. From a distance, a group of people is watching him and the Iron Stone Guild. A girl with platinum blonde hair says, Estimated distance is 2 kilometers. There is a high chance we will drop right next to Iron Shield. After a brief pause, the girl turns to the woman wearing a golden mask and asks, What is your plan? The woman responds only with a cold, piercing gaze. A suffocating air of despair fills Gi-gyu's agonizing inner monologue. After a brutal interrogation, his fingers and toes were sliced 27 times, his bones broken 63 times, with 121 puncture wounds and deep cuts. Gi-gyu's body is now covered in dark bruises and dripping blood from countless wounds, both big and small. He weakly mutters, and tortured so many times, about 200. Empty potion bottles they used on him are scattered all over the ground. Fresh blood completely stains the ground, pooling around the empty bottles. Tied tightly to a stone pillar, bruised and battered, Gi-gyu looks utterly helpless and broken. He hollowly thinks to himself, It has been 4 days since the Ironstone Guild captured me. The Ironstone Guild members, led by Iron Shield, look down at Gi-gyu's pathetic state and sneer. He sure is stubborn. If he had a bit more talent, I might have recruited him. Gi-gyu remains dead silent, keeping his head slumped down. Iron Shield orders one of his men, Brook, to bring over the guy's swords. Brook receives the order and asks, Both of them? Iron Shield replies flatly, Just one is enough. Staring at Gi-gyu's hollow shell of a body, he coldly adds, I was going to melt them down for scrap, but I have changed my mind. A man like him deserves a proper send-off. I will personally end you with your own sword. Taking the sword, Iron Shield shares his plan. Your grieving soldiers will serve as your tomb when you are buried along with this gate that will go down in history. Quite an honorable death for a player, would you not say? Grip tightening around Gi-gyu's pitch-black demonic sword, Iron Shield steps right up to him and coldly delivers his final words. I will make this quick. He points the blade directly at Gi-gyu's stomach. With one hand pinning Gi-gyu's shoulder down and the other gripping the hilt, Iron Shield positions the sword to deliver the final blow. Right then, Gi-gyu's lips suddenly twitch, and a cold, sharp slicing sound rings out. As blood splattered everywhere, Gi-gyu's eyes suddenly went completely lifeless, rolling back in sheer shock. But a split second later, a fierce fighting spirit flared across his face. The demon sword trembled violently and began to disperse, channeling its dark power straight into him. A system notification flashed, confirming the link to his true self was restored. Breaking free from his restraints, Gi-gyu snapped the ropes like thread. With nothing left to hold him back, he lunged forward in a fit of rage. The moment his hands gripped his demon sword, Gi-gyu drove the blade straight toward the Iron Shield with lethal force. Roger Han's eyes widened in sheer disbelief, while the rest of the guild watched on, completely glued to the action. Gi-gyu thought his strike had landed, but his triumphant expression quickly turned to absolute shock. His direct, full-power strike had been effortlessly caught by Iron Shield, using just a single hand. Clamping down on the demon sword, Iron Shield smirked coldly. So, you were hiding a trump card after all, huh? No wonder I felt the Demon King's energy. I guess it makes sense why she took such an interest in a weakling like you. She must have treated you like her little toy. Gritting his teeth, Gi-gyu strained with every ounce of his strength to pull his sword back. But even though Gi-gyu was shaking from the sheer effort, Iron Shield didn't budge an inch. He's not even moving, Gi-gyu thought in frustration. Iron Shield narrowed his eyes, continuing his interrogation. But tell me, How did you bypass the inspection? Even the Demon King shouldn't be able to do that. I guess I'll just have to beat the answers out of you, Iron Shield coldly concluded. Gi-gyu's mind raced as he desperately searched for a way out. Things had gotten so bad that he seemed to have only one option left. I have no choice. I have to use that. From an outside perspective, the tension between Iron Shield and Gi-gyu was palpable, with neither showing any signs of backing down. One kept the blade firmly locked in place, while the other remained powerless to pull it free. Wearing a stylized golden eagle mask, Athena glared with cold, sharp eyes as she decisively ordered her forces to attack. The target was locked right onto Iron Shield's hand. In a flash, an arrow pierced the very hand gripping Gi-gyu's sword. Caught completely off guard, Iron Shield stared coldly at the gleaming double-notched arrow, instantly recognizing it as an arrow of Artemis. Rage boiling over, he roared, "Athena!" With a grand and flashy entrance, Athena appeared alongside her trusted elite archer. Athena smirked arrogantly and replied, "Bullseye, long time no see, Iron Shield." Fuming with rage, Iron Shield snapped the arrow in his hand in two. Unfazed by the minor injury, he let out a low, menacing growl. "I take it this is a formal declaration of war against the Ironstone Guild?" Athena burst into a fit of mocking laughter. From a distance, she taunted him. "Well, your sense of humor has certainly improved, Iron Shield." She raised her spear in a flash, taking a battle stance as she readied her next strike. "Since when have we not been at war?" With terrifying speed and power, Athena hurled the spear. It ripped through the air, tearing the wind as it surged straight toward Iron Shield. Sensing the danger, Iron Shield drew his sword to counter. He pulled the blade and plunged it deep into the ground right at his feet. A violent wave of magical energy erupted, and a massive shield bearing a fierce, glowing sigil rose from the ground. It completely absorbed the impact of Athena's spear, providing Iron Shield with absolute defense. The collision of the two forces triggered a cataclysmic explosion. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the sheer shockwave uprooted nearby trees, sending them crashing down. Roger Han squinted to see through the chaos, while Gi-gyu desperately covered his face, coughing and choking on the thick dust. Iron Shield barked out an order. "Roger, keep that scout alive and capture him." Roger Han quickly complied. "Understood, Captain. On it." Adjusting his grip on his blade, Iron Shield slashed through the air to dismiss his barrier. Glaring through the settling dust, he threatened, "Today, we finish this, once and for all." Recalling her spear, Athena caught it as it flew back into her hand. Behind her, the entire forces of her guild finally emerged from the shadows. A terrifying aura of bloodlust flared up around Athena. Seeing this, Iron Shield raised his sword high, roaring to his guildmates. "Everyone, prepare for battle." The members shouted in unison, raising their fists high in a resounding battle cry. With that, a brutal clash began, making the entire valley tremble. The deafening roar of clashing steel echoed through the sky. As the two powerhouses collided, violent explosions erupted one after another, loud enough to be heard miles away. Meanwhile, Roger Han was closing in on Gi-gyu to carry out his orders. He let out a condescending smirk. "Man, just hearing that gives me the chills. They really are absolute monsters, aren't they?" He chuckled wickedly to himself. "Sometimes I wonder if it's actually gods going at it." Looking down at Gi-gyu, who was gasping for air but still desperately trying to stand, he sneered. "Don't you agree?" Roger Han casually slipped his hands into his pockets, scoffing. "But look at you. You can barely even stand. The guildmaster did order me to bring you back alive. But obeying orders was never his style. He lived for the thrill of crushing the weak. But hey, no one's gonna blame me if I just accidentally finished you off while you were already half dead." Before the words even left his mouth, he vanished in a blur. Gi-gyu couldn't even react before Roger Han materialized right behind him. Raising his blade high, he sneered arrogantly, "I can't have you breathing after you've seen what I really am." The sword sliced down ruthlessly, but right before the lethal edge could cleave him in two, Gi-gyu's eyes snapped open. "Now's my chance," he thought. "Counter," he roared, catching Roger completely off guard. It is Roger's Han. A massive surge of power erupts from Gi-gyu's body, trapping Roger's Han in a blinding, brilliant light. A system notification pops up, showing that Brunheart has reflected the damage taken. Roger's Han panics, stammering in confusion, unable to comprehend what is happening. What the hell? An earth-shattering explosion erupts. Once the dust begins to clear, the air is still thick with the lingering magic from Gi-gyu's counterattack. Roger's Han's hacking coughs echo as he lies motionless on the ground, groaning in absolute agony. Coughing and trembling, He struggles to stand when he sees Gi-gyu's silhouette emerging through the thick haze. Gi-gyu wipes the sweat from his face, his breathing heavy after using such a massive burst of power. Once again, the system flashes a warning. Brunheart has reached its absolute limit. Brunheart is breaking apart. Brunheart has reached its limit. Gi-gyu stands amidst the smoky ashes of the battlefield. Right in front of him, a blond young man lies completely collapsed from exhaustion. The system's voice continues to echo. Brunheart is shattering. With heavy, slow steps, Gi-gyu walks toward the fallen man. With a dark, grim expression, he raises his sword, preparing to plunge it into the man. Seeing his life flash before his eyes, Rogers Han frantically screams, "Wait! Hold on!" Rogers Han lies weakly on the ground, begging, "Spare me, please, spare my life." But Gi-gyu doesn't seem to care about his pleas at all. Gripping his sword tightly, he raises it high, his eyes cold and heartless. Without a moment of hesitation, he drives the blade straight down into Rogers Han's chest. Rogers Han agonizingly coughs up a mouthful of blood, hacking and choking as more blood spills out, before finally going completely still. Utterly exhausted, Gi-gyu collapses to the side, lying flat on the ground as his thoughts begin to wander. Since I have Lu, the damage isn't too bad. I was so close to reaching Iron Shield, but the power of Reflect is just terrifying. I can't even stop the bleeding anymore. Coming this far is my absolute limit. As Gi-gyu thinks this, he tiredly closes his eyes. Suddenly, a voice calls out from somewhere. "Appa, are you okay?" Gi-gyu barely opens one eye, looking in the direction of the voice as the girl continues to call out, "Oppa." Vaguely guessing who it might be, Gi-gyu speaks up. "Yu Jung?" Even though she has no idea who he is confusing her with, she asks to clarify, "What are you talking about?" "Oppa, it's me, Sujong." Only now realizing who is standing in front of him, Gi-gyu lets out a soft, "Ah." He opens his eyes wide to stare at Sujong, who suddenly flashes a mysterious smile. Crouching down next to him, she says, "Hey, if I save you and heal your wounds, what do I get in return?" As she says this, Sujong's expression suddenly turns dark and dangerous. Her calculating eyes lock onto him, waiting for a satisfying answer. She offers him a few options. "Are you willing to sacrifice your life for me? Or perhaps spend the rest of your days as my loyal slave?" Tilting her head, she rests her chin on one hand while twirling a lock of hair with the other, asking, do you think you can manage either of those?" Hearing her demands, Gi-gyu remains silent for a moment. Then, weakly raising his trembling hand, he lifts a single finger and mutters, "1." As Sujong stares at his raised finger, Gi-gyu continues, slowly lowering it as he hesitates. "I can destroy Iron Shield." Pausing for a brief moment, he adds, "I'll completely destroy the Iron Shield Guild." Hearing this, Sujong asks in confusion, "Wait, isn't that two things? You just said only one." "Oh, whatever, let's make a deal." Still not satisfied, Gi-gyu adds, "And the sword held by that middle-aged man with the white beard." As his hand twitches, Sujong gets a bit annoyed. "Why do you keep adding more conditions?" Suddenly, someone appears from behind them. A silver-haired man wearing tinted glasses steps forward, speaking up. "He certainly is an interesting guy." Sujong snaps back. "Right? Either way, make sure you keep a very close eye on him." Turning to look at the newcomer, she continues, "He's definitely strong, but there's a dark, demonic power lurking deep inside him. Someone is bound to make him show his true colors." "Did you see how he finished off that fool earlier?" Sujong asks the man beside her, pointing toward the sword still protruding from the chest of the body Gi-gyu just stabbed. That wasn't just a blind act of rage. She continues to analyze Gi-gyu's behavior. He aimed precisely at a vital spot. This seems to be his first time, yet he was completely cold-blooded. Not a single second of hesitation. The silver-haired man thoughtfully adjusts his glasses and asks, "Sujong, so, what should we do with him? His wounds look incredibly severe, but he's a high-ranking hunter after all. If we just leave him, he'll probably recover on his own." Right then, Rogers Han struggles to breathe, hacking and coughing violently. Seeing this, Sujong tells her companion, "Just leave him be. If he manages to heal himself, it means he still has some value. Letting him live won't hurt us." Sujong closes her eyes, and a dark purple aura suddenly erupts around her. As if transforming into a completely different version of herself, she murmurs, "The longer revenge takes, the more entertaining it gets." Sujong's eyes and hair slowly shift to a deep purple. The Demon King is coming soon. Hearing this, the man behind gasps. Is that true? Sujong, almost fully transformed, remains silent. Only the hopelessly ignorant would dare to speak that name. Her hair whips wildly in the wind. The playful Sujong from before has now matured into an adult form, a sinister smirk on her face and a sharp, confident gaze looking straight ahead. Acknowledge that I am indeed the one who killed the Demon King. The scene instantly transitions to a four-dimensional space, where a mysterious cube floats silently. Slowly, the floating cube begins to expand, zooming in closer. Oh, now I remember. Inside his dream, Gi-gyu was standing there, struggling inside that transparent cube. That nightmare had haunted him for 5 years. Suddenly he saw a rope in front of him, pulled taut by something, but after he met Lu, it vanished. Gi-gyu reached out his hand, wanting to touch it. His hand passed right through the transparent screen showing his info. Level 1, Kim Gi-gyu, exclusive skill. He reached for the rope and noticed something hanging at the bottom. Is that a bucket? Gi-gyu closed his eyes to focus. Ah, now he could see it clearly. In front of him stood a door, surrounded by a bleak black and white world with sparse trees and a gloomy, silent atmosphere. Even after breaking through the wall, I'm still trapped here, Gi-gyu thought, his hand still tightly gripping the rope dangling from above. He scoffed at himself. Now even my dreams are getting ridiculous. In that dark, four-dimensional space, Gi-gyu looked so tiny. He still couldn't shake off his thoughts. Of course, simply climbing up this rope wasn't his own power. All of it came from… Suddenly, a voice mocked him from behind. You're just a loser whose link got broken. How long are you going to keep whining? Gi-gyu turned around, but the voice didn't stop there. Who cares if it's borrowed power, whether you got it through hard work or pure luck? If you have it, it's yours, you idiot. Gi-gyu gasped in surprise. Who's there? Before he could even look, another voice chimed in from behind. He's right, master. Gi-gyu quickly turned around, darting his eyes toward the speaker. A female angel stood there with her arms open wide, her wings glowing softly behind her. She spoke gently. My power belongs to you, master. Please, do not despair. Just then, Gi-gyu snapped awake, his eyes flying open. Panicked by the dream, he bolted upright. Nearby, a silver-haired guy wearing tinted glasses picked up his bag and stood up, asking, "Oh, you're finally awake?" Gi-gyu sat blankly on the ground, having no idea who this guy was. Sujung? In an instant, memories of Sujung's face flashed through his mind. Looking at the stranger in front of him, he couldn't help but wonder, is this guy connected to the Demon King? The silver-haired guy just chuckled without giving away any answers. Then he pointed and said, "Your sword is right next to you." Gi-gyu finally looked down at the ground. Ego. Suddenly, the voice of the female angel from his dream rang out again. "Master, that demon from your dream is here too. Glad to see you're finally awake," the silver-haired guy said, turning his head away. "Get some rest, Gi-gyu." Hearing this, Gi-gyu touched his wound, but gasped in pain. The silver-haired guy added, "I gave you some basic first aid, but you still shouldn't move too much. You could be in danger at any moment." No sooner had he spoken than the ground began to shake violently. Before Gi-gyu could even process what was happening, he looked up at the sky. Suddenly, his eyes went wide as he saw something unbelievable. Sujung was hovering in the air, staring down at the cracking ground. Boom! Suddenly, the earth split open, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Everything trembled violently. The rocks and soil seemed to be controlled by an unseen force, floating upward into the beam of light shining from above. Gi-gyu stared at the scene in utter shock, stammering, "What? What is that?" The silver-haired guy, who was also looking up, smiled and replied, "A monster commander. I'm sure this is your first time seeing one." Gi-gyu gasped. "A monster commander? You mean that giant thing rising from the ground?" The silver-haired guy explained. "That is the master of this labyrinth." They both stared up at a titangent-like giant clad in iron armor, with a ring of blazing fire burning around his neck. The silver-haired man revealed the Titan's identity, Monster Commander Heron. From the gloomy, blood-red clouds crackling with lightning, Heron's deep, booming voice echoed, "I am the master of this labyrinth, Monster Commander Heron." Gi-gyu stood there with messy hair, his face covered in dark bruises, his clothes disheveled and covered in dirt. "Exhausted?" he asked. "Is that the gatekeeper?" While Gi-gyu knelt on the ground trembling in agonizing pain, Baal stood there perfectly fine, not a single scratch on him, his clothes pristine and neat, a stark contrast to Gi-gyu's battered state. Baal calmly replied. Well, you could say that. His words left the kneeling Gi-gyu completely baffled. Gi-gyu thought to himself, wait, does he mean I have to fight this giant? Peering through the dark, crimson clouds, Soo-jung locked her eyes on him. Standing right before her was Heron. He was massive and towering, and the blazing ring of fire around his neck made him look even more majestic and terrifying. On the other side, Heron spotted Soo-jung, a tiny girl who looked minuscule next to his colossal form. A soft white glow radiated from Soo-jung's body, her face filled with deep calculation as she plotted her next move. With a cold, sharp gaze and a faint smirk, Soo-jung looked completely unreadable. No one could guess what she was about to do. Heron's eyes glowed a furious crimson as he glared directly at Soo-jung. Instantly, a violent gale swept across the gloomy red sky, and a deep, dark portal materialized behind him. Heron was absolutely furious, practically flying into a blind rage. He clenched his fists tight, his eyes burning red. Gi-gyu's eyes went wide, trying to take in every single detail of the chaos unfolding before him. His mind was filled with questions. He still couldn't believe his own eyes. Surrounded by the gloomy sky and crackling lightning, Gi-gyu gasped in sheer disbelief. How on earth did a gate? Standing right next to him, Baal remained completely silent. Get over here, he warned. 1 second of distraction, and you're dead. Gi-gyu couldn't help but feel completely baffled by Baal's sudden warning. Still, he got up and walked over. Seeing that Gi-gyu had closed the distance, Baal commanded, stand right next to me. His eyes remained fixed ahead, but his hand was clenching so hard it looked like he was trying to crush something. Every single muscle in his arm bulged with tension. Then, out of nowhere, a strange liquid began to seep from his palm, dripping onto the ground. The moment it hit the floor, the liquid rapidly spread, forming a perfect circle around the two of them. Instantly, a massive barrier rose up, sealing them inside. Safe within this newly formed wall, Gi-gyu stared around in absolute shock. What is this? He stammered, his voice trembling. Standing beside him with utter composure, Baal calmly replied, well, look at that. It seems you're not completely brain-dead after all. The protective barrier formed a solid shield, completely isolating them from the chaotic battle outside. Right then, eerie streaks of emerald light flashed inside the portal Helion had summoned, accompanied by blood-curdling screeches. An entire army poured out of the portal under Helion's command. Their bone-chilling growls echoed as their heavy footsteps went, stomp, stomp, stomp. The beasts snarled and lunged straight at Soo-jung. Faced with a wave of Helion's monsters charging right at her, she remained completely unfazed, her eyes locking onto them with razor-sharp intensity. She let out a faint smirk. Suddenly, a brilliant aura of light erupted from Soo-jung, enveloping her entire body. Meanwhile, Helion's demonic beasts were closing in on her at a terrifying speed. Just as they were about to tear her apart, a blinding violet light burst around her, keeping the swarming demons completely at bay. This was an exclusive skill. Dark streaks shot toward her at the speed of light, only to shatter into a million pieces the moment they touched her barrier. Not a single monster could pierce that violet shield. Despite this, a massive horde of them, their eyes burning with pure bloodlust, kept throwing themselves forward. They charged relentlessly. Yet, none of them could get past that incredibly sharp sword. Wrapped in the exact same violet light as Soo-jung, the sword stood as an absolute wall, blocking every single incoming beast. Standing calm and collected behind her blade, Soo-jung maintained her cold, confident smirk. Safe inside the protective circle, Gi-gyu stared, his jaw dropping at the unbelievable sight before him. The towering violet light around the sword acted as a flawless defense, completely shutting down Helion's demonic army. Rogers Han, looking entirely unbothered as if he was used to this, smirked and thought to himself, sometimes I wonder if they're actually gods waging a war against each other. Right in the middle of the intense clash, the giant sword suddenly shot straight toward Helion. Driven by Soo-jung's will, the blade tore through the air at a dizzying speed, carrying an absolute mountain of destructive energy. With sheer, overwhelming force, it completely obliterated Helion, carving a massive, deep trench into the earth. With the battle over, the sky cleared up once again. The only reminder of yesterday's fierce clash was the deep scar torn into the ground. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious hall where sunlight filtered through grand pillars, stood the reward room. Sitting in the center of the room was a small chest. Suddenly, a hand reached out and popped it open. As the lid lifted, it revealed a small vial inside. Gi-gyu gasped. Finally, I actually got it. Out of nowhere, a voice chimed in. Congratulations, master. Clutching the chest, Gi-gyu couldn't hide his excitement. He told himself that he had actually pulled it off. Even though he knew this was the hard-earned reward for all his blood and sweat, it still felt incredibly surreal. However, Gi-gyu wasn't alone. Baal and Sujung were right there with him, but judging by the tense atmosphere, they both looked far more disappointed than thrilled. Suddenly, Sujung spoke up. Well, I kept my promise, while Gi-gyu stood nearby, lost in thought with an unreadable expression. She looked at him and said, To be fair, you've got a long list of people to get revenge on, but I don't need to get involved in all of that, right, Gi-gyu? Keeping his gaze cold and steady, he finally spoke up and asked, Is Sujung your real name? Holding her chest, Sujung casually shrugged and replied, Yep, Jong Sujung. Born and raised Korean. Then, she suddenly turned to Baal, who was standing nearby, and said, Nice. Mine turned out to be a rare potion too. What about yours? Hearing this, Baal replied, A potion as well. Sujung held up her vial and said, Here, take it. Utterly confused by her gesture, Gi-gyu asked blankly, Huh? Why? Sujung looked back at him, puzzled. Wasn't helping you take down the Iron Guild part of the deal? She continued. Just think of this as part of the job. She kept holding the vial out to him. As Gi-gyu remained quiet, she added, Your body is in rough shape. You've got some unhealed injuries, and this will help you recover a lot faster. Gi-gyu was about to protest, but she quickly cut him off. My primary goal wasn't the elixir anyway, but to become a commander. Besides, I already have other bottles, so just take it. Think of it as my investment in our contract. Accepting the vial, Gi-gyu stared at it, deeply lost in thought. I can't believe she's giving away something she worked so hard to get this easily, he thought. Clutching the vial tightly in his hand, he thought, No, I can't keep depending on others forever. I need to grow stronger on my own. Then, a strange feeling washed over him. For some reason, I feel like if I accept this, Lu is never going to let me hear the end of this. Right on cue, Lu's voice rang out. I'm glad you finally understand, Master. Gi-gyu looked at her suspiciously and said, But there's no way you'd just give me a rare item like this without wanting something in return. What exactly are you trying to get out of me? Then, he added suspiciously, You don't expect me to be your slave for the rest of my life, do you? Seeing his barrage of questions, she waved her hands with a laugh and said, No, it's not like that. Suddenly, her eyes shifted, becoming razor sharp. She said, My disciple. I want you to become my disciple. Hearing that, he cried out in shock. What? Sujung replied in an annoyed tone, Don't what me. Right now, you're only useless because you're weak. But once you clear floor 50, come back and see me. Then, Sujung suddenly pulled him close, making his face turn bright red, and said, When that time comes, I'll take good care of you. Having successfully distracted Gi-gyu, she immediately dripped some kind of liquid behind his ear before he could even notice. By the time he realized what was happening, it was already too late. His gaze instantly shifted, turning cold, while the spot where the liquid landed began to glow as if activated. He screamed in pain, clutching his head, while she casually said, This is the mark of our covenant. Then, leaning back against a stone platform, she leisurely spoke to him. Right now, you don't have any skills or abilities left, but I don't want to go around hand-holding and pointing things out ever again. Her voice rang out once more. So make sure to commit as much of this to memory as you can. But then, something seemed to cross her mind, and she muttered, Oh right, now that I think about it. She turned her head toward him, who was now completely hanging on her every word. She said, I took a look at that sword of yours. It's actually pretty unique. We still have some time before the gate closes, so I'll show you a way to boost your sword's power. Hearing her words, Gi-gyu was completely stunned, his mouth hanging open. Her expression turned menacing as she locked eyes with him and said, But first, drink up that entire potion. This method is pretty risky, so you need to be well prepared. Sujung led Gi-gyu out to a secluded forest filled with fallen trees. She said, This is your very first lesson, disciple. Soon, chaos erupted in the forest, kicking up a massive cloud of dust as a battle broke out. Gi-gyu gripped his sword tightly, bracing himself for a tough fight. Then, a voice suddenly echoed, Master, that person is dangerous. Don't trust her, or you'll lose control. Gi-gyu advanced with a trembling sword. He wondered what he should do. Ahead of him, he could make out the silhouettes of Iron Shield and a young girl. As he drew closer, Gi-gyu noticed the fighting had stopped, throwing him into confusion as he thought, What do I do now? With the battle halted, the forest was cloaked in thick smoke as the group stood there, staring each other down. Suddenly, Iron Shield spoke up, shattering the silence with an irritated voice. "Is this another one of your creations? Damn it, I can't believe you dared to steal our boss while we weren't looking." Standing calmly amidst the dust and smoke with her hands in her pockets, Sujung coolly replied, "Iron Shield, I was never on your side to begin with. First come, first served." Right then, her second personality took over, and she excitedly cheered. "Go for it, disciple. Ask her about the method I taught you." Her words sent a shiver down his spine, making him think, is this woman actually a demon? Suddenly, a voice calling out for Iron Shield made him turn around and startle. A long scream tore through the air. Ah! Gi-gyu looked like a completely different person now, his eyes burning with pure hatred as he roared, "I'm gonna kill you!" Iron Shield was caught off guard, but a split second later, his eyes glowed a menacing crimson. He gritted his teeth as the sky turned dark. Seeing the look on Iron Shield's face, Gi-gyu faltered in fear, wondering, should I really charge in? With a sudden flash of light, Iron Shield took the initiative. In the blink of an eye, he lunged toward Gi-gyu before he could even prepare himself. With a darkened expression, Iron Shield charged at him, growling, "You've changed, becoming that woman's dog. Have you always been like this?" Iron Shield's sword thrust toward Gi-gyu as he sneered triumphantly. "Oh well, it doesn't really matter. You're going to die by my blade anyway." But by now, Gi-gyu had already gotten into a defensive stance, his eyes turning cold and dark as he flashed back to the moment he drank the potion. A roaring sound echoed all around, accompanied by a mystical purple glow. Putting aside those sounds to focus on Gi-gyu's handsome face hidden beneath the aura, the system alert rang out once more, re-establishing foundation. At this point, he looked like a thermal camera image, with shades of blue, black, purple, and yellow shifting all over him. His tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open, his pupils glowing a deep purple. Sujung and her older companion simply stood by, watching casually without a single reaction. Gi-gyu looked at them with a hint of helplessness and said, "Not much has changed. My body just feels a little bit better. That's all." Sujung sighed at his innocence and replied, "Well, of course. What changed is your stats and hidden potential, so any physical changes right now will be extremely subtle." He could only look at them in speechless exasperation, but a sudden realization flashed through his mind. That tiny difference could be the deciding factor between a player's life and death. For now, the most noticeable change was Gi-gyu's expression, which had grown far more intense. His sharp eyes seemed to read everything around him. Time seemed to snap back to the present as rows of numbers and data streams flashed before him, activating his observation skill. With a single glance and lightning-fast reflexes, he effortlessly dodged a fatal strike. The ground shook as a bewildered Iron Shield stared at Gi-gyu. Dodging backward, he leaves Iron Shield standing there alone. Looking at the situation, it's clear, or to put it simply, his perception abilities have increased. He pants heavily, thinking, I actually dodged it. Images of Iron Shield standing behind him just moments ago, and the memory of being held at sword point, flash through his mind, one after another. Movements that used to feel brand new to me. I can now see them, step by step. Sujong smirks at him, her face dark with frustration. Right at that moment, a notification rings out. Congratulations on taking another step toward becoming a ranker. The current situation is unfolding exactly as the Demon King predicted. A voice echoes from between the narrow iron bars where a sliver of light filters through. But that doesn't mean you can take on the Iron Guild just yet. Got it? A complete rookie who is just taking their first steps can't be compared to experienced veterans. It turns out these words are coming from Sujong, who is speaking to Gi-gyu standing opposite her. Even if you got lucky, at most you probably only managed to dodge a single attack. You know what they say, don't use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. And that was actually a memory from right before his battle with Iron Shield. Meanwhile, the current scene is completely devastated, with toppled trees and thick smoke billowing into the air. Craters large enough to swallow 10 people scar the ground where Gi-gyu, Sujong, and Iron Shield stand. The thought occurs to him again. It's not that he was careless, he's relaxed because he knows how incredibly strong he is. This serves as a warning to Gi-gyu, as a blue light envelops the furious Iron Shield. You, he glances to the right and nods, I get it. The warning voices keep echoing in Gi-gyu's head, and in just a single move, he has already managed to grasp it. Your growth, the exchange between you and me, and the elixir he didn't miss a single detail. Back to the chaotic scene, Iron Shield nods with a sigh. So that's how it is. In the end, everything was just to give him a warning. Now that he understands the situation, he is going to take things a bit more seriously with his attacks. A sword glowing with blue light appears against a green background. This is the moment the power of the Holy Sword Kallian is activated. Iron Shield's face darkens, leaving only his eyes shining like headlights, as a cosmic purple and blue aura swirls around the sword. At lightning speed, bringing a gale force wind, he charges. While Gi-gyu stands firm in a defensive stance, Iron Shield leaps and slashes down at him. The warning rings out again. Don't be afraid. Just block it with your sword. Startled, he holds his sword close to his face, gritting his teeth as he uses all his strength to block that devastating cosmic slash. Surprisingly, Gi-gyu's sword glows with a bright golden light, as if boosting his power. The Holy Sword L has awakened the ability to absorb the power of the Holy Sword Kallian. Hearing this, Iron Shield is utterly bewildered, his face turning dark. What? His sword excitedly continues. Because the Master's level is too low, you can only absorb a portion of the power. As the two swords clash, a sound rings out, absorption complete. Gi-gyu smirks, remembering his instructions. He takes advantage of the moment his opponent is confused, thinking his attack was unblockable, and exploits the hesitation caused by having his holy sword's power stolen. Springing backward, he follows the advice. Put as much distance between you two as possible. Gi-gyu's sword continues to glow gold as he looks at the breathless Iron Shield, who is now left stunned with a glowing finger. Remembering Seong-hoon's advice, this is the item that will help him escape the gate Arachne's thread. Gi-gyu seriously grips the seemingly transparent thread, while Iron Shield grimaces in anger. The thread swirls around Gi-gyu, emitting a protective aura, while he turns his back to the viewer. He charges at Gi-gyu once more in a desperate bid for revenge, swinging his sword and shouting, "Do you think I'm going to miss?" The thread around Gi-gyu spins faster and faster, completely ignoring the opponent rushing toward him. Gi-gyu smirks and gives a thumbs up, knowing the thread will protect him just fine. Meanwhile, Iron Shield, his face twisted in rage, swings his sword with all his might, trying to shatter the vortex created by the thread. He is absolutely furious, scowling with clenched teeth as he lets out a sky-rending roar. But after the shout, he just stands there frozen. Sujong stands behind him with her arms crossed. Her voice suddenly breaks the silence, making him break out in a cold sweat. "So, how about we have a little chat?" Even though she only calmly calls out Iron Shield, a dark purple aura immediately blankets the clear blue sky. He glances back, his face contorted in sheer panic. Her expression right now is like a demon descending from above, smirking as she stares at her prey. Helpless, Iron Shield can only grit his teeth and scowl. Damn it. Now, only a dark sky remains, pierced by a few purple beams of light. In the distance, high-rise buildings are still lit up, and here, rows of battle tanks are lined up in perfect order. Standing outside are only the gatekeepers, who are gathered next to a car. Opening the car door is a panting man, Seong-hoon, the security officer of the 19th floor. He looks like he has just discovered something. There is someone sitting in a chair, with armed guards nearby, and two people are having a discussion. And that person is none other than Gi-gyu. The city skyline is as bright as ever, but back at a certain house, the sun is already setting. Under the golden sunset, his voice echoes, "Yeah, Seong-hoon also helped bring my mother home. After all, we couldn't give her the elixir at the hospital." As he opens the door, he says, "Yeah, let me know when you arrive in Korea. See you later, Tae-shik." Standing at the very back was Yoo Jin-ho. As soon as they entered the house, Jin-woo thanked him. "Thanks for your help." Jin-ho politely replied, "It is no problem. I will be on my way then." Jin-woo replied, "Yes. Please get home safe." Inside, his mother lay in bed, looking incredibly frail with sunken cheeks from severe malnourishment. She weakly opened her groggy eyes and looked up, catching a glimpse of a dark, blurry silhouette. She weakly rasped, "Jin-woo, is that you?" He gently replied to comfort her, "Yes, Mom. It is me." "How are you feeling, Mom?" Jin-woo asked wearily. "My son, I wanted to see you." Her voice trembled, choked with tears. "One last time before I die. I really just wanted to see you one last time before I pass away." "Thank you, my son." He immediately grasped her hand to comfort her. "Do not worry, Mom. Everything is going to be all right." She weakly told Jin-woo, "There is something I have always wanted to tell you, my son." Jin-woo held her hand tightly, quietly listening. "Jin-woo, the truth is, you." A flash of light suddenly cut through the dark blur, leaving only muffled groans and his desperate cry, Mom, please hang on just a little longer. Jinwoo opened the cap of a certain bottle, saying, "It is all right now." He then fed her that purple potion. She made a soft gulping sound, and the room fell completely silent. The warm sunset cast a gentle glow on the mother and son sitting by the window. Her face seemed to emit a soft purple glow, as if a profound transformation was taking place. Only then did he feel a wave of relief, having poured every last drop of his energy into this day. Everything was finally going to be fine. He then collapsed right beside her, letting the gentle rays of light illuminate the quiet room. Within his subconscious, a voice suddenly echoed, "My liege." Another deep voice replied, "I know very well that he has gone through too much in a single day." A pair of veiny hands clenched tightly, ignoring the echoing voices. "Is this really okay? I feel like the more we get involved with her, the more danger we will face." That calm voice blended into the warm sunset as it spoke. "Well, there is nothing we can do about it anyway." Seeing their master so exhausted, the voice decided to let it go. For now, let him rest. As the night officially set in, Jinwoo remained fast asleep. At that moment, a mystical glow began to emanate from where Jinwoo's mother lay. She gently opened her eyes. Her previously groggy gaze now held a strangely mysterious purple hue. Her entire face seemed to light up the dark night. Night had fallen, but the phone kept ringing relentlessly. Ring, ring, the ringing just kept going. Jaina, with a grim expression, clutched her phone tightly, trying to stay calm as she waited. But then, the familiar automated voice played. "The subscriber you have dialed is temporarily unavailable." Jaina gritted her teeth, scowling at her screen, and growled, "Ugh." Her hands trembled with anger. With none of her text messages getting a reply, she was driven mad with frustration, complaining, "After going completely missing for a whole month, he only sent me a single text? He won't even pick up my calls." Fuming with anger, she made her way back home. Along the way, she kept grumbling furiously. "I have had enough of this. You are going to get it when I get home, just you wait." The quiet neighborhood at night echoed only with Jaina's aggressive footsteps. The moment she pushed the front door open, she shouted at the top of her lungs with a fierce glare. "Oppa, are you kidding me right now?" She ranted without taking a single breath. "You told me to come home, and then you don't even pick up my calls? I even had to skip my tutoring class." With a dark aura filling the room, she continued to vent her anger. "Do you have any idea how worried Mom was?" Suddenly, a gentle voice called out from inside. "Is that you, dear?" Gina, her anger somewhat diffused, slowly stepped inside only to be met with a soft whisper. "Shh, your brother is sleeping in his room." Gina instantly calmed down, her voice softening as her aggressive posture vanished. From the kitchen, her mother looked at her, asking warmly, "You must be starving, right? How was school today?" Gina's eyes instantly welled up with tears, and her voice choked up as she cried, "Mom!" With tears streaming down her flushed face, she called out to her mother. It felt as though, in this very moment, Gina could finally let out all the heavy emotions she had bottled up for so long. But then, as she got a clear look at the woman, Gina shrieked, "Who are you?" Meanwhile, the delicious aroma of home-cooked food filled the air. The cozy atmosphere was filled with the cheerful chatter of the mother and daughter. So, what did Appa do after that? Their voices gently woke Jinwoo from his deep slumber inside his room. He groggily woke up and perked his ears to listen to their conversation through the crack in the door. No way, he did that? Really? The mouth-watering aroma instantly awakened Jinwoo's senses. It was a deeply familiar scent that made him whisper, "I smell Mom's soybean paste stew." His face tightened, and he clenched his teeth to keep his composure. Looking at that door, Jinwoo felt a deep wave of emotion washing over him. Behind that door was the very scene he had dreamed of for so long, a scene he was willing to risk his life to protect. Trying to compose himself so he wouldn't show any weakness in front of his family, Jinwoo told himself he couldn't let his mother see him crying. He had to greet her with a bright smile. Softly grasping the doorknob and opening the door with a goofy, innocent smile, he said, "Did you sleep well, Mom?" "Mom." But things didn't go as he expected. His tone completely changed the moment he saw her. "What the hell? Who are you?" There stood Mrs. Kyung-hae, looking incredibly youthful and completely unrecognizable. "Oh, you're up?" Her incredibly youthful appearance made it hard for her two kids to even recognize her at first. While his younger sister and mother laughed and chatted happily, the older brother stood there, completely frozen in the corner. "Dinner's ready. Come over and sit down." Truth is, she was even more surprised than he was. As the night went on, filled with lively chatter from the family of three. Dinner was over in no time, and the dishes were piled up in the sink. Right then, the TV was broadcasting the latest news update. Watching the screen, Euron turned to her brother and asked, "So, you actually went into that gate on the news and beat all those high-ranking hunters?" Resting her chin on her hand with a skeptical look, she stared intensely at her brother, lost in thought, before asking, "And you really got that elixir to cure Mom?" He gave his little sister a sheepish smile and replied, "Yeah, honestly, I didn't expect things to turn out like this either." Both siblings fell silent, staring at the breathtakingly beautiful Sujin. Feeling a bit awkward, Euron looked away and whispered to her brother, "I don't know whether to be thrilled or absolutely terrified, even though I just cried my eyes out a minute ago." It was rare to see his sister being so unusually sweet, so the older brother could only laugh it off. Haha, just when you'd think she'd praise or show him some love, she completely flipped the script and demanded a gift. "I want some of that elixir too," leaving Gi-woo completely dumbfounded, his face slumping into a pout. Talk about demanding. Suddenly, hearing his mother call out to him, "Gi-woo," his expression softened completely. Looking at her son with deep emotion in her eyes, the mother said softly, "You went through so much for me, didn't you? I'm so sorry, my son." Even though it was tough, seeing his mother's smile made it all worth it, leaving Ji-woo feeling deeply fulfilled. He smiled warmly to comfort her. "It's nothing, Mom. It wasn't really that hard." It was a night filled with laughter and joy for the three of them. Gi-woo even took the chance to brag a little. "Your son is pretty amazing, you know?" "Oh, is that so?" As the long night faded away, a brand new day began. Early the next morning, the front door was already buzzing with voices. Sujin warmly greeted the visitor. "Oh, it's been so long since you last stopped by. Why don't you stay for a meal with us?" The visitor was none other than the chain-wielding uncle. "No thank you. I actually need to have a private word with Ji-woo, but thank you so much for the offer." After a warm exchange of greetings, he didn't forget to present a gift he had brought along. Seizing the moment, his mother expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Please come back soon. I'm truly grateful to you for taking such good care of my son." He replied cheerfully, "Haha, it's really nothing. See you next time." Seeing how well they were getting along, Gi-woo didn't want to interrupt and just quietly watched from behind. Once they were done, the chain-wielding uncle took him to a barbecue restaurant that was absolutely packed with customers. The older man wasted no time enthusiastically placing their order. "Give us 4 servings of pork belly and a bottle of soju, please." "Coming right up." Finding it a bit odd, Ji-woo questioned him, "You're already drinking in the middle of the day?" Pouring himself a glass of water, the older man beamed with excitement over the recent events. "Why wouldn't I drink? We have the perfect reason to celebrate." Getting down to business, his brows furrowed as he gave Gi-woo a piercing look, lowering his voice to ask, "How on earth did you get your hands on that elixir?" Staring at Ji-woo's bewildered face, he continued, "I had to hold myself back so much from asking you over the phone." Gi-woo remained quiet at first, then slowly steered the conversation in a completely different direction, leaving the older man visibly confused. "Huh?" It was a simple question. "Are you interested in my mom?" The question caught the chain-wielding uncle so off guard that he instantly spat out the mouthful of water he had just sipped. He froze, his eyes wide with shock and embarrassment as he stammered, What are you talking about?" Caught completely red-handed, his face instantly flushed bright red. Grabbing a napkin to wipe his mouth, Gi-woo kept teasing him. "I knew it. I've had my suspicions for a while now." Turning the tables, the young man wiped the accidental water droplets off his face and shared his thoughts. "In your true self. I know you've been looking after my mom whenever I'm away, and I know it's definitely not just because she's looking younger lately. Even though you're being way more obvious today than usual, I'm still rooting for the two of you anyway." The food arrived, and since Uncle Taeshik had his secret completely exposed, he sat there in awkward silence, unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, Gi-gyu kept trying to show his support. "If my mom ends up with someone like you, I'm sure my dad wouldn't mind either." Ahem. Clearing his throat to brush the awkwardness aside, Uncle Taeshik quickly changed the subject to get down to business. "Anyway, let's get back to what we were talking about. The elixir." With the topic brought up and the food served, they dove into their conversation, chatting eagerly over their meal. And right then, Gi-gyu brought it up, asking, "Do you happen to have a soundproof barrier device with you?" Even though he had no idea what his young friend was up to, the uncle answered honestly, I have one in my car. But what do you need it for?" One was curious, while the other kept speaking in riddles. Gi-gyu gave a vague answer that only made the older man look serious, saying, "It's a long and complicated story." The mouth-watering aroma of grilled meat filled the air as the table was set with a lavish spread. Suddenly, the uncle flared up, his eyes flashing like a wild beast as he burst out screaming. "What? Those absolute bastards actually dared to do that?" The uncle jumped up as if this was the biggest deal ever, shouting, "Give me their address. I'm going to tear those bastards to pieces." His overly dramatic reaction instantly threw the young man beside him into a panic. "Calm down. And what are you planning to do with that bottle of soju?" Getting back to the conversation, Gi-gyu rested his chin on his hand, sighed with relief, and said, "I appreciate you getting mad on my behalf, but there's really no need to be this angry." He also firmly declared that he would defeat them with his own two hands. He clenched his fists, pausing as a burning fire of determination and victory flared up in his mind. Those miserable scumbags from the Iron Guild. Feeling that unshakable resolve, Uncle Taishik not only offered encouragement, but also shared a fresh perspective with him, saying, "True revenge has to come from here, from the heart." He then stood up straight, feeding the boy the best piece of meat while giving him some sincere advice. "Speaking of the heart, you can't fight on an empty stomach. Eat up, my friend." Looking completely bewildered, Gi-gyu asked, "What on earth are you talking about?" At this point, Gi-gyu opened up and honestly explained, "Speaking of revenge, I actually have another debt to pay." He asked Uncle Taishik about the Guardian, saying, "How is the Floor 4 Guardian doing?" Regaining his composure, the uncle informed him that a subjugation team had just been dispatched yesterday. What's more, there are 37 people in total. 70% of them are rankers. With that kind of firepower, they could easily take down a Floor 30 Guardian, so we should be getting news of their success soon. Hearing this, Gi-gyu honestly shared his disappointment. "That's a shame. I was planning to blow off some steam and get a little workout in." Meanwhile, in another place entirely, shrouded in darkness and choked by a thick, eerie fog, the trees stood bare and dead. In that bleak space, the only sounds were desperate, heavy, panting and frantic, hurried footsteps. Huff, huff, huff. The breathing grew increasingly rapid as gasps of air escaped. Huff, huff. "I have to. Let the association know." A man with a severed arm, leaving a trail of blood behind him, ran in sheer terror. Huff, huff, huff. Even though the subjugation team tried to escape, his life was on the line as that hideous, rampaging monster closed in on him. Before he could deliver the message that everyone had been wiped out, his words were cut short by a blood-curdling scream that echoed through the dark sky. The next morning, Gi-gyu met with Sung-hoon downstairs in his car to discuss some important business. "Our priority right now is to check up on your and your mother's condition after taking the elixir. This isn't something we can do at just any regular hospital." Sung-hoon kept his eyes glued to his tablet while reminding him, "But don't worry too much about it. Uncle Taishik will handle all the arrangements." Next, the security agent briefly introduced a stunning reward to Gi-gyu, a rare magic stone. "This is the magic stone that came along with the elixir reward. As you requested, I've already transferred half of the proceeds from selling it to Manager O." Looking at Gi-gyu, the young man smiled and said, "He nearly fainted when he heard the news, but I made sure to let him know it was your wish. So you wouldn't owe him anything anymore," and he hesitantly accepted it. As soon as he finished speaking, Sung-hoon's fingers flew across his tablet as he quickly checked the details. "Let's see here. After taxes and miscellaneous fees, you still have about 20 million left." Showing the screen to Gi-gyu, he continued to explain. "Since you mentioned wanting to move to a new house with your family, I've looked up a few places north of the Han River." Sung-hoon opened up the location map and eagerly walked him through every single detail. "Based on your family's preferences, I've narrowed down the options, so all you have to do is make the final choice. Do you have any questions?" This overwhelming enthusiasm left Gi-gyu completely speechless, his dazed eyes staring blankly at the security agent. A second later, Gi-gyu hesitantly asked, "No, I get it, but why are you even helping us choose the house we're moving into now?" Without saying a word, the young man swiftly snatched the phone right out of Gi-gyu's hand and calmly asked, "Is that really all you're going to ask?" While the phone's owner was still too stunned to process what was happening, the other guy was already typing away on it non-stop. Speaking quickly, he declared, "By order of Deputy Chief Taishik, starting today, I'll be your personal assistant." The name Hyo Sung-hoon was finally saved in Gi-gyu's contact list. The man proudly beamed and said, "I look forward to working with you." So proactive, enthusiastic, and completely dedicated to his job, it was a level of attentiveness that Gi-gyu wasn't quite used to yet. Gi-gyu was a bit taken aback, thinking to himself, is he always like this? The two of them quickly arrived in Dongdaemun just as dusk was starting to fall. Down there, the two of them hauled the suitcases out of the car, with Sung-hoon wearing a long, gloomy face. Looking as dark as the gloomy sky, he hesitantly asked Gi-gyu, I prepared everything just like you asked, but what exactly are you planning to do with all this? The assistant had already let slip what was inside those suitcases, $8 million in cash. Gi-gyu didn't hesitate to share his situation. Some of the gear I bought on credit got destroyed, so I'm going to pay off my debt and buy some new equipment at the same time. Hearing that, he became incredibly curious. He whispered, terrified of being overheard, how much did they cost exactly? While his assistant was timid and cautious, Gi-gyu was completely relaxed and didn't hold back, bluntly blurting out without a second thought, $3.5 million. The massive, shocking number made his face distort instantly as he shrieked at the top of his lungs. What? Even Gi-gyu himself had gasped in shock when the owner first revealed the $3.5 million price tag. Looking back, he realized he had truly plunged himself into a blood-soaked journey. That old man was crazy enough to let me run up a debt of $3.5 million without hesitating, but I must have been just as insane to accept it without a second thought. Looking back, I have no idea what I was thinking, even though I managed to pull it off in the end. Inside a dusty, simple room with no one else around, a blazing fire lit up the entire space, with only the heavy, deafening clangs of a blacksmith's hammer echoing from within. Bathed in the dim, melancholy glow was the silhouette of a muscular man, swinging his hammer relentlessly. Suddenly the door swung open, and a little kid with a wide grin called out to his grandfather, Grandpa, we have a guest. Hearing his grandson, the old man muttered curiously, a guest? It seemed he was indeed a swordsmith, as the room was packed with swords of various styles. After helping Gi-gyu finish loading everything, Sung-hoon proactively left to give him some privacy, saying, I'll wait upstairs. Surrounded by the pile of suitcases, Gi-gyu smiled and said, thank you. Just as the assistant stepped out, the old man emerged from the back. Spotting his visitor, he recognized him instantly and blurted out, Ah, it's you. Gi-gyu politely greeted him back. Yes, hello, sir. The old man, with a warm face, stood there exchanging pleasantries. It's only been a few months, but I barely recognized you. The two began to chat warmly like old friends as Gi-gyu asked, How have you been, sir? I've been good. And of course, I received the money you sent through the association. There seemed to be no distance between them, and their easy dynamic made the conversation flow naturally. As Gi-gyu said, it was a little short, so I apologize. The old man recalled receiving the letter and shared his thoughts. I was only joking. Anyone who read that accompanying letter would know it was basically a will. He didn't stop teasing the young man. To be honest, I didn't think you'd make it back alive. I was planning to treat it as condolence money and write off your debt. But since you're so stubborn, I'll gladly accept it. Gi-gyu chuckled heartily at the old man's joke. Ha ha, well, I came to pay off the rest, didn't I? However, the old man's gaze suddenly sharpened, locking onto him. His playful tone vanished, replaced by a heavy seriousness as he asked, Brunheart, is it dead? The young man replied, It saved my life, and then it disintegrated. The old man closed his eyes, pondering in silence, before letting out, Well, that was its duty. So I have no reason to be sad. But still, the life of a suit of armor is quite a tragic one. Out of curiosity, the old man asked further, Would you tell me about it? Its final moments, I mean. And just like that, the night slipped away. Another beautiful day began at Gi-gyu's house. First thing in the morning, his younger sister's voice could be heard calling out, Oppa, where are you two going? Peeking in from the doorway, Gi-gyu said, Oh, you're awake? The girl had just woken up, her eyes barely open, and her clothes completely disheveled. Her brother replied, I told you yesterday, Mom and I are going for checkups today. Rubbing her eyes, she mumbled back, You did? Finally waking up fully, she squinted at him, and out of nowhere, bluntly asked, Did you get taller? Leaving her brother completely stunned. What? At the office, inside the locker room, Sung-hoon didn't hold back his praise. With eyes full of admiration, he gushed over Gi-gyu, Mr. Kim, I seriously thought you were a model or something. Why don't you become a celebrity? Truly, that shredded physique was enough to charm anyone. Just hearing the compliment was enough to make his face flush red, and he politely waved it off. Come on, stop that. Seeing his shocking transformation in such a short time, Sung-hoon asked in sheer bewilderment. What happened to you? Did you seriously grow 3 centimeters overnight? And you're packed with muscle now, too. That elixir must be the real deal. With that, he had no shame in begging, can I get a bottle too? Seeing him beg like that immediately reminded Gi-gyu of his little sister nagging him earlier that morning. I want a bottle too. You know, my sister said the exact same thing. Recalling his past, he fell into deep thought. It might not look like much, but this is a massive change. Even with insane workouts, my muscles had already reached their absolute limit. A new system notification popped up. Your limits have been recalibrated. So this is what resetting the limit really means, huh? Lu's voice chimed in right at that moment. Ultimately, you're still a weakling, master, only to get immediately shut down. Shut up. Snapping back to reality, Sung-hoon got serious again. Holding up the results, I have your test results ready, starting with the stamina test. If this were 25 years ago, then he turned to him with a teasing smile and added, I would have broken the world record in every single Olympic event. Gi-gyu replied, why 25 years ago? And the two of them eagerly dove right back into their conversation. And what about by today's standards? Well, it's not like I actually watched the Olympics. Right. Then he laughed and turned back. I'm probably around F rank, leaving Gi-gyu utterly speechless and annoyed, wondering if he was just trying to pick a fight. Still, Sung-hoon kept playing it cool, winking playfully, without missing a single beat. He added, since you're an ego player, try not to be too shocked. Wait, what? His magical power and mana control were completely off the charts, like a bird released from a cage. Gesturing dramatically, he declared, your rank potential is easily that of a high ranker, yet Gi-gyu just stood there, looking surprisingly unfazed. Hey, you're being way too calm. Well, you did tell me not to be shocked. Of course, staying too quiet only got him yelled at even more. Sung-hoon even blurted out some surprisingly fluent English. Be a little surprised, that's a high ranker. Gi-gyu could only offer a helpless smile, thinking to himself, that's old news anyway. Suddenly, the doorknob clicked, and Uncle Taeshik walked in, asking if they were finished. Seeing him, Gi-gyu immediately asked, oh, how is my mom? The response was incredibly reassuring, bringing a wave of pure relief and happiness. Not only is your mother completely healthy, but she's actually in better shape than the average person. On top of that, what surprised him even more, and what was truly incredible, was that despite being an ordinary citizen, she can now actually use items. Gi-gyu's jaw dropped in utter disbelief. Items? Hearing this, he froze, a cold sweat breaking out as his eyes widened. Stuttering, he managed to choke out, that's amazing, right? Uncle Taeshik, eyes glued to his phone, muttered to him, well, I will give you the details later. I actually came to see you for something else. He got straight to the point. You haven't been hunting lately, have you? Gi-gyu thought for a moment before replying, hunting? No, I'm just taking a breather for now. Even as he said it, he couldn't help but think about how he was still busy absorbing Kallion's power. Just then, Elle spoke up in her usual gentle voice. I'm sorry, Master. No, it's fine, Elle. Uncle Taeshik pressed on. When do you plan on starting again? Gi-gyu hesitated for a moment before stammering. Maybe in about 1 week? Uncle Taeshik looked thoughtful, clearly weighing something very carefully. After a brief silence, he turned and advised him. In that case, make sure to clear your schedule for next week. Why? Did something happen? That was when Gi-gyu heard the urgent news. According to his uncle, they had completely lost contact with the C-rank conquest team. The atmosphere in the room instantly turned heavy. Uncle Taeshik then shared his plans. We're currently putting together a B-rank team to send out next week. Gi-gyu immediately got the gist of it and quietly asked, so, what are you trying to say? That's right. The Guardian of the 4th floor still hasn't been defeated. This sudden piece of news left Gi-gyu completely speechless. Lowering his voice, he muttered, but that's not even the most important part. His eyes sharpened and his face darkened, signaling the impending danger. It looks like that bastard can grow stronger by hunting down other players. Watching their expressions, Sung-hoon grew highly curious. His eyes darted between them, clearly dying to join the conversation. A B-rank conquest team has at least 30 members, with over 60% of them being B-rank. Kim Gi-gyu silently calculated, but me, the player Kim Gi-gyu, my rank after taking the elixir is. He came to an incredibly frustrating conclusion. Unranked. In the general manager's office, Teo said to Kim Gi-gyu, "You should go through an official rank evaluation. Now you don't have to worry about not being able to use equipment anymore." Taeshik looked at Kim Gi-gyu, who was slumped over the desk. "Even though your physical stats might only place you at D rank, if we factor in your potential, you could easily reach B rank." Hearing this, Kim Gi-gyu gave a discouraged sigh and murmured, Kim Gi-gyu pointed at the player ability ranking chart taken straight out of a middle school textbook, Players and Society, and said, "But being a B rank means I have to be over level 100. The sad truth is, I'm still at level 1. Is it really okay for the ranking criteria to be this vague? Isn't factoring in potential just way too abstract?" Hearing this, Taeshik replied, "We might call it potential, but one's mana capacity and how they utilize it directly translate to actual combat skills." Thinking back to other unique players, Teo added, "Just look at the irregulars. Their levels don't really matter, do they?" Pointing to the differences in how the two gain strength, the blue and red diagrams explained, "The general consensus is that level doesn't actually matter. What really matters is how much your stats increase when you level up. Besides, nowadays, you can't even see other people's levels anyway due to privacy settings." After listening to the analysis, Kim Gi-gyu asked, "If I take this evaluation, won't I draw a lot of attention?" Teo replied, "A little bit. The bloodthirsty guide, who can't level up suddenly becoming a B-rank player, is bound to stand out, of course." Kim Gi-gyu immediately complained, "I told you to stop using that nickname, and now you're making up even worse versions." Teo said to him with some concern, "Either way, you're going to cause a bit of a stir. We can't exactly stop the media from calling you a rising star, with the potential to become a high ranker." "What, you don't like that?" Kim Gi-gyu recalled the past events and said, "It's not that I hate being famous, but the Iron Guild is definitely still keeping tabs on me, so I want to keep a low profile." Taeshik closed his eyes in thought and said, I think you're being a bit too paranoid, but I respect your decision. Still, I can't just hand you a rank myself. I don't have that kind of authority." Taeso clearly laid out the issue to him. Hearing that, Kim Gi-gyu immediately replied, "The way you casually told me to clear my schedule made me think you already had a plan." Taeso crossed his arms and said, "Well, I didn't expect you to turn it down like this. I was sure you'd take the evaluation test. In a world where having a high rank gets you completely different treatment, who would have thought you'd say no?" Kim Gi-gyu scratched his head and replied, "Man, what a headache." But then, he looked up as Taeso handed him a folder and said, "Well, it's not like there is absolutely no way." Kim Gi-gyu looked at the document in confusion and asked, "What is this?" Taeso replied, "A list of the guilds participating in this upcoming raid." Taeso looked at Kim Gi-gyu and said, "If you temporarily join a guild, you will be able to participate in the raid. At the very least, I can act as a middleman and recommend you to some of them." Kim Gi-gyu asked skeptically, "But who would actually accept a complete stranger?" Scanning the list of names, Kim Gi-gyu continued, "Besides, if I leave the guild right after the raid is over, it will increase their turnover rate and end up hurting their reputation." Just as he finished speaking, his eyes caught a familiar name, the Morning Star Party, consisting of Seop Kim and 3 other players. The vice guild leader of Chaegil stood up to introduce himself to the gathered players. "I have been appointed as the subjugation team leader for this raid. I am Dong-hee Kim from the Chaegil Guild." Dong-hee Kim continued briefing the crowd. "We will depart as soon as roll call is finished. I look forward to working with everyone." The players responded in unison, "We look forward to working with you too, sir." Shortly after, the players headed into the raid zone to the sound of loud cracking. Kim Gi-gyu said to Seop Kim, "Thank you for letting me join. I know it was a lot to ask." Seop Kim replied, "Don't worry about it. After all, we all owe you our lives." Seop Kim smiled and continued, "Honestly, I feel bad we couldn't do more for you. We're just a D-rank party brought in as extra support." Kim Gi-gyu replied, "You've already helped me more than enough. As long as I don't have to carry bags as a porter, I'm happy. If the chance arises, I'll definitely jump into the fight." Seop Kim chuckled and said, "I'm not even sure if we'll get a turn. There are some seriously big names here today." Kim Gi-gyu asked in surprise, "Big names?" Seop Kim replied, "Yeah, take leader Dong-hee Kim for instance. Word is he is about to be promoted to A rank." Seop Kim looked toward Dong-hee Kim, who is busy slashing down monsters, and explained further, "Being an A rank means he'll officially become a high-level ranker. Just being close to that level is already mind-blowing." Watching the vanguard clear the path ahead, Kim Gi-gyu muttered softly, "Huh, I see." He couldn't help but think to himself, Is that really such a big deal? I mean, compared to the Demon King or Ironside. Though I guess that woman is an exception. Suddenly, Ryu's voice rang out in his mind. Why on earth are your standards so ridiculously high anyway? Han Yun approached Kim Gi-gyu and said, But hey, Mr. Guide, it seriously looks like you've undergone a total makeover, hasn't it? Kim Gi-gyu asked in confusion. What do you mean? Ji-won chimed in. Yeah, seriously. Did you get plastic surgery or something? Seong-gu scolded from the side. Hey, that is super rude to ask. As he watched them gossip about him, Kim Gi-gyu couldn't help but wonder, have I really changed that much? Ryu suddenly spoke up again. Well, your vibe is completely different now, isn't it? You finally look like someone who can actually leave a decent impression on people. Keeping his voice down while ignoring the voice in his head, Kim Gi-gyu answered their questions. No, it's definitely not plastic surgery. I think it's because I acquired a unique skill on the 5th floor. It just made me grow a little taller, that's all. Ryu instantly scoffed in his head. What a pathetic excuse. Hearing this, Seop Kim sighed enviously. Aw, man, I'm so jealous, Han Yun added. I wish I could get a skill like that. I had no idea a skill like that even existed. Ji-won remarked in awe. Ryu grumbled in disbelief. Are you kidding me? They actually bought that? Kim Gi-gyu helplessly thought. Shut up, Ryu. From a distance, a group of burly, well-built men were staring intently at Kim Gi-gyu and his companions. They were all wearing matching uniforms, and the looks they threw in their direction were far from friendly. Once they reached the 4th floor of the tower, Dong-hee Kim immediately issued orders to everyone. Search team, go track down the Guardian. The rest of you, take a break. Everyone replied in unison, understood. Soon after, they dispersed, with everyone attending to their respective tasks. Kim Gi-gyu's group also sat down near the base of a large tree to rest. At that moment, Kim Gi-gyu looked over and started analyzing his party members. Seop is an archer, and Han Yun is a mage. Hearing their names, the two looked up, as Kim Gi-gyu continued. Seong-gu is a swordsman, and Ji-won is a tank, right? So, why on earth is your guild named Morning Star? It's not like any of you use a spiked mace. Kim Gi-gyu's question made everyone burst out laughing, while Seop Kim's face turned completely red. Han Yun clutched her stomach, laughing so hard her shoulders shook. Haha. This only made Seop Kim blush even deeper as he snapped, Hey, stop laughing already. Ji-won turned her head away, unable to stop giggling, while Seong-gu quickly explained, Seop actually chose that name because of you, Mr. Guide. Remembering the moment, Kim Gi-gyu proudly declared, I am the best level 1 player in the world. Seong-gu continued. When you left the cave to call for backup, he said. Seeing him glow so brightly, Seong-gu burst out laughing and said, You look just like a morning star, making Seon-pil Kim blush in embarrassment. I told you to stop laughing already. Gi-gyu, sitting right next to him, gave Seon-pil a wry smile. Then, Kim Gi-gyu spoke to the group. Anyway, just talk to me normally. I'm not your guide anymore, you know. Hearing this, the others went, Oh, right, Seon-pil asked. You're the same age as Seong-gu, right? Can I call you Hyung? Hearing this, Kim Gi-gyu replied, Of course you can. With that, everyone started speaking more casually. You should drop the formalities with us too, Hyung. All right, sounds good. Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching Kim Gi-gyu off guard. Wow, the world really has changed, hasn't it? The leader of the uniformed group from earlier sneered. I honestly thought you guys came here for a picnic. Kim Gi-gyu and the others turned around to look at the group. Kim Gi-gyu whispered to Seon-pil Kim, Who is that? That's player Nam Jon-sek from the Brother Guild. He's their representative for this raid. Gi-gyu asked, What's their deal? Seon-pil Kim replied, Well, they're actually pretty well known. They pursue raw power under the slogan, Only the adaptable survive. They place a lot of value on traditional ideas and a strict hierarchy, but above all else, they demand absolute loyalty. Kim Gi-gyu sighed, so, in short, Seon-pil cut straight to the point. They're just a bunch of outdated geezers. Gi-gyu nodded. Got it. Kim Gi-gyu then glanced over at the group as he overheard them muttering, What a useless bunch. Nam Jon-suk mocked them, saying, I guess trash can only do so much, huh? What did you just say? Do-yoon spat out in anger. Han-yoon quickly held him back, whispering, Just let it go, Do-yoon. Seeing their reaction, the men from the Brother Guild sneered. I asked if you guys came here for a picnic. I bet you're acting all high and mighty just because you got onto a raid team, huh? Nam Jeon-sok continued with a sneer. You guys should be the ones on high alert, but instead, you're slacking off and gossiping. You should at least try to be more useful than the damn porters, shouldn't you? Hearing his words, Seonpil Kim's group was fuming, and even Kim Gi-gyu's face darkened as he kept his head down. Seeing their silence, Nam Jeon-suk scoffed. Humph, what a pathetic bunch. With that, his group turned to walk away. Let's go. Seonpil quickly turned to Kim Gi-gyu and said, I'm so sorry, Hyung. You got dragged into this because of us. Seonpil Kim watched him anxiously as he remained dead silent. Hyung? He called out again, his voice filled with worry. Right then, Kim Dong-hyun flinched as he felt an intense, suffocating wave of killing intent radiating from Kim Gi-gyu behind him. He spun around in shock. Kim Gi-gyu clutched his chest as Lu's voice echoed in his mind. Master, please calm down. Are you planning to murder someone or what? Seeing the murderous glare flashing in Kim Gi-gyu's eyes, Lu urgently added, Control your emotions. Clenching his chest, Gi-gyu thought in confusion. What is happening to me? Kim Dong-hyun stepped up and stopped in front of Kim Gi-gyu. He said, It feels like something has been seriously thrown off here. Gi-gyu looked up and asked, Oh, aren't you here to interrogate me? Kim Dong-hyun replied, As the raid leader, I need to have a clear understanding of the situation. Kim Gi-gyu heard this and nodded. I see. An idea suddenly sparked in Gi-gyu's mind. He looked at Kim Dong-hyun and said, It might seem like a petty grudge, but because of it, there is a favor I'd like to ask of the raid leader. Kim Dong-hyun replied, Sure, what is it? Gi-gyu stood up and pointed toward Nam Jeon-sok. I want to have a duel with player Nam Jeon-sok. After all, it is much better to settle any bad blood between raid members before the battle, don't you think? Hearing his name, Nam Jeon-seok spun around. Huh? The surrounding crowd immediately turned their attention to them, whispering, What is going on? Are they actually going to fight? Kim Dong-hyun frowned and said, Is that really a good idea? The gap between a C rank and a B rank isn't just a simple difference of one level. Kim Gi-gyu confidently replied, I am well aware of that. That is why I want to add a small condition. As you know, the C rank players from Morning Star are currently just reserve members. He continued to explain to Kim Dong-hyun, on the other hand, the B rank players from Brother are the main vanguard, right? But real combat experience matters way more than mere ranks, doesn't it? So if I win, I want to swap the positions of our two teams. The moment Kim Gi-gyu finished speaking, Seonpil Kim looked up in absolute shock, stammering, Hung. Kim Gi-gyu reassured him, Sorry for not consulting you first, but please trust me just this once. Nam Jeon-suk scoffed in contempt. Hold on a minute. Who do you think you are to make decisions on your own? Ridiculous. Why should I accept when you don't bring anything of value to the table? 500 million. Kim Gi-gyu's offer completely silenced Nam Jeon-sok. He raised his hand and continued, If you win, you will get 500 million. That's not a bad deal, is it? Staring at Kim Gi-gyu's 5 raised fingers, Nam Jeon-suk fell silent. Looking at his companion, Jeon-sok murmured, Seriously? He's throwing around that much cash just to shut me up? Jeon-suk laughed and said, It's not like I can play dumb with everyone watching us, right? Nam Jeon-suk turned back to Gi-gyu and smirked, If that's the case, I'm getting a sweet deal. Besides, there's no way I'd lose. Hearing this, Kim Dong-hyun thought to himself, The raid is about to start. As the leader, I should stop this unnecessary trouble. Dong-hyun recalled the sensation from earlier. If what I felt just now wasn't an illusion, this might be the perfect chance to prove it. Having made up his mind, Kim Dong-hyun declared, All right, as the raid leader, I approve. The surrounding crowd quickly formed a circle around the three of them, creating a makeshift arena. Boss Kim lays down the rules. Weapons are strictly banned, and dirty moves are a no-go. The fight will end the moment one side throws in the towel. Gi-gyu looks over at Boss Kim's group and gives them a slight nod. He then wonders if this is enough distance between him and Yu. Yu immediately replies, It is enough. She explains that for the ability to grow, the link distance will keep expanding. Be careful, Master, Yu warns. Meanwhile, Jeonseop says arrogantly, I will let you make the first move. It won't be any fun if this ends too quickly. Jeonseop waves his hand mockingly. Come on, bring it on. But Gi-gyu is laser-focused, sizing up his opponent. The guy is a B-rank player. Scanning Jeonseop's massive, muscular frame, Gi-gyu notes to himself that the guy is full of openings. Is he a shield warrior? Judging by his build, He is either a classic, strength-focused melee damage dealer or a tank. Gi-gyu stomps his foot and leaps forward, knowing that even for a B rank, this guy must be hiding some serious power. Charging ahead at lightning speed, he thinks, I need to close the distance fast and take control. No time for testing the waters. I will trust my newly upgraded explosive power. Kim Gi-gyu immediately throws a heavy punch, but seeing how smug Jeonseop looks, Gi-gyu is suddenly thrown off. He thinks to himself, is he really not even flinching? Is he that confident in his defense? Or does he have some kind of instant counterattack skill? Shoot. It is too late to pull back my fist now. If he counters, I will have to dodge fast and set up my next move. Kim Gi-gyu drives his fist hard into Jeonseop's side, catching the guy completely off guard. Gi-gyu looks on in utter disbelief as Jeonseop's massive frame immediately collapses to the ground, foaming at the mouth. His teammates stand there, jaws dropped in absolute shock. Kim Dong-hee stares in utter disbelief before stammering out, the winner is player Kim Gi-gyu. The crowd erupts in excitement, shouting, "Whoa, Gi-gyu," as Boss Kim's group rushes over to crowd around him. Kim Gi-gyu, that was so cool. Since when did you get this strong? What level are you anyway? Meanwhile, Jeonseop's teammates rush to his side, asking, hey, are you okay? Meanwhile, Dong-hee thinks to himself, I was standing right here watching, and I couldn't even track Kim Gi-gyu's movement. He might just be the biggest wild card in this raid. Just then, someone rushes over to deliver some news. The raid leader informs Kim Dong-hee, the search party has returned. 3 scouts run back in a panic, gasping for air as they reach the group. Back at a high-rise building, a tense silence fills the air as the elevator stops on the 43rd floor. Inside an office, Taiseo says to the chairman sitting in his chair, so, that means an emergency B-rank raid team has been put together, and they will be setting out this Friday morning. The chairman flips through some documents and replies, yeah. His eyes linger on the names, Kim Sepil, Kim Gi-gyu, Yoon Jon, Kim Han, and Yoon Hee. The chairman asks, and Director Oh Tae-oh quickly responds, yes, the training room in the association's basement has a domestic teleportation gate. The chairman continues. Lately, even Hae Sang-eun's secretary has been spotted at the hospital used by association officials. The chairman tosses the folder back onto his desk and says, it seems we have been giving outside players way too many benefits lately. Resting his hands on the desk, he demands, care to explain? He glares at Taiseo with a dangerous look in his eyes. Back at the raid, Kim Gi-gyu's group is standing in the middle of the raid team. Right in front of them, the 4th floor guardian is holding a person high up in the air. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, it is clear that players are the ones facing the highest mortality rate here. Even if you hate it, you have to get used to death. But when it is your own kind being slaughtered by beasts that don't even look like natural predators, getting used to it becomes almost impossible. Kim Dong-hee quietly draws his sword as a surge of energy flows along the blade. He swings the blade with a loud shout, "Ya!" A swirling stream of water slashes right into the back of the giant monster. Landing gracefully with his sword in hand, Kim Dong-hee looks up at the roaring beast and barks the order to charge. Right on cue, the raid team's tanks step forward and raise their shields. With the order given, everyone rushes in. Gi-gyu's group focuses on the front, gearing up for the fight. The plan for this raid is simple. The monster they are facing seems incredibly powerful and aggressive, baring its sharp, terrifying teeth. The captain's attack was the signal. While injuring the guardian with our strongest spells, we will deliberately drive it into a frenzy. Kim Gi-gyu calmly coordinates with the team. Roaring in fury, the monster charges, its massive legs shaking the ground as it rushes toward the group. Right then, the backup tanks will step up to the front. As the beast closes in, the defense line is formed. Earth walls and stone shields erupt as a barrage of orders are shouted and executed in perfect unison. Now completely enraged, the monster leaps high into the air and slams its fists into the ground, its eyes glowing a furious crimson. By chaining their defensive skills together, they will block the Guardians' heavy attacks, staying safely hidden behind their solid shields. Next, they will hurl prepared explosive items right over the shield wall, while the ranged attackers unleash a coordinated barrage from afar. It is a simple but incredibly effective strategy. As attacks rain down from all sides, a volley of arrows tears through the wind, completely surrounding and hammering the beast. This leaves the creature completely stunned, unable to react as it tries to process what is happening. And then, an overwhelming surge of destructive power rains down right on top of it. The monster attacked, causing a massive explosion that blasted the entire area. However, watching the chaos with an uneasy look, Kim Gi-gyu warned Sipo, Be careful. Don't rush forward. Stay back and observe the situation. His warning caught Sipo completely off guard. Sipo obviously didn't agree and shot back. Why? We finally got a spot on the main force. But mid-sentence, he suddenly went dead silent as he noticed something. The monster that had just been buried under the rubble suddenly came back to life and burst out of the ground. It didn't seem hurt at all. Still bursting with power, it stomped forward, blade in hand, marching right toward them. The biggest flaw in this strategy was that if it failed, everything would spiral completely out of control. The monster roared like crazy, its sharp blade gleaming with a bizarre light. Jung-woo took a direct hit and collapsed to the ground in agony. Clutching his chest, he gasped to Yusu, "You've got to cover me," and Yusu quickly agreed. "Got it." Then Jung-woo asked, "How long has it been?" 30 minutes, he asked, opening a small vial of red liquid and drinking it. "No, it hasn't even been 5 minutes, Yusu replied. Jung-woo snapped, "Damn it." Wiping his mouth, he smirked. Captain Kim Dong-hyun is really something, going toe-to-toe with a monster like that. Holding his guard, Kim Dong-hyun stared down the monster, then suddenly dashed forward and delivered a swift horizontal slash. But it didn't do any damage. He realized its wounds were healing way too fast. Its regeneration rate was on par with a high-level guardian. He quickly gave orders to the rest of the team. "Main squads, 1 and 2, swap positions. Support squad, get ready to fight." Everyone scrambled instantly, but Kim Gi-gyu just stood there in silence. Sipo hesitantly called out to him, "We should probably get ready too." Gi-gyu replied, "Yeah, I got it," and started walking forward. Not understanding what he was up to, Sipo frowned in worry. "Hey, Kim Gi-gyu!" With a sword in each hand, Gi-gyu stepped toward the raging monster. The others yelled in panic, "Hey, that's dangerous." The monster swung its blade at him, but he easily tilted his body to dodge it. The strike slammed into the ground, shattering the earth and sending dust and rocks flying everywhere, proving the monster possessed incredible, brute strength. But Kim Gi-gyu wasn't afraid at all. He actually smiled, finding an interesting detail that proved his theory. "I knew it. I was right." All the players who rushed through the tutorial had no idea about this guy's attack patterns. The monster attacked frantically, but he dodged every single blow. The only real difference was its physical stats and regeneration speed. If that's the case, Gi-gyu thought, recalling a past conversation, "what are you going to do with this? 8 million won in cash? I'll pay off my debt and buy some new gear." Gi-gyu ducked under another incoming slash and smirked. "This is the perfect chance to test the power of my newly linked ego." With that thought, he quickly slipped behind the monster and activated the power of his level 45 Hermes boots. Strength 30, Agility 89, Stamina 12, and Magic Power 40. Movement speed increases by 15%. Unique skill Haste. During haste, speed gradually increases, reaching maximum speed within 3 minutes of its 5-minute duration. Whew! He exhaled slowly and kept his eyes on the monster. It let out a terrifying, furious roar. Everyone stood there, utterly dumbfounded and unable to believe their eyes. "What on earth?" Kim Dong-hyun gasped before shouting out, "Gi-gyu! Its regeneration rate is insanely high. We need to land one deep, decisive blow instead of many shallow attacks." He kept shouting, "This is going to be a battle of attrition, so save your strength." But mid-sentence, he froze. The monster had suddenly dropped to its knees. Did its regeneration stop? The necklace around Kim Gi-gyu's neck glowed with a deep blue light. It was Rain, level 51, Strength 19, Agility 25, Stamina 67, and Magic Power 25. Attribute skills, Mana Regeneration and Fatal Wound. Mana Regeneration increases the mana recovery rate, while Fatal Wound slows down and drastically reduces the target's healing ability. The monster gritted its teeth, stood back up, and went completely berserk. What's wrong with it? Did its attack pattern change? The team raised their shields in defense once again. This isn't anything fancy like a change in attack patterns. It's just a low-grade monster backed into a corner, thrashing in its death throes, Gi-gyu said. He smiled. "I already saw this coming," and leapt high into the air behind the monster, bringing his blade crashing down. Gi-gyu unleashed a relentless barrage of swift, powerful, and decisive strikes. The monster shrieked in absolute agony. Everyone stood frozen, staring with wide eyes. Gi-gyu landed gracefully on the ground and decided to deliver the final, finishing blow. A swift horizontal slash struck its eye, exposing a small opening. No matter how many levels they gain, an orc is still just an orc. Gripping his sword, he dashed forward and went in for the kill. "You don't scare me one bit," Gi-gyu smirked with confidence. The party watched him, their eyes practically popping out of their heads in sheer shock. It was hard to believe he had taken down this ferocious beast completely on his own. Boom! The monster crashed heavily to the ground, covered in blood, with the surrounding area painted red, a testament to the brutal clash. A system notification rang out. You have defeated the low-grade demon, Ferret. He frowned. A demon? Suddenly, the system chimed again. The skill, Demon Devourer, has been activated. A loud explosion erupted from the demon's corpse, tearing through the air and leaving everyone in awe. It looked like it was about to rise again. The system announced, Faraz is undergoing egoization. But before the process could even get going, another notification popped up. Faraz's egoization has failed. Gi-gyu was completely speechless. The fragments from Faraz's defeat and self-destruction are being absorbed into Lu. Instantly, the monster's power turns into a dark energy that flows directly into the sword in his hand. Lu has been supercharged, and man, it looks absolutely terrifying. A massive wave of sword energy sweeps across the ground, kicking up a storm of dust and leaves. Everyone stares in awe as Gi-gyu stands there, dual-wielding his swords like an immortal hero. The look on their faces is pure admiration. Captain Dong-ha Kim stares at Gi-gyu with deep respect and a hint of awe after witnessing that unbelievable display. He quickly calls out, "Listen up, everyone! All injured members, focus on recovery immediately. Non-combatants, start gathering the rest of the raid team's gear. Don't let your guard down, stay focused." "Yes, sir," the squad replies in unison. Once the orders are given, Dong-ha walks over to Gi-gyu. "Player Gi-gyu. Kim, can we have a private word?" Gi-gyu doesn't say anything, silently following the captain as he walks away. Inside, he's bracing himself. Is he going to interrogate me about the corpse disappearing? That guardian's corpse is worth a fortune, but now that all the magic stones and items are gone, he might try to pin it on me. No, wait, he doesn't have any proof. The whole situation was bizarre anyway, so there's no way he can just jump to conclusions. If that's the case, Dong-ha Kim's voice suddenly snaps Gi-gyu out of his thoughts. The captain says, "Let me get straight to the point. Would you be interested in joining our guild?" Gi-gyu thinks to himself, "Aha, so he's trying to recruit me. I knew it." He replies, "I really appreciate the offer, but I don't plan on joining any guild right now. Even my current party is just a temporary setup, so I could participate in this raid." Captain Dong-ha lets out a slightly disappointed smile. "Ah, that's a real shame." He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a business card with his contact information. "Either way, I'd still love to stay in touch, Gi-gyu. If you ever change your mind or need any help, don't hesitate to call." Sorry about the wrinkles, it got a bit crumpled during the fight. After thanking the group for their hard work, Dong-ha departs. Gi-gyu then turns to Sunpil and asks, "Hey, can I ask you something?" Sunpil replies, "Sure, what's up?" Gi-gyu goes on, "I didn't want to bring it up earlier in case it was a sensitive topic, but how come you didn't join Suk-woo's Kane Guild? You're more than qualified, you've got tons of potential, and you clearly have the connections. You'd easily skyrocket to success if you joined." Sunpil just gives a sheepish laugh. "Haha, well, it's nothing dramatic. I just don't want people saying I rode on someone else's coattails. I'd rather earn everything with my own two hands." "But what about you?" Sunpil asks. Gi-gyu blinks. "Me?" Sunpil continues. "I mean, even back when you were a guide, or even now, I feel like Suk-woo would definitely try to recruit someone as capable as you." Hearing this, Gi-gyu hesitates. "Well, it's nothing special really. The two get so caught up in their conversation that they lose track of their surroundings. That is, until Hanul chimes in, "Hey, what are you two gossiping about so seriously?" Sung-woo chimes in, "Want to grab a bite to eat?" Everyone turns to look at Gi-gyu Kim. He shrugs apologetically. "Sorry guys, maybe next time." I've got plans, and I really need to get home and pack my stuff." Sunpil groans in disappointment. "Aw, that's too bad." Hanul and Sung-woo chimed in. "Well, thank you so much for everything. See you around." They wave goodbye to each other under the warm glow of the setting sun. "For sure. I'll give you guys a call once I'm done. Catch you later." After parting ways, Gi-gyu walks home, thinking to himself, "All right, I need to remember to call Sung-woo once I get this sorted out." Just then, his phone buzzed. It was a text from Taeshik that read, "Call me as soon as the raid is over." When they speak, Taeshik sounds apologetic. "Sorry for calling you out so late, Gi-gyu. That old geezer, the association president wants to have dinner with you." Gi-gyu scratches his head in disbelief. Wait, the association president? That's kind of sudden. I should have gotten a haircut or something first. I must look like a total mess right now. Tae-shik snorts. You look fine. Forget the haircut. A wave of thoughts rushes through Gi-gyu's mind. He's heard of the legendary president of the Korean Players Association before. He's a self-made man, but beyond that, almost everything about this titan of the Korean hunter industry is shrouded in mystery. He can't help but worry, why would a guy like him want to meet me? The two step into the elevator and head up to the 10th floor. Gi-gyu looks at Tae-shik, confused. Wait, isn't this your apartment? Tae-shik shrugs. Yep, he insisted on cooking a meal for you himself. He's really into cooking. Gi-gyu is still baffled. Okay, sure, but why are we doing this at your place? Before he can get an answer, they arrive at Tae-shik's front door. Opening the door, Tae-shik calls out, Hey, we're home. A booming, mature voice echoes from inside. Ah, you're finally back. Tae-shik. Tae-shik sighs, clearly annoyed. Are you seriously still quoting that movie? How long are you going to keep that up? That film came out ages ago. The man inside fires back, Oh, shut up. You got back just in time. Tae-shik asks. So, what's on the menu? I didn't think I had enough food left in the fridge to make anything. The man quickly replies, I brought my own ingredients. Now go set the table. Gi-gyu just stands there in silence, watching the two bicker. So, that's really the president of the Korean Players Association. The older man puts his hands on his hips, grumbling with a scowl on his face. And clean up this place while you're at it. It looks like a complete pigsty. Then, he turns to Gi-gyu, extending his hand with a warm smile. So, you must be player Gi-gyu Kim, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. Gi-gyu quickly and politely shakes his hand. Oh, yes, sir. It's an honor to meet you too. As he begins to introduce himself, he says, I'm Gi-gyu. Before he could even finish his sentence, he froze. His heart felt like it stopped because the man before him became so terrifying and intense. I am Oh Tae-gu, the president of the Korean Players Association. Kim Gi-gyu became highly alert and guarded, as if he were facing off against a powerful beast. A thought crossed his mind. This pressure is insane. It's definitely no coincidence that someone like this can lead a group of superhumans. He hesitantly reached out to shake Tae-gu's hand. Tae-shik spoke up. Take it easy, Dad. What do you think you're doing? Question marks practically popped up around Gi-gyu. As he sat there dazed, Tae-shik said, Go ahead and eat, Gi-gyu. It's not bad. Thanks for the food, Gi-gyu replied, picking up a bite with his chopsticks and putting it in his mouth. Suddenly, Tae-gu spoke with a sharp look in his eyes. I've heard a lot about you from Tae-shik. He must have helped you out quite a bit using his authority as general manager, right? Way too much, actually. Gi-gyu stopped mid-chew, unable to even swallow his food after hearing what the association president just said. All right, old man, he's trying to eat. Let the kid have his dinner, Tae-shik said, clearly annoyed. His father replied, He can keep eating. I'm just talking. How is he even supposed to swallow? Tae-shik muttered. Tae-gu continued anyway. Well, regardless, I'd like to offer you a job. Are you interested in hearing about it? Gi-gyu quickly swallowed the food stuck in his throat and asked, A job? What do you mean? He replied, The association wants to hire you. Gi-gyu chuckled. I've already told Tae-shik, but I don't plan on joining any organization. Before he could finish, the president cut him off. It's not like that. How would you like to become a mercenary for the association? On his way back, Tae-shik's voice echoed in Gi-gyu's mind. Even though the old man was a bit intense, he didn't mean to pressure or force you into anything. He just wanted to give you a title so you could comfortably receive help from the association, so you can help out when needed and get what you deserve in return. This deal isn't bad at all. Having a connection like this can bring you a lot of benefits. Even though it's not full-time, Kim Gi-gyu muttered to himself, if Tae-shik said so, it shouldn't be bad. A connection, huh? He was lost in thought. And what about you? He suddenly remembered Yu Suk-woo of the Cane Guild. While he was just running around at level 1, Suk-woo had already become the leader of one of the top 10 guilds in Korea. Ever since we met, I've been indebted to him. I can't be a burden to him anymore. Gi-gyu thought to himself, I want to stand on equal footing with him. See you in the tower, Suk-woo. He was sad but determined as he thought that. Suddenly, a massive explosion went off in the forest. Damn it, I missed, Jay said seriously with a look of determination. Don't worry, I'll finish it off. Looking at the flames in front of him, he cried out, Here it comes. A giant tiger burst out from the burning forest. It was massive, with 2 razor-sharp fangs, and let out an ear-splitting roar. charging fiercely at the two of them. Rah! Jay slashed forward. His companion asked, "Should we keep going? It's getting dark out here anyway." But he replied, "Let's hunt two more first." As the two of them walked deeper into the forest, he added, "I think I'm about to level up. Is it just me, or is it getting cold?" The two of them began to shiver, thinking it was just because of the night. But it was strange usually. The 26th floor has a hot climate. Shivering violently from the cold, he muttered, "I think they're at the bottom of the hill." As they reached the top of the hill, he suddenly gasped in shock at the bizarre sight before them. What on earth is that? A massive area was completely frozen over, along with all the animals and trees. At the frozen site, Gi-gyu was investigating the area. "Guildmaster, it doesn't seem to be here." Exhaling a puff of white mist, he replied gloomily, "I see. Let's move on then." Taeshik had mentioned that the ID token would be provided to mercenaries. With that, you'll have the same authority as a director. Shocked, Gi-gyu asked to confirm. "Wait, seriously?" Overhearing the entire conversation in the car, Sung-hoon smiled and said, "I'll explain the details. From today on, he'll be your secretary." Sung-hoon thoroughly explained to Gi-gyu, "You'll receive the same perks as a high-ranking player regarding things related to the tower and clearing gates, and every time you complete a quest, you'll receive a reward. The association will buy back any items you acquire during quests with 0 commission. Plus, you have the right to refuse any quest. Sounds good, right?" These perks completely stunned Kim Gi-gyu, leaving him speechless, before he finally managed to squeeze out 3 words. "This is awesome." Meanwhile, at the Iron Guild headquarters in New York, USA, Iron Shield was looking out the window at the skyscrapers and turned to ask the other man in the room, "So, you wanted to see me?" The man had a severe wound on his neck. Rogers Han immediately replied, "Yes, Guildmaster." He then began to cough violently. Hearing this, Iron Shield glanced over at him, then looked away, asking with feigned concern, "What's wrong?" Rogers Han growled, gritting his teeth in pure anger. "Korea! Please send me to Korea. I'm begging you, Guildmaster. I'll do anything. I'll give you whatever you want." To his surprise, Iron Shield agreed immediately. "Sure," leaving Rogers Han looking a bit dumbfounded. He added, "I'll establish a branch in Korea and make you the director. Do whatever you want, even get your revenge, and I will grant you number 9. This sent an even greater shockwave of astonishment through Rogers Han. Instantly, he became so ecstatic that he could barely speak. "9? The Holy Sword number 9? Rogers Han bowed 90 degrees, repeatedly chanting, thank you, Guildmaster. Thank you so much." Iron watched his grateful departure, a wicked thought crossing his mind. "That's right, Roger Han, be the stepping stone for my and the Demon King's revenge." At the thought of it, his entire face contorted in rage, radiating a terrifying bloodlust. "The next time we meet, I will tear you into 1,000 pieces." His metal prosthetic leg, gleaming from the knee down, drew even more attention. We cut to a status window popping up. L. Title: Ruler of the Holy Swords. Level 89. Strength: 130. Agility: 132. Stamina: 147. Magic: 122. The accessory skill of the Ruler of the Holy Swords can reflect 5% of damage taken from Holy Swords, and can absorb any lower-grade Holy Swords. She can survive a fatal blow once, while at full health, usable only once. Meanwhile, Kim Gi-gyu was in a moving car, thinking to himself, "A Holy Sword, huh? It has grown significantly stronger since absorbing Kariel." Looking at the 2 status windows before him, he fell into deep thought. "But how do we find one, L? Do you have any idea?" L replied, sounding a bit guilty. "I'm sorry, Master. Although my power has awakened, my memories are still not fully intact." Hearing that, Gi-gyu changed the subject to Lu, asking, "What about you?" Hearing his name, Lu spoke up. "Huh? You said you still don't know how to use the ego fragment I took from Jang Ki-young, but you've already absorbed Pharos' ego, so how do you feel? Any changes?" Lu just grunted non-committally. As Gi-gyu was caught up in his messy thoughts, Heo Sung-hoon cut in, asking casually, "Did you get a haircut?" Gi-gyu gave a forced smile and replied, "Yeah, I noticed it was getting a bit shaggy, so I got it trimmed." Lu remarked suspiciously, "It's almost like he can hear us talking." Gi-gyu immediately dismissed the idea. "No way." "Anyway, what about the fragments?" Lu flatly replied, "I don't know." He thought to himself in despair, What did I even expect from him? Then, he turned and asked, "Excuse me, Mr. Sung-hoon, where are we heading exactly?" As he drove past the checkpoint, Heo Sung-hoon answered, "A unique gate in Yosu. According to the measuring devices, its rating keeps fluctuating between F-class and class. All you need to do is clear it," Gi-gyu said excitedly. "Since this is my first mission as a mercenary, I'm actually a little nervous." Heo Sung-hoon reassured him. "There's no need for that. Since our main goal is just to gather information, I'll be going in with you." Just then, Gi-gyu noticed a sign for a rest area and panicked. "Oh crap, my baby potatoes, when did we even get onto the highway?" Heo Sung-hoon kept babbling, completely oblivious. "Oh, by the way, Gi-gyu, did you know? The Mercenary Association is going to give you a nickname." Gi-gyu, still grinding his teeth in frustration over his baby potatoes, turned and asked, "A nickname? You mean like Demon King or Asura? I haven't heard anything about that," Heo Sung-hoon explained. "It was decided in a meeting this morning." He sighed. "Why would they just decide that on their own?" Heo Sung-hoon made the grand announcement. "Your official nickname is Dagger Gi-gyu." Hearing this, Gi-gyu gave him a deeply unimpressed, judging look. "Huh?" But then, realizing it was similar to the name of the guild Kim Se-pil was running, he happily accepted it, thinking, "What a coincidence. The kids are going to love this." Turning around, he saw Heo Sung-hoon holding back his laughter and snapped in embarrassment. "What are you laughing at?" The checkpoint soon came into view as everyone gathered near the gate. While Gi-gyu was stuffing his face, someone walked over to greet him. "It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Dagger." With his mouth full of food, he could only mumble, "Uh-huh." The man bowed nearly 90 degrees and introduced himself. "I am the director of the Player Association in Yosu." Feeling flustered, Gi-gyu said, "Ah, I see. You can lift your head now." Then, he awkwardly added, "And please, you can just call me by my name." Behind him, Heo Sung-hoon snickered, yet again. Annoyed, Gi-gyu barked at Heo Sung-hoon, who was grinning ear to ear behind him. "Stop laughing." Turning back to the gate, the director of the Yosu Player Association shared some details. It appeared a few days ago and was immediately flagged as a unique gate. No one has gone inside yet. After hearing that, Heo Sung-hoon reiterated their goal. "Then our primary objective is still a scouting mission, as planned." "What's our current manpower?" The director of the Yosu Player Association replied, "We can assemble a B-class raid team if you'd like. That should be enough." An accompanying staff member added to Heo Sung-hoon, "We've prepared all the necessary equipment in the management office. Once you two are ready, we can head out immediately." Suddenly, someone noticed Gi-gyu and blurted out, "Wait, aren't you Mr. Republic?" Two others rushed over to stop him. "I mean, Mr. Kim, player Kim Gi-gyu." The two nearby staff members rushed to pull Gi-gyu back as he stood dangerously close to the gate. "Sir, that's a unique gate. It's too dangerous to be this reckless." Ignoring their warnings, Gi-gyu asked Lu and El, "Are you guys sure about this?" "Yes, I'm sure, Master." Reassured by Lu and El, he calmly walked over and touched the gate. At that exact moment, an incredibly terrifying surge of power erupted from the gate, completely enveloping Gi-gyu. Behind him, both Heo Sung-hoon and the Yosu Association president turned pale with horror. "Damn it, it's a gate break." Everyone immediately scrambled to call their superiors to handle the situation. "Contact headquarters immediately. Request support from nearby guilds." Frustrated grunts and complaints echoed all around us. "Damn it, how did this happen? We were supposed to have way more time." But Kim Gi-gyu wasn't about to give up. He reached out and pressed his hand firmly against the gate, and suddenly, a system prompt popped up. It was actually a status window asking him to accept the link. Ru said boastfully, "Told you so." Right then, both Ella and Ru spoke up in unison. "This gate." Gi-gyu tapped the accept button on the prompt. Meanwhile, Ru and Ella finished their sentence together. "Is an ego, Master." An ego? Back at the temporary office in the shipping container, Heo Seong-hoon was incredibly annoyed, complaining endlessly about what Gi-gyu had done to the gate. Oh, fantastic. Player Kim Gi-gyu could only stay quiet under the nagging, knowing deep down that he was in the wrong. Heo Seong-hoon kept going, "Now you can even trigger a gate break? What's next? Are you going to start controlling the monsters too?" Gi-gyu tried to explain himself. Look, I had no idea things would turn out like this." Heo Seong-hoon let out a heavy sigh and leaned back in his chair. He looked at Gi-gyu and asked, "So, what actually happened?" Everyone out there is whispering and trying to figure it out. Out by the gate, everything had returned to normal. But was that really a gate break? Gi-gyu answered honestly. I might have a small idea of what went down, but it's a first for me too. I can't give you all the details, but it's probably because of my unique skill. Hearing that, Heo Seong-hoon crossed his arms in defeat. Well, if it's your unique skill, it'd be rude of me to pry. Oh, by the way, Heo Seong-hoon suddenly pulled out a mask and handed it over. Here, wear this. Gi-gyu took the mask, looking confused. What's this? Seong-hoon explained. A traditional Korean mask. I even painted the lips red myself. He went on to explain. Since there was a warning sign of a gate break, the area is currently packed with players who were summoned for an emergency. Glancing out at the crowd, he added, and the reporters will be swarming this place any minute now. Heo Seong-hoon showed him his phone, which displayed front-page news about the gate break, and warned him seriously, you don't want your face plastered all over the news, right? So put this mask on when you're around other people. The two of them then shared an awkward moment talking about the mask. It wasn't easy for me to find that, you know. Well, thanks, but your taste is definitely unique. Hey, are you saying the red lipstick doesn't look good? Anyway, after a 1-hour meeting, they decided to let me enter the gate alone. Even though there were some objections, it seemed like the association handled them all. The association really is the best, and mercenaries rule. Heo Seong-hoon, holding his spear, asked with concern, are you sure you'll be fine going in there by yourself? Gi-gyu, now wearing the mask, replied, yeah, since it's related to my unique ability, it's better this way. Just have everyone stay on standby out here just in case. The system prompt to accept the link popped up again, and Gi-gyu tapped confirm. Instantly, the gate began to emit a powerful pull, drawing everyone's attention. With that, Gi-gyu vanished into the gate. Inside, he was greeted by a desolate, dead forest, filled with a sickening stench. As Gi-gyu walked deeper inside, a system voice echoed, testing your worthiness. He muttered in confusion. Worthiness? Gi-gyu then spoke to Ru and Ella. With you too, I just had to name you, but I guess gates are different. Ru grumbled, wow, you make us sound so cheap. Ella, on the other hand, just stayed silent. Gi-gyu put the mask back in his bag and said, well, I'm not entirely sure what's going on, but as long as we clear this place, we're good, right? Ru replied, beats me, but your best bet is to just kill everything and see what happens. Looking around, Gi-gyu shivered slightly and groaned, man, this place is wretched. Let's clean it up as fast as possible. Ella chimed in with what she had just sensed. I can feel a damp, gloomy, magical presence lurking here. All right, sounds good. Gi-gyu scanned the area. First things first, let's head toward the strongest source of magical energy. Ru suddenly spoke up. Actually, Master, I don't think that'll be necessary. Suddenly, a loud rumbling shook the ground from afar. A massive cloud of dust kicked up, charging toward Kim Gi-gyu at breakneck speed. As the threat drew closer, he realized what it was, a horde of skeleton soldiers. Gi-gyu's expression turned serious. Skeleton soldiers? Looking past them, he was shocked to see their leader. It was a headless knight. Gi-gyu exclaimed, whoa, it's my first time seeing a real one of those. But seriously, throwing a mini-boss at me right from the start? Isn't that a bit much? He took a stance and called out the names of his two swords, Ru and Ella. They immediately responded, yes, Master. With a sudden burst of speed, trails of blue, yellow, and red energy flared up in his wake. In a flash, Gi-gyu wiped out the weak skeletons, leaving the ground covered in mana crystals. Usually, in a situation like this, he pointed his sword at the headless knight and said, you take out the leader's head first. Ru immediately ruined the moment. But Master, it doesn't even have a head. The headless knight raised its spear, and their weapons clashed under the dim moonlight, gradually revealing rows of cross-shaped tombstones nearby. Gi-gyu found himself standing in a cemetery packed with cross gravestones. Ru spoke up. Something's very off. Gi-gyu asked, what do you mean? Ru explained. The skeletons are one thing, but even that headless knight mini-boss was way too weak compared to the massive amount of magic energy this gate is radiating. Gi-gyu nodded in agreement. True. They were a lot weaker than the rumors suggested. But what does that mean? Suddenly, something caught his eye, a massive coffin resting right in the middle of the graveyard. Gi-gyu speculated, well, looks like that's where the real boss is going to show up. The coffin lid slowly creaks open, revealing a faint, eerie blue glow inside. Lu warns, be careful, Master. The heavy lid slams to the ground, unleashing thick plumes of blue energy. Lu continues, there must be a reason why that headless knight was so incredibly weak. Gi-gyu instantly raises his sword in a defensive stance, powering up as a surge of red aura wraps around him. Within moments, a sinister necromancer slowly rises from the coffin, shrouded in a dense fog of green energy. If all the magic leaking from the gate was concentrated inside the boss. As the monster wheezes, Gi-gyu's expression turns grave, his mind racing with caution. A monster like this should only appear in high-grade gates, or from floor 60 and above. He shifts his weight, getting into a combat-ready stance. It is Andras, the necromancer. The undead creature speaks, its voice raspy. So, you are the one who wishes to become my master? Gi-gyu is taken aback by its voice. How could a floating undead speak like that? It commands, I will ask you once more. It points its skeletal finger right at him. Are you the one who seeks to claim ownership over me? Gi-gyu thinks to himself, wait, how does a gatekeeper have a system voice? Night has completely taken over, with only a sliver of moonlight piercing through the gloomy, spine-chilling graveyard. Suddenly, their voices shatter the deathly silence. I shall ask you one more time. Standing opposite Kim Gi-gyu, the floating gatekeeper points at him and demands, are you the one who wishes to become my master? Crimson light burns within the gatekeeper's hollow eyes as eerie green energy flares around him. He stares Gi-gyu down. Hearing the creature's voice leaves Gi-gyu completely stunned. Why on earth does this gatekeeper sound exactly like the system? Gripping his sword tightly, suspicion flickers in his eyes. He takes a breath and suddenly shouts back, that's right, I came here to conquer this gate. With absolute determination in his eyes, he fires back. So let me ask you instead, are you the gate itself? The moment the words leave his mouth, the gatekeeper falters. The gate? He mutters, his expressionless face unreadable. He scoffs. Ah, yes. The gate. Pausing for a brief moment, he continues. I am the lord of these forgotten ruins. Instantly, Gi-gyu senses a massive wave of danger heading his way. As the gatekeeper extends his hand, his physical form starts to glitch and flicker, looking exactly like a system error. Spotting this, Gi-gyu's suspicions are immediately confirmed. Without wasting a single second, he calls out to his swords. Lu, L, we need to strike first. He lunges toward the gatekeeper at a blinding speed. Lu and L eagerly reply, you got it. Right away, master. Meanwhile, the gatekeeper conjures his staff, channeling a terrifying mixture of dark green and pitch black energy around him. He roars at the charging Gi-gyu. Prove that you are worthy of being my master. The gem atop his staff drinks in the surrounding dark energy before unleashing a devastating blast straight at Gi-gyu. The massive blast hurtles toward him so fast that he's caught completely off guard. Panic sets in. Damn it. It is way too late to dodge, forcing him to head straight into the incoming blast. A massive explosion rocks the graveyard. Boom. It takes a moment for the thick dust and smoke to settle, slowly revealing his silhouette. Cough, cough. Gi-gyu emerges from the haze, wiping his face. He grits his teeth in pure frustration. Damn it all. Lu warns him from within. Master, stay sharp, he is coming. Gi-gyu wipes the grime off his face and snaps. I know. His gaze sharpens, burning with a rage that makes it clear he wants to tear this gatekeeper to shreds. The gatekeeper conjures thousands of magical arrows and rains them down on him, sneering, is that the best you can do? I have not even started yet. His glowing red eyes lock onto Gi-gyu, eager to see him skewered as the volley of arrows flies straight at him. Before he can even react, he realizes his sword was blown way out of reach. The arrows find their mark, triggering another massive explosion. Suddenly, Lu begins to fade from the ground, enveloped in a surge of overwhelming power. Out from the wreckage, a battered but standing figure slowly emerges. It is Gi-gyu. Holding both swords in a dual-wielding stance, he sprints across the rocky terrain, kicking up a storm of dust and debris behind him. The gatekeeper summons an even denser hail of arrows, pulverizing the surrounding boulders into tiny fragments. How utterly useless, the gatekeeper sneers, openly mocking his efforts. Relying heavily on his sensory skills, he barely manages to weave through the deadly barrage. If I lose focus for even a second, I am toast. I am counting on you, Lu. Wait, what? Lu is utterly baffled, having no idea what is coming, but Gi-gyu already has a crazy plan to turn the tide of this battle. Relax. My grenade-throwing form has been on point lately, he says casually to reassure Lu. Wait, what do you mean by that? Don't tell me you are about to. Whoa! Before Lu can finish his sentence, Gi-gyu hurls the sword high into the air and charges straight ahead. With a loud thud, Lu lands blade first into the ground. He screams, "Damn it, you crazy bastard." But Gi-gyu just dashes over, steps right onto Lu's hilt, and grins, "Sorry about this." Lu is absolutely furious. "You are seriously laughing right now?" Gi-gyu uses the sword's hilt as a springboard, launching himself high into the air with everything he has got. The power is so immense that the ground beneath his feet erupts in a massive explosion. Gripping the sword, he charges straight at the gatekeeper as fast as the wind. The gatekeeper whips around to face him. He pours all his strength into a direct slash. "Take this." But the gatekeeper manages to block his attack. As their weapons clash, a violent shockwave rips through the night sky. The gatekeeper sneers, mockingly provoking him. "Oh, look at you, the one who wishes to become my master. This is nowhere near enough." Before the gatekeeper can even finish his sentence, our hero flips right toward him. "This was my plan all along." He delivers a devastating blow, a savage slash that completely shatters the gatekeeper's bones. The gatekeeper screams in agony. The raw energy surges deep into his body, and the dark power flowing through his staff begins to wither away. An explosion erupts around the gatekeeper. Bracing himself, our hero dodges the final shockwave and lands gracefully on the ground. Meanwhile, the gatekeeper is left gasping for air in pure agony. Clutching his chest, the deep wound from the strike glows with a radiant, brilliant light. His face is contorted with rage, staring back with absolute hatred. Gripping tightly, our hero watches as the gatekeeper mutters, "That weapon of yours is proving to be quite a pain." It turns out the residual energy burning in the gatekeeper's wound belongs to "Looks like I'll have to avoid letting this drag on." Suddenly, his eyes reflect the gleaming light of countless arrows raining down from above, hurtling straight toward him. Looking up, he is once again forced to face a deadly, life-threatening situation. He isn't sure how he's going to get out of this one. We're not talking about just 2 or 3 arrows, there are thousands of them, blotting out the sky right above him. The arrows blanket the entire sky, locking onto his exact position. "Damn it," the sword Ru barks. "We can't dodge this, master." Suddenly, speaks up, taking the initiative. "Swing me, master. I will block them." Before another word can be said, thousands of arrows rain down, violently tearing through the air. He pushes his body to its absolute limits, desperately dodging the onslaught. "Give me the order, master." Stands ready to obey. "Wait, what about me?" Ru whines. Even as he hyper-focuses on dodging the lethal arrows, he takes a split second to explain to Ru. "Your attribute isn't suited for this." Ru snaps back. "What do you mean by that? Those dark blades are absolutely nothing compared to me." Ru indignantly tries to prove it's not useless in this situation. Meanwhile, our hero's gaze hardens as he locks his eyes onto his target. "I found an opening." Glaring at the gatekeeper, he thinks, "Hurry up. Can I actually hold out?" The arrows rain down faster and faster. Gritting his teeth, he finally makes a crucial decision. A decision he knows he will never regret. "Ru, are you absolutely sure about this?" he asks, using his extreme agility to dodge the relentless attacks. Ru responds with unwavering confidence, assuring him that this is the right call and telling him to put all his faith in its power. "Then I'm trusting you on this." With a cold, fierce glare, he prepares to fight to the bitter end and summons Ru, raising the sword to block the incoming arrows. As the arrows strike, a sudden reaction occurs between the two forces. The system alerts. Ru is absorbing the surrounding dark energy. It's an unfathomable amount of dark energy. Ru has begun to awaken the consciousness of the Lord of the Dark Blades. He gasps in shock. "Wait, what?" "What do you mean, Lord?" Ru is suddenly enveloped in a surging evolutionary energy, demanding a sacrifice for its complete awakening. Instantly, the eyes on Ru's hilt flare up with a brilliant crimson light. They burn like a raging fire, signaling that Ru has finally awakened. A massive surge of energy erupts, illuminating the gloomy night sky. The sheer power radiating from it is absolutely overwhelming. Crimson lightning cracks across the night sky, a terrifying display of Ru's newly unleashed power. The gatekeeper is frozen in absolute shock, unable to believe what's unfolding before his eyes. What on earth is this? How could a mere mortal possess such power? He hesitates, staring forward, completely staggered by the sheer presence of our hero. Emerging right in front of him, our hero stands ready. The gatekeeper roars, "It seems you're not just all talk. But don't think I've accepted you yet." Hearing those words, his expression doesn't waver for a second. He remains laser-focused on his one and only target, the gatekeeper. With a fierce shout, the gatekeeper summons waves of dark energy from all directions. the ground begins to violently tremble and fracture. Something massive is clawing its way up from the depths of the earth. With a deafening roar, hordes of zombies begin to emerge. In no time, a massive army of the undead swarms the battlefield. They pile on top of each other, forming a towering structure beneath the gatekeeper's feet. He stands tall, as if perched on a fortress. Yet, our hero remains perfectly calm, watching the nightmare unfold without a hint of fear. I've got a lot of questions about this Lord stuff, but it looks like we're a bit short on time, huh, Rue? He casually chats with his sword. Suddenly, from the shadows, terrifying crimson eyes flare up. The red light burning in the sockets of the undead is bone-chilling. The gatekeeper looks down from atop a gargantuan, terrifying monstrosity. In comparison, our hero looks incredibly small standing before them. He gasps in shock. A living golem. With a deafening roar, the gatekeeper commands the golem to swing a colossal fist straight at him. The earth shatters into pieces. Debris and massive rocks fly everywhere in a scene of pure, chaotic destruction. His figure vanishes from the crater as everything slowly sinks into silence after the massive shockwave. If my attributes are at a disadvantage, then I'll just have to overwhelm them. With this terrifying power, just as the gatekeeper thinks he has won, a brilliant blue light suddenly bursts out from the rubble. As the dust clears, he looks on in shock, his eyes wide. Swirling blue and red energy blends together, wrapping around the golem's hand. In an instant, its arm is completely shattered. He charges straight at the enemy. How about this? Is the gate worthy enough now? He confidently swings Lu at him with a smug grin, leaving the enemy no time to react. Frozen in place, the man can only sigh. Perhaps in that very moment, he realized he had truly been defeated. I accept you, my master. He accepted his defeat at his hands. He slashes through him, the immense power enveloping him. The system announces, the gate has accepted your link. Please give it a name. In that dark night, everything falls into absolute silence. After a fierce battle amid thick dust, his power spreads across the entire land. After meeting and fighting a stranger whose voice sounded just like the system, our main character finally receives a notification. The gate has accepted your link. Please name the gate. He ponders, unsure of what to name it. What should I name it? While he is trying to think of a name, Lu suddenly begins to glow, leaving him confused. What is it now, Lu? It radiates a brilliant crimson light. Before he can even calm down, it speaks. Lu says, brimming with power. Do you see? This is me. This is the real me. Lu continues. Its voice grows stronger, showcasing its power as it starts to lose control. Do you think I'll just stand by and watch? Watch that holy sword grow stronger than me? He still doesn't understand what is happening, but he can feel Lu's power growing immensely. It unleashes another powerful sound. Seeing Lu's sudden change, he quickly tries to snap it out of it. Hey, what is wrong with you? Lu is losing control. Sensing something is wrong, our protagonist shouts firmly, Lu! It slowly returns to normal. Haha, HMPH. He looks at Lu and says, don't you think you went a bit too far? What is going on? After returning to its original form, it has no memory of what just happened. What did I just do? He is left confused. The Holy Sword explains, he is confused, Master. He replies, confused? The Holy Sword seems to want to say more, but Lu cuts it off. Shut up, don't say unnecessary things. Lu continues, I will rest for a bit, Master. I think I have a bit of a headache. Hearing this, he replies, all right, even though I have a lot of things to ask you. He adds, we will talk later. Hearing his master's words, Lu responds, that works. Now that everything is sorted out, he turns his attention back to the gate. First, he needs to think of a name. The gate requires him to name it. He ponders for a moment, closing his eyes in deep thought. An image of Brunheart fading away appears in his mind. He opens his eyes, having found the perfect name. All right, I have it. He looks at the gate and names it, Brunheart. The scene shifts to a city late at night, when suddenly a voice rings out. This is actually happening. A gate break has been confirmed. Please follow the association's agents and move to the appropriate evacuation shelter. The voice announces once more. Repeat, this is not a drill. A gate break has been confirmed. A person in black armor asks in panic, it's been a while since a gate break. What rank did they say it was? The person in white armor next to him replies, they said it fluctuates between F rank and C rank. Getting out of the car, someone mutters, is it a first-class gate? This is giving me a major headache. Standing outside, a man asks his secretary sitting in the car, What is our backup plan? The secretary replies, we have notified the nearby guilds, and their strike team members are on their way. He continues to ask about the mission. Is the evacuation complete? The secretary in the car replies, everything is going smoothly, without a single issue. We believe it will be finished in 30 minutes. With a darkened face, he says, make that 10, I will let them know. The secretary seems to hesitate because many issues remain unresolved. However, the biggest issue is that the journalists don't seem very cooperative. The secretary continues to explain the problem. Even with freedom of speech and all, some of them are former players, which makes things a bit annoying. Hearing this, he frowns angrily and replies, forget them. If they want to die, let them. Seeing his determination and rage, the secretary quickly replies, understood. Thinking about the gate break, this incident isn't really a major issue. Our current forces, including myself, are more than enough. He looks toward the gate, but his expression darkens. If a gate break actually happens, it means something bad must have happened to Gi-gyu. The fighting hunters gasp in surprise. Wait, a gate break? They all steel themselves for what is to come. Prepare for battle. With a serious expression, he mutters, damn it. So it's actually happening. Along with the unfolding situation, Mr. Kim says, I'm sorry. It's all because I was useless. I'm sorry, Gi-gyu. And to make matters worse, with absolute determination, he backs up his words with action. I will avenge you with my own 2 hands. The fighting hunters are shocked to see him charging straight toward the gate. Without a second thought, he rushes into the gate, shouting, Gi-gyu Kim. At that exact moment, Gi-gyu steps out of the gate. He looks surprised, since the first person he sees upon stepping out is him. He casually asks, oh, were you calling me? The moment he saw him, he suddenly screamed. Gi-gyu was still rushing straight toward the gate, unable to stop himself. The old man cursed at Gi-gyu, shouting, you bastard, before crashing hard onto the ground. But deep down, he was probably just relieved that Gi-gyu was safe. As for Gi-gyu, he still had no idea what was happening to the old man. Huh? What's going on here? As soon as he appeared, a swarm of reporters crowded around him, making the space feel incredibly cramped. He was instantly blinded by the flashing lights of their cameras. The reporters shouted, take the picture. Show us your face. They just kept pressing him. They seemed to completely lose control when Gi-gyu showed up. And who could blame them? It was a highly unusual case. He had cleared the gate all by himself, even when it was right on the verge of a dungeon break. Give us an interview. Gi-gyu quickly pleaded. Wait, please, excuse me. But they completely ignored him. The reporters kept shouting questions. Is that ring an item? They all seemed desperate for a scoop. Meanwhile, inside a building, a man sat in deep thought, his eyes incredibly sharp. Lost in thought, he clasped his hands together and muttered, so, that's how it is. Is that the reason you were able to grow strong so quickly? His secretary hesitantly chimed in. Am I really allowed to hear this, sir? A unique attribute isn't just some random skill, after all. He didn't think he should be privy to a conversation about such a highly classified matter. The president replied, his voice filled with trust for his hand-picked secretary. I brought you along because I trust you. If I didn't, I wouldn't have made you my secretary in the first place. He then continued, so, a connection with the gate, huh? What exactly happened to it? Hearing his question, Gi-gyu replied, to be honest, this is my first time dealing with this, so I'm not entirely sure. It said it was balancing everything, and isn't responding to me. I think something happened when the gate closed. The president then asked him about Lu. What about that ego named Lu? You said he isn't responding either. And didn't you say he was exceeding his limits? The president bombarded him with questions, and Gi-gyu answered them all patiently. He's silent right now, but I can still use his abilities just like always. I'm sure everything's fine. Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief. Well, that's good news. But the president couldn't help but look surprised and amazed. Oh my God, a player who can actually own a gate. If word of this gets out, the entire world is going to go absolutely crazy. Reassuring them, he said, but don't worry about the reporters leaking this. The association has already handled everything, so the press won't find out a thing. Hearing that, Gi-gyu felt relieved and politely replied, I understand. Thank you, sir. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket started vibrating buzz, buzz. He stood up and said, excuse me. Please excuse me for a moment. I have to take this call. The president waved his hand and said, go ahead. He stepped outside and answered the phone. I'm in the middle of an important conversation right now, so can we. Hello? Is it a bit windy out there? The caller asked. The guy on TV right now. That's you, isn't it? Gi-gyu stammered. Wait, what? The caller quickly shut down any denial. Oh, come on. Looking at that ring and necklace, it's definitely you. But what's up with that weird mask anyway? Haha. While he was on the phone, back at the dining table, the old man asked, Both of you got calls. Was it from the association? The president turned and grunted in agreement. On the other end of the line, the caller teased, the mysterious hero who stopped a dungeon break all by himself. Pretty cool, huh? Can I brag to my friends about this? No? Well, I bet a lot of people are going to figure it out soon anyway. He turned his head to look back at everyone inside. The voice on the other end, likely one of his friends, kept rambling. Hey, buddy, you still there? He didn't reply. Instead, his focus was entirely on the shocked expressions of everyone at the table. They were all staring at him in utter disbelief. The old man's eyes were glued to a glowing phone screen. It looked like some breaking news had just dropped, catching everyone's attention. And indeed, it was a special news broadcast. A hero who single-handedly stopped a major disaster. Are we witnessing the birth of a new high-ranking player? Accompanying the broadcast was an image of a young man wearing a mask. The likes and comments on the post were skyrocketing. The old man sat there speechless, finally whispering, "We're doomed." Meanwhile, an older woman was watching the news in an exceptionally good mood. Her assistant walked up and asked, "What happened to put you in such a good mood, ma'am?" She replied, "Oh, nothing. I just feel like I've trained my student remarkably well." She couldn't take her eyes off the screen, wearing a smug, proud smile of pure success. To give you a brief explanation about reporter players, most of them are actually retired players who gather intel on the tower, the gates, and active players. Meanwhile, Taeshik and Gi-gyu were in the kitchen cleaning up together. Taeshik sighed. "I couldn't keep them under control. I'm really sorry, Gi-gyu." Gi-gyu looked at him and replied, "Hey, it's not like you did it on purpose." Taeshik muttered thoughtfully, "We just had some terrible luck." "It seems like a real troublemaker managed to slip into the crowd of reporters," Gi-gyu asked, confused. "A troublemaker?" Taeshik replied, "Yeah, he's actually pretty famous. He was a high-level ranker before he retired, named Hong Chang-gu. He was ranked pretty high, even among the elite rankers. In terms of appearance, Hong Chang-gu is a tall, slender man with neatly slicked back hair, carrying a dark, gloomy aura about him." After giving a brief rundown of his background, Taeshik warned Kim Gi-gyu, "But you really shouldn't mess with him. Just be extremely careful if you happen to cross paths with him in the future." Gi-gyu obediently nodded and replied, "Got it. I'll be careful." The scene shifts to a small house, tucked away in a narrow alley in Dongdaemun, right at Senior Huang's shop. We start with an imaginary scene of an incredibly excited L teasing him, "So now you're interested in collecting items? That's such a bad habit, you selfish master." That ego sword was nagging him again, making it hard to tell who was actually the master here. Back in reality, Gi-gyu let out a wry laugh and mumbled, "Yeah, Elle would definitely say something like that if she were still active." Actually, he was chatting with Io as he walked. "It feels pretty empty without him around, doesn't it?" Io noticed that his master seemed to really miss the sword, Rue. He said, I'm sorry, master, but I could never speak to you like that. How could I ever dare?" Gi-gyu understood what Io meant. He didn't want another foul-mouthed brat like Rue in the house anyway, nor did he need one. He said helplessly, "You don't need to do that." Meanwhile, Huang was sitting with his hands on the table, watching the young man. He asked, "What are you mumbling to yourself about?" Gi-gyu was all too used to being asked things like that, so he simply scratched his head and changed the subject. "Haha, how has your day been, senior?" Resting his chin on his hand, Huang said, "I saw the papers. You're getting pretty famous these days, aren't you? I recognized your Tyr and Hecate. Do I need to pay you an advertising fee?" After receiving those flattering words, he chuckled and said, "Actually, that's exactly why I'm here." Huang wondered, "Is this kid seriously trying to charge me an advertising fee?" He scratched his head and said humbly, "Since things have turned out this way, I don't think I should stand out too much. I need something to hide my identity." Hitting the mark, Huang quickly said, "So you're looking for a mask? I have to admit, the one you wore in the papers looked pretty ugly." Gi-gyu said helplessly, "That's not it." However, Huang's next words weren't what he wanted to hear. "Sorry, but I don't think my shop has what you're looking for." Gi-gyu had lost count of how many times he had already explained this by now. "I told you, I'm not looking for a mask." Only then did the old man finally listen to him and ask, "Huh? Then what is it?" Looking at the 2 rings he was wearing, he said, "As you know, the egos and the mask are pretty easy to recognize. As for the mask, I can just stop wearing it. Fortunately, the tear hasn't drawn much attention from the media yet. But the real problem is, these rings." Recalling the comments he had read online, "Those rings look pretty rare, so I tried looking them up, but there's absolutely no information on them." Another person replied, "Yet he's wearing 3 or 4 of them. He really has a lot of good gear." The rest of the comments were also discussing the rings. This made him quite worried, so he continued to Huang. "But I can't do without them, so I'm looking for a way to keep them hidden on me." Hearing his plan, Huang exclaimed in admiration, "Oh, is that so? There are some gloves and gauntlets over there. Take a look." He pointed toward the shelf. "I've made a few, but not many." He got lost in his thoughts again. "I managed to successfully link with Bram after a few failed attempts, but linking with the Tear and Hecate was much easier. If I remember correctly, could it be because my capacity to possess egos has increased?" Eo answered seriously, "Yes, Master. Before, your capacity was only enough for me and Ru, but compared to back then, you are much stronger now." "Oh, I didn't mean you were weak back then or anything. Maybe the egos just didn't like the names you gave them." It was true that compared to Ru, listening to Eo was much less frustrating. But Gi-gyu still knew himself best. He thought to himself, "You don't need to comfort me, Ao." Standing in front of the glove shelf, he hesitated. "They all look good, but I shouldn't choose one with a design that stands out too much, right?" Suddenly, something caught his eye. It seemed to be the perfect pair of gloves for him. "All right, I'll choose you." Standing nearby, Huang smiled and thought, "Good choice." And with that, Gi-gyu began the linking process. "Your name is Oberon." A notification popped up. "You have successfully linked with Ego Oberon. You can now access Oberon's information." Looking at the gloves, he let out an amazed wow. Huang asked, "How are they?" "They feel a bit strange, but I'm sure I'll get used to them." A status window appeared. Oberon's information. Level 27, Health 12, Magic 8. He was satisfied with his choice. It was absolutely perfect. With these gauntlets, I wonder if I can still summon Ru and Ao while wearing them. Normal gloves always get ruined when I summon them, so regular ones are out of the question. With that, he immediately tried to summon them. As the 2 swords appeared, Huang couldn't help but marvel. "Oh my, those are some sweet weapons." Holding the 2 swords, he was pleased to see that the gauntlets were still completely intact. Alright, summoning works fine, but the most important part is whether they can hide the rings. Even though these gauntlets were just accessories, he began to use his disguise skill. The iron gauntlets quickly transformed into ordinary black cloth gloves. "I think I can just wear these every day." He turned back to Huang and said, "These are amazing, Senior. How much do I owe you?" "Alright, you don't need to pay me." Huang's answer left him a bit bewildered. After all, nothing in this world is truly free. He continued, "But in return, if I ever need your help, could you do me a favor just once?" The scene shifts to a few days later, at the first floor of the Alliance. In the lobby, Gi-gyu stood frozen at the scene before him, as people shouted loudly over one another. "Is it true that they are secret agents of the Alliance? Please give us an answer," he asked helplessly. "What's with this chaotic crowd?" Seong-hoon replied softly. "The reporters have been bothering us a lot lately. Ever since the news of that day broke, they've been coming here every single day. They're here for the masked ranker who went wild during his very first mission." These words from Seong-hoon made him jump in surprise. Looking at the chaotic mess in front of him, he said gloomily, "I think I should stop climbing the tower for a while. Maybe I'll go check out some gates instead." Seong-hoon. Heo Sung-hoon immediately stopped him. "No, there is no need. The reporters think player Kim Gi-gyu is a high-ranking ranker, and they are waiting for you on the upper floors of the tower. But as for me, it is not a problem at all, because the reporters looking for the masked ranker are all waiting on the lower floors." Heo Sung-hoon's words immediately made the mood heavy. "Are you mocking me?" "Of course not." On the first floor of the tower, while fighting monsters, he thought about what Huang had said. "If I ever need your help, could you help me out just this once?" Senior Huang did not underestimate the value of the items he created, and because he was so proud of his work, his request would probably be incredibly difficult. While walking through the deserted forest, a voice suddenly echoed, "Are you their master?" He quickly spun around, searching, and asked L, "Did you hear that?" Unfortunately, it seemed L did not hear a thing. L asked, bewildered, "What are you talking about, master? I think I just heard someone talking about some master." Right then, the voice rang out once more. "You who claim to be their master, Call out my name, Gi-gyu asked. Did you hear it this time? L replied. Could it be that Lu has awakened? Gi-gyu looked down at the ring on his finger and said, No, the voice is completely different. It is telling me to call its name. Looking up, he saw a glowing sphere floating right in front of him. He said, This feels strangely familiar for some reason. What is it this time? Suddenly, a memory flashed back, the memory of the moment he was thrown down, wearing nothing but boxers. That memory sent him into a panic, making him scream, No! He slowly opened his eyes and looked around. The sphere was still hovering right in front of him, with Brunheart's form yet to be determined. Please determine the form for Brunheart. He wrapped his arms around himself, saying nothing, which made L ask in worry, What is wrong, master? Gi-gyu quietly replied, It is nothing. Looking up, Kim Gi-gyu saw the sphere emitting a green energy all around it. The sound caught his attention, and strange noises continued to ring out, drawing him in. Brunheart's form has not been determined. Please determine Brunheart's form. He stared intently at the sphere, quickly regaining his composure in front of the object. Kim Gi-gyu quickly noticed the difference, and the only reason he was this calm was because this was not the first time he had witnessed something like this. After observing for a moment, he said, It is a bit different from how it was with Lu, isn't it? He braced himself to get a closer look, then asked, L, do you know what I should do? The green sphere continued to emit sounds. Standing before it, Kim Gi-gyu grew even more surprised and curious about what the voice was hinting at. Place your hand on the sphere and imagine the form you desire. He slowly stepped forward, drawing closer to the sphere. Captivated by that strange sound, he questioned with doubt whether the sphere was telling the truth. Will this really work? Kim Gi-gyu wanted to see if this was real, or just an empty trick, or even worse, his own illusion. He slowly raised his hand to touch the floating green sphere. Kim Gi-gyu placed his gloved fingertips onto the surface of the sphere. Energy constantly radiated from it. Feeling it gently, he stared at the sphere with fascination, utterly mesmerized by what it had just said. As his hand touched the sphere, he began to visualize and imagine exactly what he wanted. The light grew even brighter as he reached out and placed his hand on it. The closer he got, the more drawn he was to that mystical aura. Kim Gi-gyu squeezed his eyes shut. In his mind, he kept repeating the word, Brunheart. The light from the sphere grew incredibly intense. He thought to himself, We have only been together for a short time, but you have saved me time and time again, even when facing death. Kim Gi-gyu fell into a rush of memories as a blinding light began to swell around him, illuminating everything in sight. Waiting for a response from the sphere, he thought, I only hope you can continue to protect me just like before. In that moment, a vision flashed in his head of a man rushing to attack him from behind with a knife, only to be stopped just in time. Then, a memory surfaced of him tied up in a deserted place, battered and bruised, with wounds covering his body and his belongings scattered all over the ground. It was a bleak scene, filled with pure anguish. The voice echoing in his mind grew even louder. I want you to stay by my side and protect me. It was a powerful, commanding voice. The sphere began to transform, whipping up high-pressure gusts of wind as blinding light converged. The sheer shockwave of energy completely overwhelmed Kim Gi-gyu with its immense power. The sphere shrank, but it radiated a brilliant green light as it flew straight into Kim Gi-gyu's chest. He had no idea what to expect. As the new energy surged, the sphere merged into Kim Gi-gyu's body, and beams of green light shot out from his chest. He could feel the new energy coursing through him. There he stood, alone in the deep, dense forest, enveloped in this newly granted power. Placing his hand over the spot where the sphere had entered his chest, he chuckled in disbelief and exclaimed, What is this? Am I Iron Man now? He muttered to himself as he focused on the new energy pulsing deep within. The light continued to glow, though it gradually dimmed. Then, a soft, faint whisper echoed, Master. Instantly, he gasped. Huh? This time, the voice was incredibly clear. Master, I am so glad we can walk together once more. My master. Kim Gi-gyu found it strange that it mentioned accompanying him, something even he himself had no clue about. Staring intently at his chest, he wondered if Brune had somehow detected something. Kim Gi-gyu muttered to himself, this ego that inherited those memories. Was this really the Brune he knew? Ever since obtaining this source of power, he had been utterly confused, asking himself endless questions. Suddenly, a voice answered his silent doubts. Yes, 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 yes. I am indeed the Brune you know. Following those 4 consecutive yeses, the voice began addressing all of Kim Gi-gyu's questions, saying, "I am so glad to see you again, Master." Even though Kim Gi-gyu felt a bit weird and unfamiliar with this new voice, he still replied, "Yeah, I'm glad too, Brun." Just then, a holographic screen popped up right in front of him. In his wild imagination, Kim Gi-gyu had pictured Brun as a colossal, heavily armored silent knight. However, the reality turned out to be far different from his expectations. It had a rather childish voice, which instantly made Kim Gi-gyu feel it wasn't intimidating at all. When he shouted for a body merge, things shifted. Swirling gusts of wind enveloped him as a voice introduced itself. "My name is L. Nice to meet you." Another voice chimed in right along with it. "I missed you." "I'm happy too." At that moment, Kim Gi-gyu adjusted his command so that he called to merge instead of equip, realizing this was the result of applying his wish. The screen displayed the stats one by one. E rank Brun, Gate Ego, Strength 30, Stamina 30, Magic Power 30, Agility 30, and a skill list containing Merge, Reflect, Absorb, Dominate, and Open Close Memory Inherited Ego. Reading through all of this, Kim Gi-gyu realized that it had inherited memories from that entity, along with the reflection skill that the original Brun possessed. He then guessed that the new skills were likely the abilities it possessed when it functioned as a gate. He smiled and said, "You're really impressive, Brun," only to be met with a cheerful, playful response, "Heh. Did I do good?" Excited to try out his new abilities, he couldn't wait to test them. "All right, let's give this a shot." Then he shouted, "Open!" A dimensional gate suddenly manifested, and a skeleton warrior stepped out. He had been climbing the tower for a week while focusing on the status of each of his egos, including Brun. First, he tested his ability to open and close the gate. Although the gate he created was part of his own power, he couldn't actually step inside it. On top of that, he couldn't command the monsters emerging from the gate to obey him yet. The monster he summoned, a skeleton soldier with a sword in hand, rushed forward to attack him. Kim Gi-gyu had no choice but to grip his weapon and coldly strike back, slicing the monster's head clean off. After delivering the blow, Kim Gi-gyu realized these skills were incredibly useful, as he could trigger a dungeon break whenever he wanted. "Close," Kim Gi-gyu shouted. He felt that once he fully mastered this power, it would far exceed what any single person should ever possess. One by one, he tested Brun's skills, absorption and domination, both of which were tied to his growth. Through absorption, Brun could grow by absorbing other gates. With domination, Brun could absorb a lower rank gate and completely dominate it. By reading the descriptions, he grasped the basics of these skills. Just then, a voice chimed in. "It only works on gates that you own, Master." Kim Gi-gyu stared at the screen, guessing that this skill must have its limits, and decided to test it another time. A monster with massive fangs and sharp, piercing eyes stared directly at Kim Gi-gyu. He decided to deal with this one first. The 28th floor guardian, the Great Bear Swordsman, was a giant monster many times his size. He was finally facing it after clearing out the smaller monsters for a whole week. Taking his stance, he faced this massive challenge. The giant monster gathered its strength, raising its massive front leg to smash down at Kim Gi-gyu. His right hand glowed as he activated his physical enhancement, with the attack drawing closer to his position. Boom! The massive shockwave blasted through the entire forest, causing widespread damage. Kim Gi-gyu managed to hold his ground by reinforcing his legs, dual-wielding his swords to block the monster's colossal arm. He smirked, treating this as a mere warm-up. Kim Gi-gyu deflected the giant arm, leaving 2 deep cuts on the monster's limb that began to bleed. The monster flew into a blind rage, unleashing a barrage of powerful attacks aimed right at him, but he simply laughed, dodging them effortlessly. He blocked, then dodged again. Driven absolutely mad, the monster charged headfirst at Kim Gi-gyu. Kim Gi-gyu smirked even wider and unleashed Reflect, his newly acquired skill. The entire forest shook from the impact as the massive beast was sent crashing to the ground. The ground itself was completely torn apart by the sheer pressure. Kim Gi-gyu walked over, noting that this guardian was truly massive, but once he got used to its patterns, taking it down was a breeze. The voice chimed in again, "Heh, did I do good?" Raising his sword high, he realized that his reflection skill had grown stronger and far more effective. He replied to Brun, "Of course you did." He then promised to feed Brun. With a loud cheer, a pillar of light shot up, along with a system notification. Gi-gyu has absorbed the Great Bear Swordsman blood, and a green crystal dropped from the beast. Although no equipment had dropped, The monster's carcass remained completely intact. Kim Gi-gyu planned to sell the carcass, as it would fetch a high price. He wondered if the association could handle it if he went back to report the kill. Reminding himself that he still had to keep his promise, he opened a dimensional gate and tossed the green stone inside. Another system notification instantly popped up. Right after he stepped out of the gate and acquired his new skill, the monsters inside received a massive power boost. Kim Gi-gyu realized that Brunheart could grow larger by absorbing crystals, and he quickly closed the gate behind him. He could feel himself finally getting the hang of combining his skills. He thought to himself that although Lu hadn't woken up yet, his power was still fully intact, and L was continuing to level up at a steady pace. He debated with himself whether he should push straight to the 30th floor, but ultimately decided to stop after clearing the 29th floor. It was on this very floor that a group wearing dark red outfits shouted aggressively, "You insolent players! Don't you know who we are?" The faction in blue snorted back, dripping with arrogance. "So what? We are pretty confident in our own reputation too." That response immediately set off the leader of the dark red faction. One of the dark red members yelled, "Let's show these criminals what our guild is made of." The blue faction didn't back down for a second, and everyone lunged at each other. From a distance, Kim Gi-gyu caught the sounds of battle and figured some players were locked in a turf war. An inner voice urged him to go check it out, but he brushed it off, thinking there was no reason to go looking for trouble. Right then, a slash tore through the air, wounding a red-clad member in his right arm. He snarled, "You bastards actually dare to lay a hand on us? On the Kane Guild?" The blue-clad player replied with a mocking sneer, "Kane Guild this, Kane Guild that. Man, you guys are annoying. I don't give a damn about small fry like you. Bring your guildmaster here. You guys are nothing but hostages," he added with a grin. "I'm going to drag you Sek-woo right to this spot." Little did he know, someone was standing right behind him, ready to throw a massive punch. Out of nowhere, Kim Gi-gyu delivered a lightning-fast, bone-shattering punch, sending the guy face-first into the dirt. Stepping over him, Kim Gi-gyu asked coldly, "What did you say you were going to do again?" He pinned the guy's head to the ground, his face burning with absolute rage. "My heart is pounding faster and faster, and my blood is rushing through my veins." An iron-gloved hand grips a head, slamming it into the ground with a sickening crunch. With dark green hair and mismatched eyes, the young man grits his teeth in pure rage. He thinks to himself, this is just like back then. He glances down at his hand, which is still gripping the head of a guy who is passed out in sheer agony. Tense with rage, he tries to steady himself. Calm down. Then, slowly turning his gaze, he realizes, I have seen this face before. The dark, green-haired guy wonders, why would the Ambush Guild pick a fight with the World Tree Guild? Two guys on the other side glare at him with angry grunts. The brown-haired one turns to the black-haired guy and yells, "Don't just stand there, he's all by himself." Suddenly, a murderous purple aura erupts around the dark, green-haired young man, his eyes flashing with lethal intent. He tells himself to stay calm. Suddenly, the surrounding enemies close in, swinging their swords. They shout in unison, "We can take him! Kill him!" While he continues to pin one of the enemies to the ground, the purple energy swirls around him. Then, colorful flashes of light zip past the enemies as he moves like lightning. He thinks, the first time I killed someone, I didn't hesitate for a single second. Swinging his sword with a chilling look on his face, blood splatters in every direction. He smiles, a twisted sense of enjoyment in his eyes, as he gets lost in his own thoughts. I can feel the blade slicing through them so smoothly, and my heart is trembling with excitement. His feet move swiftly across the grass, kicking up clouds of dust in his wake. He swings his sword and dashes past the enemies. With colorful slashes, they are cut down in the blink of an eye. The system chimes, warning him, "Master," but with a ruthless smile, he keeps swinging, letting the blood stain his blade. The system desperately calls out, "Master," but it is no use. The dark green-haired young man continues his onslaught, slashing through them one after another. His swings grow more frantic and ruthless as he completely tunes out the system. Left with no choice, the system goes quiet. Suddenly, the system cries out once more, "Master." This finally gets his attention, and he stops, muttering, "Huh?" Suddenly, a loud voice calls out, "I am Bonggu, a mid-level commander of the World Tree Guild. Thank you once again. I had no idea you were actually Ryu Min. I've heard the guildmaster talk a lot about you." Looking at him with an excited face, Ryu Min replies thoughtfully, "Ryu Min, you say?" In the background, The captured enemies are being tied up and secured. Bong-gu continues. Yes, he said he really wants you to join our guild. The dark, green-haired young man replies, Oh. Bong-gu's expression turns serious as he watches him, thinking to himself, but he is so different from what I've heard. The guildmaster told me that this guy had a weak heart and was really worried about him. Yet he swings his sword without a shred of hesitation. And that monstrous strength. It can easily rival the guildmaster's own power. After a long silence, Ryu Min asks with a calm expression, Anyway, what's going on between your group and the ambush guild? It seems they were targeting you, Ryu Min, Bong-gu says as he looks at him. I'm not entirely sure, though. Our guildmaster isn't the type to go around making enemies. I guess we'll find out after we interrogate them. Nearby, the bound and wounded captives look down in sheer agony. Bong-gu continues, Red players are going to be executed eventually anyway, so we'll decide whether to torture them based on the situation. Even if the association allows it, it's not something we particularly enjoy doing. Turning his back, the dark green-haired young man ponders, Torture, huh? Later, he stands alone behind the trees, staring at the bound and heavily guarded survivors of the group he just defeated. He glances over and mutters to himself. Back when I joined the Guardian subjugation team, he recalls a memory of his own face, dark and filled with despair, collapsing to the ground with multiple swords impaled in his back. He says, The way I lost control of my emotions back then was so bizarre. I thought it was just trauma from being tortured. Looking down at his hands, he continues, I've always struggled with pressure too. But when he talked about torture just now, I felt absolutely nothing. Staring at his hands in confusion, he continues, Is it because they're criminals? No, from the very beginning, I never actually suffered from any trauma. As the thought crosses his mind, his eyes glow with a murderous purple light. He thinks, Why did I lose control of myself back then? He reaches up and touches his eyes. No, that's not the most important thing right now. He recalls his twisted, ecstatic smile from earlier. Why on earth did I think killing people was fun? Suddenly, the system alerts him. Master, still staring at his hands, his fingers twitch slightly as he says, I'm sorry, Elarice. I made you worry over nothing. He looks at the crowd ahead and says, You don't need to worry too much about this. I have my own plans. Frowning with a serious expression, he thinks to himself, The Demon Lord, she must have done something to me. He walks back over to Bong-gu, who stands up the moment he sees him, saying, Player Ryu Min, you're back. The captives gasp in terror upon seeing him. Ryu Min! Bong-gu looks at the dark green-haired young man and says, Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry you had to deal with. The dark green-haired young man simply replies, I get it. Given the circumstances, it couldn't be helped. He tilts his head and asks, So, did you find out anything yet? Bong-gu quickly replies, Not much. Except that they're just following orders from above. The black-haired young man nods. I see. Bong-gu turns to him and adds, It seems like they're just low-level grunts. They don't know a thing, and their skills are below average. Bong-gu looks at him, stammering, At least, that's what it looks like. Bong-gu thinks to himself, Or maybe it's just because you're insanely strong. Looking back at him, he continues, We'll start heading down from here. Honestly, it would be great if we could get in touch with our guild leader. He really wanted to meet you, too. But right now, we have too many things we need to take care of. Suddenly, the black-haired young man's face turns dead serious as he warns, Wait! In total confusion, Bong-gu blurts out, Huh? The blue-black-haired guy stares deep into the forest. Ignoring Bong-gu's puzzled look, he says, I sense something. Suddenly, a loud rustling sound echoes from deep within the woods. Multiple footsteps march forward. Creepy smiley faces are printed on their uniforms, and they wear white hats. In an instant, Bong-gu and the blue-black-haired young man are surrounded by a massive crowd. Bong-gu gasps in shock. What the? The ambush guild. Even though they are completely surrounded by a massive crowd with absolutely no way out, the black-haired guy just stands there, totally calm. Bong-gu panics. Why are there so many of them? The blue-black-haired guy thinks to himself, This looks like more than 100 players. Did their entire guild show up? Do they really care about their comrades that much? His face darkens, and he frowns, saying, Mr. Bong-gu. He thinks to himself, This is incredibly dangerous, so why am I? He turns his gaze back to Bong-gu and asks, Did you send anyone to contact the association or the guild? A panicked Bong-gu replies, I did send someone to report the situation, but I didn't ask for reinforcements. The young man wonders, Why am I? Turning around, the young man says, I'll clear a path, get a messenger ready, and prepare some fire as well. Staring in utter confusion, Dubongu stammers, huh? Wait, what? Suddenly, a purple spark ignites in the young man's eyes, and with an eager expression, he mutters, reinforce. He is completely thrilled by the sheer excitement of the upcoming battle. The mob in front of him murmurs in confusion. Huh? What is he doing? Meanwhile, brilliant blue and yellow light explodes around the young man's body. The surrounding enemies gasp in shock, completely losing sight of him. All they can see are streaks of blue and yellow light slashing through the air. Out of nowhere, he appears on top of a tree, sword in hand. Below him, the enemies scream in horror as their allies are slashed out of nowhere. What the hell is this? Arg! What's happening? Before they can process it, he dives down from the tree, catching them completely off guard. His blade slices through the crowd, sending blood spraying everywhere. One of them screams in sheer panic. Damn it. Where did he go? Seeing their comrades fall, the surrounding mob charges in, screaming, die. The onlookers watch in disbelief, muttering, He's doing this all by himself. Dubongu stands there, completely awestruck by the young man's overwhelming power, barely able to squeeze out. Whoa. Dubongu quickly snaps out of it and barks an order. Let's move. Support player Gi-gyu. Meanwhile, Gi-gyu keeps slicing through the enemies, thinking to himself that this is no different from farming monsters. Guilt, pressure, he doesn't feel a single thing. One by one, the enemies lose consciousness, collapse, and fall. Wearing a ruthless grin, he thinks, actually, this is. Suddenly, a massive wall of fire erupts from his body, completely concealing his face. The flames violently spread, turning into a massive inferno. The onlookers stare in absolute shock at the devastating sight. Dubongu and his men can only watch with their jaws dropped. Clutching his sword, the young man leaps out from the raging inferno. As he stands before the flames, a red-haired guy in a black cloak steps forward. Holding a strange purple object, he grins and says, Oh? You actually dodged that? This item was pretty expensive. Well, actually, I stole it from someone. Nearby, Dubongu recognizes him and turns pale, stammering, the leader of the ambush guild, the fallen ranker, the murderer Choi Min-seok. Choi Min-seok steps out from the flames with his crew, wearing a mocking smirk. You smell just like us. His expression turns vicious, his eyes widening as he asks, How about a spot on our team? Want to join the ambush guild? Inside the tower, criminals who commit daily offenses are known as red murderers. Essentially, enforcing laws inside the tower is impossible. The only thing the association can do is secure the gates, which serve as the entrance to the tower, and try to stop their numbers from growing. Among them was a notorious red murderer who used to be a high-ranking ranker, with his wanted posters plastered everywhere. He was the leader of the Swamp Guild, Choi Min-seok. Gi-gyu suddenly finds himself wondering about the truth of why a man like him would willingly throw away all his wealth and his prestigious status as a ranker just to walk the path of a criminal. It proved that the guy was nothing but a psychopathic killer hooked on blood. With an arrogant smirk, Choi Min-seok asks him, Well, interested? I can tell you're just like us. Trust me, joining our side will be way more fun. As the words leave his mouth, Gi-gyu recalls how bloodthirsty he looked while fighting, but he remains completely unmoved by the villain's tempting offer. He snapped back. Shut up, you criminal. Don't you dare lump me in with trash like you. Suddenly, a blonde guy in their crew got incredibly pissed, feeling completely insulted by his words. He shoved his way forward and yelled right in Ji-woo's face. You arrogant little brat. How dare you talk to us like that? An explosion suddenly cut the blonde guy off, catching Ji-woo completely off guard. It turned out Min-seok was the one behind it, showing off his violent rage. How dare you interrupt me while I'm speaking? The vice leader's head burst into flames while his weapon was still in his hands. You want to die, is that it? Min-seok said, clicking his tongue in annoyance. The vice leader collapsed as his lackeys stood there in sheer shock, gasping, Vice leader! Min-seok let out a sigh and said, Sorry about that. These guys are pretty wild since we weren't exactly raised with good manners. Anyway, like I was saying, as you can see we've got an opening for a vice leader now. Hey, I'll give you that spot. Join my guild, Min-seok said with a creepy grin that was both excited and deeply threatening. Surrounded by the ambush guild, Ji-woo stood up, unsure of how to answer him at first. Instead, he replied, Let me ask you one thing. Why are you targeting the Tree Guild? Min-seok looked confused and muttered, Huh? You're not going to answer me, and now you're asking questions? Well, I guess there's no harm in telling you. We want to get out of this tower. We're sick and tired of being stuck in here. So we need to talk to your guild leader. The tree guild leader, with a deeply confused expression, replied, "What does leaving the tower have to do with our guild? Are you planning on using us as hostages? What? How the hell do you know about that?" Ji-woo spoke with an angry expression, his eyes glowing with intensity. A scene suddenly flashed by blue rocks, floating specks of light, rows of trees, and a young man with his back turned, the secret of the second unique ultimate attribute. Cutting back, Min-sok asked in surprise, "Huh? You know about that too? You really are interesting." "Shut up," Ji-woo snapped as he lunged at him at lightning speed. "Answer me right now." Min-sok easily dodged the slash, completely thrilled. "Those eyes! It's those eyes!" He summoned a blade into his hand and charged at Ji-woo, his face twisted into a terrifying grin. "I told you, you're just like us." Ji-woo managed to dodge, but the blade still grazed his cheek. He thought, he was using dual blades from the start? A fierce battle broke out between them to the wild cheers of the crowd. Every time Min-sok pressed forward, Ji-woo dodged. Min-sok mocked, "But there still needs to be a hierarchy between us." At that exact moment, a massive explosion erupted, sending shock waves of panic through the surrounding crowd. Ji-woo guarded against the blast, his face tense with worry. "I've barely exchanged blows with him, it hasn't even been a real fight yet. But this feels completely different from any battle I've faced before. I've run into plenty of high-tier rankers before, but this guy is basically a master of hunting humans." Giving him no time to catch his breath, Min-seok lunged forward, his eyes glowing red with murderous intent. He laughed. "Ha, you really think I'm gonna let you rest?" Ji-woo desperately struggled to block Min-seok's relentless onslaught, frantically trying to figure out how to handle an absolute psychopath like him. "I'm just a fraction slower than him. Even though I'm stronger now that I'm using my inner power, he's still matching me blow for blow. And my enhancement skill is still on cooldown." Suddenly, L materialized to warn him, "Master, watch your left." L's sudden warning caught Ji-woo off guard, leaving him with no time to block Min-seok's oncoming kick. He let out a painful grunt. Ugh. The impact sent him flying backward, and he had to dig both of his swords into the ground just to stop himself. With worry etched on his face, Ji-woo thought, he suddenly got way faster. Is that a skill? Before he could ponder any further, L answered his question. "No, master. His movements haven't changed at all." What could that possibly mean? Before Ji-woo could piece it together, Min-seok smugly twirled his weapons and walked toward him. He mocked. "Looks like it's starting to take effect. Huh? Looks like you're terrified of my firepower. But that's not even a fraction of what this flame hammer can do. It accumulates damage with every clash against the opponent. That means the winner was decided the second this fight started dragging on. You can't beat me, but hey, if you surrender now, I'll still let you join our guild." Instead of striking fear into him, those words only fueled his determination. He smirked. "Accumulating damage? You should have told me sooner. Enhancement." With that, he lunged straight at Min-seok. The killer was caught off guard, but quickly grinned with excitement. "Well, look at that. You were hiding a trump card after all? In that case, I'll unleash my full power. Void Flame." The moment the words left his mouth, a massive torrent of fire erupted from Min-seok, surging straight toward Ji-woo. Ji-woo raised his swords, desperately blocking the searing flames as sweat poured down his face. This heat is unreal, but this is exactly the opening I need to finish him off. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance and caught Min-seok completely off guard. He swung a devastating slash at him, but unfortunately, the killer managed to block it just in time. In that split second, Min-seok's words flashed through Ji-woo's mind. "It accumulates damage with every clash." Grinning, he activated his counter skill. The skill instantly reflected all the accumulated damage right back at his opponent. Completely blindsided by this devastating move, the killer had no time to react and could only gasp in disbelief. What? Right at that moment, the flames Min-seok summoned flared up more violently than ever before. Just seconds later, something shot out of the raging inferno at extreme speed. The surrounding crowd stared in absolute shock, completely clueless about what had just blasted right past their eyes. What is that? The flames are slowly dying down, and something just flew past everyone at an unbelievable speed. It's the guy who was just flying. Now he's knocked out, slouched against a tree trunk. Meanwhile, Gi-gyu, covered in burn marks, scoffs with a mocking smirk. Why would he expose his own weakness like that? Is he a total newbie? Before the words even leave his mouth, Gi-gyu lunges at Choi Min-seo, pressing his blade right against his neck. Instantly, Brunheart activates Devour to absorb player Choi Min-seo. The process is a complete success. Right after, Gi-gyu thinks in utter shock. Wait, it even works on humans? But what are the conditions to trigger it anyway? He groans, realizing his legs are about to give out. Man, as expected of a ranker, things could have gone way worse. But he can't let them see any sign of weakness, especially with members of the SM Guild still hanging around. Still, their guild leader is gone. Maybe they'll just surrender. Suddenly, a dark, chilling aura creeps up behind him, sending a shiver down his spine. It's the whispers of the SM Guild lackeys. The leader is gone. That guy took him out. Even the vice leader croaked. Seeing both their leaders gone, the remaining SM soldiers start eyeing Gi-gyu. Hey, what if we take that bastard out ourselves? Wait, where did the boss's body go? Before Gi-gyu can even process what's happening, Brunheart urgently warns him, Master, you need to run, now. L senses it too. Master, those SM members. They're questioning both their own strength and yours. It's not that we're weak. It must be some kind of skill he used. Gi-gyu clicks his tongue in frustration. In reality, that skill is counter, but that doesn't mean he gets off completely scotangent free. If I want to throw that damage back, I have to take the hit first, just like what happened back in the Heron Labyrinth. And because of that counterattack, the damage I take is magnified. As he thinks this, flashbacks of the Heron Labyrinth flash through Gi-gyu's mind. Back in reality, his face contorts in pain. Every muscle tense as he desperately tries to figure a way out of this mess. My whole body is screaming in pain. I just need 10 minutes to rest. No, even just a few minutes would do. Across from him, the SM Guild members take a hesitant step back. Suddenly, Gi-gyu's eyes flare a deep, glowing purple, burning with absolute rage. One of the thugs stares in awe, thinking, I finally get why the leader was so obsessed with him. He's not even a high-level ranker, yet he's this terrifying. Who the hell is this kid? A dark purple aura erupts around Gi-gyu, his face cast in shadow, looking incredibly menacing. But that thug doesn't feel a shred of fear. A cruel smirk creeps across his face, turning into a wild, maniacal grin as his eyes gleam. Heh, doesn't matter anyway. We've got him completely outnumbered. I don't care how many of us die, as long as I'm the one who gets to land the killing blow. With that, several shadows blur past, charging straight at Gi-gyu. Through the blazing flames, they roar, he's exhausted. Let's take him down together, just like a regular hunt. Staring down the massive crowd, Gi-gyu starts to sweat. But then, his expression shifts as a sudden ray of hope appears. A triumphant smirk plays on his lips. Too late, he whispers. Right in front of him, a dense, freezing blizzard sweeps through, instantly turning every single one of them into solid blocks of ice. Gi-gyu lets out a deep sigh of relief. Phew. Just then, a figure steps over the frozen statues and approaches him. Took you long enough. It's you, Sok-woo. A wave of relief washes over Gi-gyu. Sok-woo smiles and greets him. Hey, Gi-gyu. Long time no see. Suddenly, a terrified voice screams from the back. G-Guild leader? One of the remaining SM thugs recognized him immediately. Sok-woo? You? Hearing them, Sok-woo turns his head and says, Look, I'd love to catch up, but I should probably take care of business first. With that, Sok-woo unleashes his ultimate move, Cold Dance, flooding the entire area with a biting, freezing wind. The surviving SM thugs scream as they're hit. What is this? This freezing wind? Channeling energy into his legs, he calmly says, Let's see here. 1, 2, 3. Yep, still a few more of you left. Sok-woo leaps high into the air, shaping his ice magic into 2 razor-sharp blades, and calls down to Gi-gyu. Give me 3 minutes, we'll talk right after. Striking a combat stance, he rocketed forward like a bolt of lightning, straight into the chaotic brawl. His movements are flawlessly fluid as he weaves through the battlefield, instantly pinpointing his targets and tearing them apart. He slices through them effortlessly, leaving shattered ice and blood spray in his wake. Every single slash is precise and deadly. Watching him, Gi-gyu can't help but marvel. As expected of Yu Sok-woo, he's still a beast. Actually, scratch that he's got way stronger. But the gap between us isn't as wide as it used to be, buddy. This realization pumps Gi-gyu up. Chugging down a healing potion, he feels his strength rapidly returning. He gets into an offensive stance, grinning. Yeah, Expensive potions really are the best. With a burst of speed, he takes off like a streak of blue lightning. His sword strikes are so sudden and powerful that the remaining enemies completely panic, screaming, "What on earth is this?" watching his buddy go all out. Seok-woo raises an eyebrow in surprise, then smirks with playful competition. "All right, I'll back off. 1 minute is more than enough anyway." Side by side, like true brothers in arms, their competitive fire burns bright. Once the enemy forces are completely wiped out, Seok-woo spots Gi-gyu sitting in a corner to catch his breath and walks over. "Man, you've changed a lot. I almost didn't recognize you. Wait, what's up with your eye?" Gi-gyu, completely unaware, blinks in confusion. "Huh? What's wrong with my eye?" Seok-woo points at him. "You didn't know? Your left eye is glowing purple right now." Gi-gyu's heart skips a beat. He nervously thinks, "I only felt a slight warmth in my eye. I didn't think it would actually change color. It must be a side effect of that skill," he realizes. But keeping his composure, he shrugs it off with a casual smile. "Oh. Yeah. Maybe it is." Still, Seok-woo didn't pry. He sat down next to his friend and asked gently, "Is that so? Looks like it's not just your appearance that changed. I heard you got stronger, but I didn't expect you to be this strong. Even after Seob told me about it, I still couldn't believe it. But I never expected the masked ranker to be you," Gi-gyu asked skeptically. "Seob said that? How did he even know it was me?" "Well, Seob is your cousin, right?" Seok-woo leaned back against a piece of wood behind him, speaking casually. "I was the one who introduced him to you, after all. He said he recognized you instantly. Honestly, it's such a pain." Gi-gyu let out a sigh and complained quietly to Seok-woo. "At least I was wearing a mask, so it wasn't as bad. I really admire you, though. I don't know how you can stand that kind of fame." Seok-woo laughed. "Well, I guess our personalities are just different." Gi-gyu looked around at the scene where the injured were being treated and couldn't help but ask, "By the way, are there still reporters from the association here? They should have cleared out by now." Seok-woo answered honestly, "No, they actually moved on to another topic a while ago." "Another topic?" Gi-gyu asked in surprise. Seok-woo chuckled. "Just how long have you been away? You should have checked the checkpoints for news." The association president went public with his identity. Gi-gyu murmured. "The president." He thought to himself, "Did he do that right now because of me? Well, I shouldn't take this as a favor." While Gi-gyu was lost in thought, Seok-woo stood up, getting ready to say goodbye. "It was great seeing you again. I wanted to grab a drink with you, but that might be tough. This is a huge deal, so you're going to be pretty busy." Gi-gyu was sympathetic, but Seok-woo didn't want to miss this opportunity. "Well, a cup of coffee should be fine. I don't want to say goodbye like this either. We have a lot to catch up on." As he spoke, a ring materialized on his index finger. It was a ring with an emblem, the signature mark of a mercenary. Seeing this, Gi-gyu asked Seok-woo in surprise, "Wait, you're a mercenary too?" Seok-woo gave a gentle warning. "There are a lot of them out there. I'm pretty sure everyone recognized you because of that ring, so be careful. Just because you're both mercenaries doesn't mean you'll protect each other. So, whether through skills or items, people usually find their own ways to hide their rings." Gi-gyu looked at his hand thoughtfully, agreeing with Seok-woo's words. "Yeah, I'm actually taking precautions against that too." "Seok-woo, I have a question. What's your nickname?" He then looked up at Seok-woo. Seok-woo reacted, thinking for a long moment before turning his face away in disappointment and saying, "A-okay." Gi-gyu wasn't doing any better, so he tried to console him. "Still better than mine. Mine is Iron Mallet." With that, he cleared his throat with a cough, quietly voicing his suspicion about why the Ambush Guild attacked Seok-woo's guild. How did that even get leaked? Seok-woo's second unique ability, gate creation, was a difficult subject to talk about, leaving both of them staring at each other in pensive silence. The ability to create gates, whether inside or outside the tower, was a unique skill that could turn the entire world upside down. Gi-gyu thought to himself, so he did everything he could to keep it hidden. He spoke up. "Then how did the Ambush Guild find out? Even the members of your own guild didn't seem to know." Checking his watch, Seok-woo replied, "It's a long story. Looks like they're done. Let's go downstairs and talk." Gi-gyu turned to ask, "Wait, aren't you the guild master? Don't you need to hand things over to them first?" Seok-woo smiled and replied, "Talking to important people takes priority. Besides, it's part of the job, and everyone else is handling things just fine." Stepping forward, Gi-gyu looked back and said, "Is that so? Then let me pick the place. I know a cafe." Seok-woo grinned widely and replied, "Whatever works." The scene shifts to Director Tae-shik's office. where he was frowning in irritation. This place sure looks a lot like a cafe. Gi-gyu laughed and explained, well, this is the only place we can talk in private for free. Suk-woo said politely. Hello, sir, Taeshik replied. Long time no see, you Suk-woo. And what do you mean by free? Keep talking like that and I'm going to start charging you. Taeshik grunted in annoyance, then looked at Gi-gyu curiously and asked, what's up with your eye color? Gi-gyu put his hand to his face and gave a casual answer. It's just a skill. He thought to himself. How long is it going to stay like this? He then glanced over at Suk-woo. Seeing this, Taeshik laughed and said, all right, so I heard you guys just wiped out the entire ambush guild. His face darkened. And since you came straight here, you must have some questions for me, right? Contrary to Taeshik's expectations, Gi-gyu replied in surprise. Huh? Not really. Taeshik asked in disbelief. You two really just came here to escape the noise? The room fell completely silent for a moment. And then Gi-gyu burst into laughter. This only irritated Taeshik even more. Is something funny? Taeshik asked curiously. Did the ambush guild already find out about your gate creation skill? Suk-woo explained the situation. A few months ago, I was forced to use it in front of some guild members. Unfortunately, one of them was captured by the ambush guild. He continued. They're absolutely desperate for information about the outside world, so they used every dirty trick to make them talk. Taeshik frowned as he picked up his coffee cup. What a pain. So, what happened to those members? Suk-woo also frowned and replied, none of the ambush guild members we captured knew anything about them, so the chances of them being alive are very low. Taeshik took a silent sip of his coffee. Suk-woo asked, will we be forming a team to wipe out the survivors? Taeshik replied casually, we'll wipe them out. The second they start talking, you Suk-woo replied firmly, we, the Kane Guild, are joining too. I have to know if our captured members are still alive, and I need to make sure no more information gets leaked. With that, Yu Suk-woo turned to leave. I'll head out first. I've got a lot of work to do. Taeshik replied, all right, good luck. Taeshik and Kim Gi-gyu watched as Yu Suk-woo walked away. Gi-gyu could feel that Suk-woo was a total mess inside, even though the kid was pretending to be fine. Taeshik chimed in, he might look okay, but I bet his stomach is in knots. Gi-gyu agreed. They both knew this was because Suk-woo treated his guild members like actual family. Taeshik turned to Gi-gyu and asked, are you doing all right? He answered honestly, Taeshik, I took some potions and had my wounds treated, so I'm doing fine. He asked with genuine concern, no, I mean mentally. This was your first time taking a life, wasn't it? Understanding what he meant, Kim Gi-gyu looked away and replied, well, that's a bit complicated to explain. Before this, I was already determined to kill Rogers Han no matter what. Looking down at his hands, he continued, my enemies all deserve to die, so I don't see any reason to feel guilty. Right now, I feel totally fine. Clenching his fists, he confessed, the real problem is, when I killed them, I actually enjoyed it. Taeshik stared at him thoughtfully in silence. Then, he reached over and patted his head, leaving him completely confused. Taeshik reassured him, it's not that big of a deal. To some degree, a lot of people in this line of work might look normal, but they have a pretty dark side. He continued, the only thing that actually matters is whether you can stay in control of it. Kim Gi-gyu closed his eyes and thought, can I actually control it? Then, he opened them and looked up at the sky, painted with the faint rays of the setting sun. You're terrible at giving advice, Taeshik joked back. Hey, it sounded pretty cool though. The next day, on the 29th floor, a voice muttered, is there still fog around? Kim Gi-gyu picked up a leaf and murmured, that's Suk-woo for you. I wonder what level he's reached by now. He thought to himself, thinking back to yesterday, he slaughtered countless enemies here. I still can't believe it. Looking at the marks left on the ground, he thought, actually, I'm not even shocked anymore. Honestly, I'm more surprised by the fact that I didn't feel anything. He raised his hand to his mismatched eye, which refused to change back to normal. Have I completely changed? Or have I always been this way? He recalled Taeshik's words. The only thing that actually matters is whether you can stay in control of it. Standing in front of the massive black gate, Kim Gi-gyu made his decision. Let's go. Time for the 3rd floor. Recalling everything he had been through, he thought, I've already cleared all 3 trials. The first trial was successfully hunting a goat from the 5th to the 10th and 20th floors. The second trial was successfully hunting an orc. The third trial was successfully hunting a minotaur. I was given simple quests alongside a notification that the difficulty had been significantly reduced. He looked up, lost in tense thought. It's always been this way. Yet, his hands were trembling uncontrollably. Startled, he realized his hands were shaking. Looking down at his trembling hand, he wondered, is my body warning me? Never ignore a player's intuition. He stared at his hands and thought, is Lu still silent? I wish he could talk to me at times like this. To make matters worse, his senses had been heightened after drinking the elixir, which only amplified his thoughts of something extremely dangerous, lurking right behind the gate. Hesitating for a moment, he let out a sigh. He made up his mind to step through the gate and face whatever was waiting for him. No point in hesitating. Let's go. Suddenly, two voices chimed in. I will follow you anywhere, Master. Me too. Master is the best. He pushed the gate open with all his strength. The last trial only upgraded my skills, but who knows? Maybe both the trial and the rewards will be different this time. A system voice echoed. You have entered the 4th trial room. You have met the requirements. You are qualified to take a special trial. Spreading out before Kim Gi-gyu was a desolate desert landscape, with countless massive mansions looming in the distance. Shielding his face with his hand, he frowned in annoyance. It said it's special, so it'll probably be different. I guess I have to head inside that castle over there? Then, a familiar voice called out, Master. Kim Gi-gyu replied, Yeah, I know. As he was walking, the sand dunes around him suddenly shook violently, and giant tails began to break through the sand, followed by massive claws. Suddenly, a swarm of terrifyingly large scorpions emerged from beneath the earth, completely surrounding him. Drawing his sword in excitement to face them, he spoke with heavy anticipation in his voice. Giant scorpions. Well, this is exactly what I expected. Instantly, he activated his boost skill, and a massive beam of light slammed directly into one of the giant scorpions. Suddenly, he realized with a shock that the sandy terrain made it incredibly difficult to move. I lost my balance because of the shifting sand as I unleashed my skill. A massive explosion went off, sending sand flying in every direction. Kim Gi-gyu's sword barely managed to lodge itself into the scorpion's claw, and he struggled with trembling hands to hold back the creature's massive pincer. The scorpion lashed out fiercely with its stinger, and he simultaneously swung his sword with all his might to slash down at the beast. With his attack forming an X shape in the air, the giant scorpion is instantly sliced into 4 pieces. Looking at the swirling sand and dust, he thinks to himself, using a buff here is pointless. I'm better off riding on top of them to reach the castle. Suddenly, a voice echoes out. I can feel it. Shocked by this, he lightly lands right on top of a scorpion. Balancing skillfully on it, Kim Gi-gyu demands of his sword, What's going on? How long have you been awake? The voice from the sword replies, Right when you entered. But wait, that's not important right now, Master. It continues, Go to the castle. Still totally confused, he asks, Wait, what? It explains, Over there, we can find. It emphasizes, my physical body. Turns out, what's waiting inside that castle is Ru's real body. Meanwhile, Ju is completely surrounded by a swarm of scorpions. He asks, Hey Ru, you're finally awake? You said your original body is in that castle? What the heck are you talking about? But Ru stays silent, leaving Ju just staring at the sword. Suddenly, a scorpion lunges at him. Fine, I get it. You can explain the details later. With that, he leaps high into the air to dodge the strike. Using Ru as a platform, he floats in the air. Ru asks, Master, what on earth is this? Ju grins mischievously. What does it look like? I'm using you as a surfboard. Now that you're back, you better put in some work. Let's see. Trying to fight all of them is just a huge waste of energy. Plus, I have no idea if there are even more of them waiting inside. It's a bit of a bummer, but I'm heading straight for the castle. Ru screams in agony. Ah, help me. As Ju shoots like an arrow toward the castle, thinking, Sorry, Braun. I don't think I have time to harvest any cores today. Braun hurts a little inside but plays it cool, replying, I'm perfectly fine, Master. Ru, confused by the unfamiliar voice, asks, Whose voice is that, Ju? Ju explains, That's the gate's ego. It inherited the memories of the old Braun. Ru sighs, Great. Does everything have an ego nowadays? Braun cheerfully chimes in, Nice to meet you, Ru. My name is Braun. Since you're my senior, I'll make sure to show you the utmost respect. Ru grunts, Do whatever you want. Ju chuckles internally. Looks like he secretly enjoys it. But looking ahead, he suddenly slams on the brakes. After flying for just a bit, he lands right in front of the massive entrance. Behind him, the relentless swarm of scorpions is rapidly closing in. Rue urges him, "Stop trying to look cool and get inside already." He rushes in as the doors slam shut behind him. Startled, he remarks, of course a boss room would have giant statues like these." Standing before the two gargantuan statues, he looks absolutely tiny. Suddenly, the torches along the walls light up one by one. Rue guides him. "This way, master. My physical body is behind that door." Ju replies, "Yeah, now that I'm close, I can actually feel it too. Or at least, I'm absolutely sure there's something massive behind it." Suddenly, a strange sound echoes through the room, putting him on high alert. Suddenly, the statues behind him come to life, swinging their axes in a deadly arc. The impact of their weapons shakes the entire room. Dodging into the air, Ju mutters, "Golems? Well, these guards are pretty impressive." Landing back down, he dashes forward with lightning speed and slashes the golem's leg, but it doesn't even leave a scratch. Man, they're tough. Should I just slip past them and run inside? No, who knows what else is waiting in there. I can't leave threats like this behind my back. No matter how strong these guys are, they've got to have a weakness. Gaining momentum, he leaps straight toward the golem's head. Let's see how you like a headshot. But even his rapid-fire slashes only leave minor scratches on its stony surface. As Ju falls back down, he spins around, only to see the second golem swinging its massive axe right at him. Taking a direct hit, he is sent flying across the room. Trembling in pain, he groans, "Damn, that actually hurt. I tried to twist my body to absorb the impact, and it still did this much damage. Since they're made of stone, normal slashes won't cut it. The weight class difference is just too huge. I've got to try something else." Braun warns, "Master, watch out." Rue urgently chimes in, "Master, use that technique, hurry." By using their own reinforced strength, he deflects their attacks. Thanks to this clever move, the two golems smash directly into each other, though the shockwave still blows him back. One golem's head is completely obliterated, while the other is ripped in half. Ju crashes hard into the wall. Rue praises, "Well, look at that. Impressive. It was nothing. But why do I feel like I'm struggling way more than usual today?" "Rue, after today? You and I are having a serious talk. What exactly did you mean by your physical body being in there?" "Inside is my physical body from when I was still alive." Ju questions, "From when you were alive?" "Yes, I'll fill you in. Back then, I was so powerful that you couldn't even defeat me in your dreams." Ju retorts, "I'll ignore that sassy attitude for now." "So, are you saying you're not like that anymore?" Rue explains, "Like I said, that's just my physical body. My soul is right here with you. Inside is nothing but an empty shell of my former self, a creature that moves solely on muscle memory. A corrupted, hollow version of my old body." Ju slowly nudges the door open, peering inside with extreme caution. "I've already used potions to heal my wounds and fully maxed out my enhancement buffs. With this setup, I should be." His train of thought is cut short as the physical body of Rue, sitting on a throne, speaks, "Are you the one who awakened me?" His glowing red eyes look incredibly menacing. Ju tenses up. Even from this distance, the pressure is insane. And this is just a corrupted shell? What kind of past did Rue actually have? He demands, "Are you really Rue?" Walking toward him, the figure replies, "Rue. What an interesting name. But that is not my name. I am the master of demonic martial arts and the demonic sword." Ju stands completely stunned by his words, especially since the guy is wearing a sleek, modern suit. Half of his body looked like a normal human, while the other half was a bare skeleton. Spreading his arms wide, he said, "I am the king of all magic beasts. You may call me Belphegor. The first demon I ever met, El, the demon destined to awaken from the seal. El was the owner of that giant eyeball, but could Lu's true identity really be the demon king?" Lu's original body said, "You can call me beep 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 beep." It seemed like his name was completely inaudible, like something was actively blocking me from hearing it. It looks like our dear Lu has quite a few secrets up his sleeve, especially during battles. Lu got nervous and cleared his throat. Gi-gyu asked him, "But will you be all right if I completely destroy your original body?" "I told you, it's nothing but an empty, mediocre shell. I don't care whose sick joke this is, just destroy it, so they can't play around with my body anymore." Hearing Lu's words, Gi-gyu immediately got into his battle stance. Just don't regret this later. Activating his speed boost, he charged at him like a flash, swinging his sword to strike. But Lu's original body dodged the attack in the blink of an eye. Gi-gyu leaped back as the other guy let out a savage, twisted grin. He continued to unleash a flurry of combo attacks, but they didn't leave a single scratch. "Watch out!" As soon as those words were uttered, a barrage of red beams shot toward Gi-gyu, hitting him so hard he flew backward. Those beams turned out to be long swords, pinning themselves deep into the ground. He realized he was in a tight spot. "He's really strong." Lu's quiet chuckle only made him angrier. "Don't you get cocky on me." Lu's original body even patronized him for dodging the attack, saying, "Not bad, esteemed guest, but at this rate, you won't even be able to scratch me." That arrogant way of speaking annoyed Gi-gyu. "Hey, did you always talk like that, Lu?" Lu didn't dare to answer. He started calculating his next move to defeat his opponent. Even though he's frustrating, he's not wrong. With these endless walls of swords, I'll never be able to get close to him. The original body continued to mock him. "Is that all you've got? Then it's my turn now." With a snap of his fingers, tens of thousands of swords rained down on Gi-gyu, slamming into the ground, and kicking up a massive cloud of dust that completely blocked his vision. When the dust cleared, Gi-gyu was nowhere near the impact zone. He had already slipped right behind him. Good grief, are you seriously that foolish? He had completely read his move. Just as he was about to strike, the sword spun around, pointed straight at him, and shot forward. Grunting in pain, he recoiled and used his two swords to prop up his aching body. His egos cried out in concern. El called, "Master," and Brunhilde asked anxiously, "Master, are you all right?" Lu urged him to get back up. "He's coming again, get ready." This time, he assessed the situation quickly, parrying the incoming swords while charging forward, but it was far from easy. This kind of relentless attack is way more annoying than a single powerful blow. It feels like I'm fighting dozens of Lu's personal swordsmen at once. He recalled what the entity had just said earlier. "I am the master of demonic swords and the king of all demons." He quickly questioned Lu. "These are demonic swords, aren't they?" "Yeah. They might be low grade, but they are indeed demonic swords." Gi-gyu suggested Lu do it his own way, similar to how El absorbed Caron. "Can you try doing something about this crowd?" But his suggestion wasn't very feasible, because Lu simply couldn't do it. "If I could do that, I would have done it a long time ago. Right now, there's not much I can do. This place provides far more power to that body than it does to me." Meanwhile, he was still desperately struggling against those damn demonic swords. Lu suddenly had a bright idea. "But since this place is unique, I might be able to lend you some of my power." "Your power? Just buy me a little time." He poured all his strength into his next attack. "Buy you time? Do you think that's easy?" His strike was powerful, but it barely made an impact. Lu's original body stood perfectly firm, and a brand new wave of swords hovered in the air, ready to strike again. He muttered, "How entertaining." Sensing that the battle was getting out of hand, he dashed forward to dodge the boss's lethal attacks. Lu was still desperately trying to channel his power over. "Just a little longer." He urged, "Lu, hurry up." Facing his opponent, Gi-gyu managed to close the distance, but the demonic swords were already aiming for him once again. Left with no choice, he had to use another skill to redirect them, but the swords seemed to have already altered their course to lock onto him. He plunged his sword into the wall to suspend himself in midair. Did it work? But his move had zero effect on the boss, and the demonic swords were still hurtling straight toward him. Damn it, he was about to get impaled by those blades. "Lu, I don't think I can buy any more time." "Are you done yet?" Fortunately, Lu was finished, praising his desperate effort. "Perfectly timed." The system announced that his magic sensitivity was rising, and his sync rate had reached C rank. He urged frantically, come on, I'm literally about to die here. You can now utilize your ego abilities more effectively." Dark energy began to swirl and manifest around him, taking the original body completely by surprise. How can a mere human wield such power? The system chimed in again. "You have learned death magic from Lu. You are now capable of utilizing death magic to a certain extent." At this moment, the boss was utterly dumbfounded. How is this possible? How can an ordinary human use that power? This makes no sense. It was beyond belief that he could wield its power like this. A menacing expression crept onto Gi-gyu's face. Trembling with sheer rage, the boss stammered, "No, no way." It threw its mouth wide open, roaring in fury. "That belongs to me." Refusing to accept this reality, it began unleashing one devastating attack after another. As if possessed by living spirits, the swords surged forward like a colossal wave, forming a raging storm of crimson blades that swept directly toward Kim Gi-gyu. He screamed, "Tear him to pieces." The swords rained down violently in response, but they were now met with the true power of Lu. He easily absorbed that attack with his own skill. Afterward, everything in the castle was reduced to nothing but dust and smoke. Brunheart spoke up. "Did you get him, master?" Gi-gyu gasped. "Brunheart, why would you say that?" Behind that eerie red smoke, a dark silhouette was standing. As the smoke gradually cleared, the boss's face was revealed. Not defeated yet, it roared in absolute rage. "How dare you!" It poured all of its power into its ultimate skill, the Dark King's slash, aiming straight at him. "A mere human like you, how dare you!" With that, he slashed straight down, cracking the ground wide open. Fortunately, he was able to dodge the strike. Otherwise, he would have been history. Gi-gyu frantically calculated his options. Even after taking the Death God strike head-on, an attack carrying a massive amount of magic power, how does it still have this much strength left? Lu then spoke up. "Even though it's just my shell, its original form is still extremely powerful." Our main guy snapped. "I don't need you bragging, Lu. Just do what you did earlier. One more time." "One more time? You think it's that easy? Even though we are inside a special place, I can only do it one more time." "You're the one at your limit," Lu warned. "If you push it too far, your body won't be able to take it." Kim Gi-gyu gritted his teeth. "I think one more time is enough." "What?" Lu snapped in annoyance. Without another word, Gi-gyu dashed in using his acceleration boost skill, darting around the boss to buy time for Lu. Seeing this, the boss sneered. "I guess you never learn, do you?" He then swung a massive, colossal sword straight at Kim Gi-gyu. Fortunately, he managed to block it, though Kim Gi-gyu was shaking under the sheer weight of the giant blade. Seeing this, the boss grew smug and began hurling insults at him. A bug is still just a bug, nothing more, no matter how high it jumps. "What are you going to do next? You really think you can test your limits against me?" But before he could even finish, the boss froze in shock. Right after his mocking words, he suddenly noticed something baffling about the human. He wondered, where did the sword in his right hand go? Right then, Lu was slowly creeping up from behind. As the boss turned around, Lu's soul inside the sword jumped out and teased, "Peekaboo." Gi-gyu smirked deviously. Unfazed, the boss quickly launched another attack at him. Suddenly, the boss gasped as Lu unleashed his skill on him yet again. "Ah!" he shrieked. He finally met his end, before he could even finish his last words, vanishing like smoke. "How? How is this possible? Me?" He screamed in agony. "I am the king of monsters." With the battle over, Kim Gi-gyu fell to the ground, completely drained of all strength. Brunheart and Elle cried out in worry. "Master." Seeing Gi-gyu collapse, Brunheart panicked. "Master, you can't die." He smiled weakly to comfort them. "Don't worry, I'm just a bit exhausted." Lu chimed in. Since he wielded that much power without holding back, the backlash isn't going to be pretty. He then pulled out a mana potion to restore his energy. Just then, a new system notification popped up. "You have passed the special test. You will receive a reward for clearing the special test." Gi-gyu sat up with a heavy sigh. The system announced again, "Excellent clear. You will receive an additional reward." Before he could even blink, a reward table appeared in the distance, presenting 2 incredibly high-tier rewards. "Where am I?" "Ah, this must be the reward room." At that moment, the system chimed. "New skill acquired. You have acquired the skill. Combine. You have acquired the skill. Manifestation." He gasped in surprise. "Skills? Your skill assimilation rate is rising." Status window. Name, Kim Gi-gyu. Level, 1. Class, Companion of the Ego. Inherent abilities. Skill link. Assimilation, Brunheart, Death God. Combine. Manifestation of currently owned egos. Sword, shield, mace. Number of ego fragments in possession, 4. Assimilation. You are capable of wielding 60% of a Death God's power. You have the ability to manipulate death. Combine. You are capable of combining egos. Gi-gyu exclaimed in awe. "Whoa, I got so many new skills. Combine and manifestation?" He wondered. "Wait, so if I combine Lu and Elle, will I get Elu or Luel? Could that be it?" Hearing this, Elle and Lu were extremely exasperated by his silly idea. "Are you stupid? Did you lose your brain in the heat of battle?" "Master, as much as it pains me, I have to agree with Lu this time." Trying to save face, he stammered, I was just kidding. But seriously, I'll need to actually use the skill to see how it really works." Gi-gyu looked at his 2 rewards and smiled excitedly. "Well, since I can't test it right now, let's open the rewards first." A gold box and a diamond box? Hey, Lu asked. Are you really that excited? Gi-gyu fired back. What kind of question is that? Even though a gold box is good enough, a diamond box is on par with the one that held the elixir before. He opened the gold box first, saving the best for last. Huh? He thought, this looks so familiar. What is this? I feel like I've seen it somewhere. Inside the box were 3 glowing gems that looked like they belonged in some movie. The system announced, you have acquired Ego Fragment 13. As the system processed the item, a golden pillar of light shot up into the sky. He thought to himself, aren't ego fragments what I usually get after clearing wandering gates? Why do they exist inside the tower as well? He sighed. Well, whatever. I'll figure out how to use them sooner or later. He glanced over at the diamond box. Now, time for the diamond box. Rain chimed in. I'm so excited. Gi-gyu opened the diamond box, wondering what lay inside this time. Could it be another elixir? As soon as he opened it, his eyes widened in shock. Inside were bones. What the hell? Bones? Right then, Lu flew into an absolute rage. Gi-gyu asked, Lu, what is it? Lu replied with a trembling voice. Did they really have to go this far? Oh God. That is actually a part of my real body. Lu was absolutely furious that they had used a piece of his own body as a reward for a test. The scene shifts to the 30th floor station, at a cafe managed directly by the association. Inside a soundproof room, there is a discount menu featuring Americano, cafe latte, and mint chocolate. Kim Gi-gyu sat down in the soundproof room and demanded that Lu tell him the whole truth. It is time I hear the whole story, Lu. Lu remained silent. Why did you wait until now? No, wait. That is not what I should be asking. Who are you? Only then did Lu finally speak. Just as my body said, I am the Lord of all demons, Gi-gyu asked. The Lord of all demons? He recalled the previous demon. That incredibly powerful guardian was merely a low-tier demon, and it was hard to even estimate the power of the demon L was sealing. Gi-gyu looked highly skeptical. Then why is the Lord of all demons a sword right now? Brune stared in awe, thinking, wow, the Lord? That is so cool. Lu spoke up. Do you know what a sentient being must do to endure eternity? Gi-gyu was taken aback. A smartphone? Lu replied. They must forget. Gi-gyu repeated. Forget? Lu confirmed. Yes. You have to forget to survive existing for that long. I had to wipe out my own past. If I had not, my very existence would have faded away with time. Like I said, I am the Lord of all demons. But I was imprisoned by rebels, stripped of my body, and cast into eternity. I had to protect my own existence. So, I chose to forget. My emotions, my purpose, my name, and eventually, even my own identity. That was the only way I could survive. But when I awakened as the demon sword, the memories I had locked away were temporarily triggered. Even though it was just a fraction, those memories left me so disoriented that I did not know what to do. So, I made the choice to forget everything once again. Gi-gyu frowned as he listened, but he did not know what to say. As night began to fall, he stood up to leave. In the end, I did not get much out of my conversation with Lu, since he had chosen to forget everything all over again. He could not answer most of my questions, and since I did not want to see Lu in pain, I chose not to push him any further. I decided to put off making any decisions regarding those pieces of Lu's body. Walking down the street, Gi-gyu realized that no matter what Lu's past was, Lu was still his very first ego. Lu was the one who had given him hope and helped him push forward on his path to becoming a player. He thought, we just need to build new memories together. For now, I should go home and rest. Tomorrow is going to be incredibly busy. The scene cuts to the director's office, where the rapid click-clack of typing on a keyboard grows more frantic by the second. Hyo Sung-hoon walked in and said, Director? Just look at you, trying to cram a whole week's worth of paperwork into a single night. Oh, Sung-hoon, you worked hard today. Go ahead and head home. Sung-hoon protested. No, that is not it. I know you are incredibly busy dealing with those S-class guys, but are you ever going home? You stayed up working all night yesterday too. Tae-shik replied, I want to get this all done tonight. Wait, are you seriously using your mana just to do office paperwork? I know you are in a rush, but is this really necessary? Hyo Sung-hoon could only watch in sheer disbelief as Tae-shik literally used magic to power through the mountain of paperwork. Tomorrow, I finally get to see Soo-jin. Ah, wait, no. Tomorrow is Gi-gyu's housewarming party. The next day, guests arrived at his new place, looking absolutely stunned. Come on in, guys. Whoa, this place is insane. Hello, sir. My name is Brun. Only our master can hear us, though. Wait, is this seriously your house? At this point, I wouldn't even be shocked if someone was living in your basement. Haha, don't be ridiculous. There is nobody down there. Though, to be fair, I do actually have a basement. Still, your house is incredible. Compared to this place, our guild headquarters looks like an abandoned building. Excuse me, what did you just say? Gi-gyu quickly cut in. Haha, all right, stop bickering. Let's head inside. As they walked in, everyone began exchanging warm greetings. Welcome, hello, nice to meet you all. Once inside, Kim Seon-pil proudly presented his gift with an incredibly smooth, unbothered greeting. Hi, I am Kim Seon-pil from the Morning Star Guild. Gi-gyu's mother welcomed him warmly. Gi-gyu has told me so much about you. My son can be a bit unreliable at times, so please look out for him. Wait, your son? What is it? Oh, nothing. I honestly thought you were his older sister because you look so incredibly young. Oh my, thank you. Please make yourselves comfortable while I go finish up the food. Thank you, we will. Hey, is Sukwu not coming? Why do you want to see him? What? No way. I only wanted to grab his autograph for a friend. He said he is swamped with work lately. Tell you what, depending on how nice you are to me, I might consider getting that autograph for you. Or, you could just take off your mask, get famous, and let me sell your autograph to my classmates. Wait, what did you just say? Hey, I told you that was a secret. Stop talking nonsense and go help mom. I'm stepping out for a second. Where are you going? To welcome a guest. Good evening, player Kim Gi-gyu. You didn't have to come out to welcome me. Oh, you're already here? I finished up sooner than I thought. I just got here, and I'm really sorry, player Kim Gi-gyu. We were so busy that we couldn't even prepare a gift. Oh, don't worry about it. In fact, I'm the one who should be thanking you. For finding us such an amazing house. I don't really need to get you a gift though, right? Well, you already bought all this new furniture for our house. Really? That's so generous of you. You really didn't have to do that. Our old things were still perfectly fine. Well, a new house needs new furniture. You dummy, that's just a waste of money. Wait, did you buy all this furniture because you're planning on moving in with us in the future? Having his true intentions exposed, the director immediately started stuttering in denial. What are you even talking about? I have absolutely no idea what you're saying. Meanwhile, Sung-hoon asked innocently, What's wrong, director? You don't need to know. Here is your housewarming gift, by the way. Oh my goodness, but you already bought us all this furniture. Gi-gyu finally realized. Oh, so he didn't actually buy a gift for me. After that, everyone had a wonderful dinner, feeling happy and satisfied. They all helped clean up afterward. Thank you for the meal. Thank you for the delicious meal. Let me help you with that. Gi-gyu gave a polite smile and said, You are our guest, so please just sit back and relax. Yoo-jung then asked Sung-hoon, Are you my brother's assistant? Yes, although I haven't really been of much help to him. Meanwhile, the director pulled the main character aside. Gi-gyu, come outside for a second. We need to talk. Right now, let me finish cleaning up first. It will be quick, just a couple of minutes. Even though Gi-gyu was quite curious, he turned to his mother and said, Mom, I'm going outside for a moment. I'll finish cleaning up when I get back. His mother smiled and replied, Go on, just take a break. Outside in the yard, Gi-gyu asked, What did you want to talk about that we had to come all the way out here? Well, the association will soon be making an official announcement, but I figured it was best to let you know in advance. The Iron Guild has officially opened a branch in South Korea. Hearing this, our main character was completely shocked. The association strongly opposed it, but the Angela Guild stepped in and intervened. It seems like they made some kind of backroom deal with each other, and as you already know, the association cannot simply ignore the Angela Guild. The influence of the country's #1 guild is no joke, but we still. Anyway, that old man, the association president, has already spoken to the media about this matter. Taeshik rubbed his neck and turned to leave, leaving him with one final warning. I'm going back inside to help clean up. Just make sure you cool down before coming back in. Don't go releasing all that bloodlust in front of your family. At this very moment, our main character was radiating an immense amount of murderous intent, looking as if he was ready to kill someone on the spot. Elle spoke up, Master, Rogers is. The scene shifts to a towering skyscraper. Inside a rehabilitation room, Rogers Han was deep in thought. 3 months. I will be able to return to South Korea in 3 months. No matter how much stronger he has gotten, I can easily handle him, because I now possess the holy sword bestowed upon me by him. Just you wait, Kim Gi-gyu. Rogers Han glared at the sword with absolute madness in his eyes, looking as if he wanted to tear Gi-gyu to shreds right this instant. The guests who had visited Gi-gyu's home all stood by the front door, bidding each other farewell before heading back. Thank you so much for the meal. Goodbye. Have a safe trip home. Meanwhile, Gi-gyu headed back inside and walked toward a dark door leading to the basement. Gi-gyu's thoughts began to drift. The Iron Guild is opening a branch in Korea. This is going to happen in 3 months, and the branch leader is none other than Rogers Han. My chance for revenge is coming much faster than I expected. The moment he flipped the light switch, Brunheart spoke to him. This place always feels so comfortable. Gi-gyu replied to Brunheart as he shut the door behind him. That is because this basement is the perfect training ground. Lu, the sword, questioned Gi-gyu about why he chose such a peculiar location for the basement entrance. But isn't it kind of inconvenient to have the entrance on the outside? Gi-gyu hesitated for a second before replying. Not really. Gi-gyu explained to the two swords. I need to constantly check the gate's status, and I want to make absolutely sure that no monsters can escape upstairs if something goes wrong. Gi-gyu thought back to Hyo Sung-hoon, who had helped him secure such a perfect house, and silently praised his effort. I never expected him to find such a perfect house for me, but still, it seemed like Gi-gyu was keeping a slight guard up against Hyo Sung-hoon. Gi-gyu's thoughts raced on. My next opponent is a branch office of the Iron Guild. Even though it is just a branch, its overall strength is estimated to be on par with the Kane Guild, which is one of the 10 largest guilds in South Korea. 3 months is not a long time at all. I have to get stronger. And to do that, the first thing I need to do is figure out my new skill. Gi-gyu continued to ponder and map out his plan, resting his face against his clasped hands. First, there are the synchronization and vessel skills I obtained on the 20th floor. How do I use them? Gi-gyu raised his head and called out, synchronization. Instantly, player Kim Gi-gyu's status window materialized before his eyes. However, this time, the status window displayed a rather strange message that he had never seen before. Please select your primary ego. Gi-gyu froze slightly at the system prompt, repeating the words out loud. Primary ego? After staring in a daze for a moment, Gi-gyu began to analyze the unfamiliar term to figure out what it meant. Does primary ego mean the ego that will serve as the core for synchronization? Gi-gyu's eyes suddenly narrowed, flashing with sharp focus. Gi-gyu spoke, and a moment later, the system chime rang out to announce the next step. Here is how player Kim Gi-gyu chose his ego. Right now, the main ego, Lu, and the sub-ego, Chang-sik, are about to synchronize. Sparks crackle and pop like a continuous electric shock, and reddish-pink sparks strike directly toward Gi-gyu's glove, shaping a wild wolf out of the glowing embers. The wolf slowly steps forward, taking on its complete form. A system notification pops up and says, synchronization successful. The ego, Lu, has become Fenrir. Hearing the name, the sword, Lu, gasps in shock and curses at the system. What the hell? Gi-gyu recalls the spark-formed wolf back into his black glove, grins widely, and says to the sword, Lu, sorry, I was just kidding. This only makes Lu, why is it always me? Gi-gyu covers his mouth with his hand, his eyes filled with hesitation as he reflects on what just happened. That power is still something I don't fully understand. I can't just use it carelessly. Lu tries to cut into his thoughts, but Gi-gyu completely ignores him. Hey, are you even listening to me? Meanwhile, images of the equipment Gi-gyu has collected flash through his subconscious. Sentient egos like Lu, L, and Brunheart would face a much higher risk if I used this skill. And Oberon, Rain, and Hermes are all crucial to my current fighting style, so I can't use them either. Gi-gyu's face darkens as he thinks, which means I have to use Minsok, Chang-sik, or ego fragments as materials. Suddenly, Brunhart's voice rings out, Master, please let me try. Gi-gyu looks down in surprise at his chest, which is glowing with a sparkling green light. Gi-gyu asks to make sure, Brunheart? Brunheart continues, I want to grow stronger like Lu and L, and be more useful to you. Gi-gyu asks, his voice filled with uncertainty about what Brunheart is suggesting. Are you sure? I have no idea how this will turn out. In the worst-case scenario, I might not be able to use your ego anymore, or you could change completely. I'm a little nervous, but I still feel like it'll be fine. After all, didn't I already die and come back once? Hearing this makes Gi-gyu feel a wave of sadness for Brunhart's past. Without saying a word, he gently places his hand over his chest, right over the necklace, with the ocean blue crystal. Gi-gyu smiles warmly, Thank you, Brunheart. He then calls up the system screen to start the synchronization. The system screen appears and says, "Please select your main ego." Gi-gyu responds, "Brunheart." He clenches his fist, determined to honor Brunhart's wish. The notification continues. Synchronization in progress. A surge of fiery gold power erupts throughout Gi-gyu's body, forcing him to stand up from his chair instantly. Gi-gyu looks down at his body as streams of light continuously merge into him, swirling all around him. A bit frightened, he spreads his arms out, taking a closer look at himself. Is this light an ego fragment? Has it been inside me all this time? Right in the center of Gi-gyu's chest, an ocean blue light begins to radiate. As the synchronization finishes, Brunheart calls out to Gi-gyu, "Master." Gi-gyu breaks into a sweat looking at his chest and gasps, "Brunheart?" Brunheart cries out, "Master, Master." Panicking, Gi-gyu immediately presses his hand to his chest to feel her presence, shouting her name. Gi-gyu instantly regrets his decision to synchronize Brunheart and shouts to the system, "Wait, cancel synchronization." Before he can even finish his sentence, the light from his chest engulfs his entire body, and the system notification reads, "You will now be transported to a gate." Gi-gyu is instantly teleported to the middle of a graveyard path, standing all alone among thousands of graves lining the trail. Gi-gyu, unable to believe he's been teleported to the middle of nowhere, asks, "What is this?" El speaks up, "It looks like the gate from last time." Lu asks, "So, are we inside that kid's body?" The system voice rings out. Brunheart and the ego fragment have successfully synchronized. Brunhart's gate may be affected by the ego fragment. Gi-gyu looks up, searching for the source of the system's voice, and asks in confusion, "Affected? In what way?" El says, "It looks like your answer is right over there." Gi-gyu casts a cold gaze down at the ground. In front of Gi-gyu, right in the middle of the path, sits a coffin glowing brightly from the inside out. Gi-gyu talks to Lu as he walks forward. "That's the coffin where the corpse appeared last time, right?" Lu replies, "Yeah." Gi-gyu stops in front of the glowing coffin. He decides to touch the lid, and the system voice rings out the moment he does. "This gate does not have a gatekeeper. You can create a gatekeeper using the synchronized ego fragment. Please set a gatekeeper." The moment he touches it, the coffin flares with an even brighter light, as if the lid is about to burst open. Gi-gyu freezes as an unknown force invades his mind. Closing his eyes, he senses the intrusion. "All these monsters are appearing in my head. Am I supposed to choose one of them?" The monsters flash through Gi-gyu's mind. Goblins, zombies, skeleton knights, vampires, and so on. They all seem to be undead. Perhaps it reflects the nature of this gate. Gi-gyu carefully and precisely senses the higher-level monsters. Just as he finishes sensing them, a corpse indeed appears, and the coffin lid glows intensely. The system voice says to Gi-gyu, "You have chosen a corpse to be the gatekeeper. The synchronized ego fragment has been consumed." Gi-gyu stands up from his spot. A corpse wearing a black cloak and a red shawl slowly floated up from the coffin. The system voice announced, "From now on, the corpse will manage this gate." The corpse hovered in midair, staring silently at Gi-gyu. Suddenly, the corpse floated down to the ground and dropped to its knees in front of Gi-gyu. Opening its mouth, it greeted him. "Greetings, great master." Gi-gyu stood frozen, completely speechless. He looked calm on the outside, but on the inside, he was totally freaking out. It was so bizarre that the creature was bowing so respectfully right after Gi-gyu had beaten it. With his voice trembling slightly, Gi-gyu spoke to the corpse. "So, you're the gatekeeper now?" Gi-gyu asked. Still bowing deeply, the corpse replied respectfully, "Yes. From this moment on, I shall manage this gate." Gi-gyu questioned the corpse further. "Does that mean you can control the monsters inside the gate too? Will they actually obey you?" "Not exactly, master," the corpse replied. Surprised, Gi-gyu asked, "Why not? Aren't you supposed to be the gatekeeper?" The corpse stood up, raising its hand. "Please wait a moment, master," it said, extending its hand in front of Gi-gyu. "Because the gate control level is too low, I cannot command the monsters yet." Right then, a notification screen popped up, showing Gi-gyu the details. The gate control level was currently at only 1%. The corpse explained, "From now on, if either I or my great master defeat the monsters inside, our control level will increase. And once that happens, I will be able to summon and command them." Gi-gyu fell silent, processing this. So you're saying," but before he could finish, he suddenly whipped his head around. Something was approaching from behind. He looked back and saw a horde of monsters charging toward them from the distance, throwing the quiet cemetery into utter chaos. Smirking, he said, "So they'll start listening once we beat them to a pulp, right?" The monsters were a wild, chaotic horde of different species. Armed with giant axes and riding headless horses, they charged forward to challenge Gi-gyu. "That sounds just like Lu," Gi-gyu teased. Lu snapped back in annoyance. "Hey." Unbothered, Gi-gyu stood ready and summoned both of his swords, Lu and El. Gripping a sword in each hand, he smiled. Since this was a gate he had already conquered once, clearing it again would be a walk in the park. But Lu warned him, "Don't get cocky. This place has absorbed a crystal, so the monsters are going to be much stronger." Getting into his battle stance, Gi-gyu smirked at the oncoming horde and scoffed. "Stronger, you say?" Activating his Hermes boots, Gi-gyu shot forward like a bullet, leaving a flash of blue lightning in his wake. "I've gotten stronger too." Meanwhile, a new morning began at Gi-gyu's house. His mother, Soo-jin, spoke with deep worry. "Has it really been 4 days since we last heard from Gi-gyu?" She said to the association staff. "Yes. I know he sometimes spends weeks inside the tower, but he always sends me a message before he goes in." Looking anxious, she turned to Tae-shik, who was blushing slightly, and said, "I just hope nothing bad has happened to him." Clearing his throat, Tae-shik tried to reassure her. I'm absolutely sure he's fine. As you know, he's incredibly strong." Staring at a door in deep thought, the secretary, Heo Sung-hoon, asked, "So, this is the last place he was seen?" Kim Yu-bin nodded and replied, "Yes, it is." Meanwhile, Tae-shik kept comforting Soo-jin, saying, "So please, try not to worry too much." Heo Sung-hoon added, "Please don't worry, ma'am. We're going to help you find him." Kim Yu-bin warned Heo Sung-hoon, "My brother told me I should never go inside that room." Staring at the door, Heo Sung-hoon thought to himself, "We'll have to investigate inside first." Tae-shik and Heo Sung-hoon headed down to the basement, only to find an empty chair sitting in the middle of the room. It was indeed just an ordinary basement. Turning to Heo Sung-hoon, Tae-shik remarked, "Doesn't look like there are any clues here. Honestly, it makes no sense for someone to just vanish from a place like this. It's not like a gate would just pop out of nowhere." But before he could even finish his sentence, a swirling portal suddenly manifested right in front of them. Tae-shik stared at the gate, completely dumbfounded. The portal kept expanding, generating a powerful pull as if trying to suck them inside. Tae-shik gasped. "Wait, is that actually a gate?" Tae-shik's expression turned grim as an overwhelming wave of energy washed over them. "What on earth is this insane magical power?" he muttered. Just then, Gi-gyu's foot stepped out from the portal. On high alert, Tae-shik braced himself. "This is dangerous. What kind of monster is coming out?" But as the figure emerged, it was just a slightly bruised Gi-gyu, yawning and complaining. "Man, I'm starving." Both Tae-shik and Heo Sung-hoon stared at him in utter disbelief. Gi-gyu looked up, completely baffled as to how they had even gotten down here. "Why are you guys here?" Gi-gyu asked, completely dazed as he stepped all the way out of the portal. "Wait, why does this feel like I'm at work?" He couldn't wrap his head around why Tae-shik and Heo Sung-hoon were standing in his basement. "What are you doing here? And why is Mr. Heo Sung-hoon with you?" Tae-shik and Heo Sung-hoon could only stand there, completely frozen, staring at him. Both Tae-shik and Heo Sung-hoon immediately started shouting over each other, making it impossible to understand either of them. "What the hell is that gate? And where did you get that insane magical power? Hold on, first of all, have you been inside that gate for 4 days? What on earth is that portal? And did you actually conquer it?" Annoyed at being interrupted, Tae-shik locked Heo Sung-hoon in a tight headlock to shut him up, barking, "Shut up and let me talk, you idiot." As Heo Sung-hoon struggled frantically to free himself from the chokehold, Gi-gyu couldn't help but chuckle. Waving his hands to calm them down, he said, "Whoa, guys. One at a time, please. But actually, you guys showed up at the perfect time. I was just about to call you because I need a favor." Instead of listening, an frustrated Tae-shik grabbed Gi-gyu by the ear and gave it a harsh yank. "Favor my foot," he snapped, while Gi-gyu screamed in pain. "Ow, ow, ow. That hurts." Ignoring Gi-gyu's pleas, Tae-shik demanded answers. "Cut the crap and start explaining, you little brat." Tae-shik kept a firm, painful grip on Gi-gyu's ear, refusing to let go, even as the poor guy struggled to speak. Grimacing from the intense pain, Gi-gyu winced and tried his best to explain. "Ow, remember that last gate? I managed to link it with another portal. I went inside, and now, I actually have full control over it." Hearing this, Tae-shik slowly let go of his ear, his jaw dropping in shock. You can control a gate? Standing in the back, Sung-hoon looked just as shocked hearing this. Gi-gyu stared at Tae-shik, who had just pinched him, and wondered to himself, why does this hurt more than getting stabbed by a sword? Is this the power of a high-ranker's pinch? Gi-gyu rubbed his throbbing ear, staring at Tae-shik in pain. Tae-shik mumbled to himself, processing the fact that Gi-gyu could control the gate. Does that mean he can control monsters and blow up gates at will? That is basically the power to control a natural disaster. Tae-shik's face turned serious again as he asked, "Besides us, have you told anyone else about this?" Gi-gyu looked exhausted, still nursing his sore ear, and replied, "No. This is actually the first time I've ever used it. Honestly, I was planning on keeping it a secret until I understood my abilities better." Tae-shik let out a sigh of relief, shoving his hands into his pockets. "All right, let's keep it that way for now. So, what favor did you want to ask?" Realization hit Gi-gyu, and he brought up his request. "Oh, right. I just want to spar." Tae-shik stared at Gi-gyu, completely baffled by the request. "Spar?" Gi-gyu explained his reasoning. "I want to test my new powers, but I don't have anyone to practice with." Tae-shik scratched his head, sounding irritated. "What do you take me for, some kind of training dummy?" Gi-gyu begged, throwing in an irresistible offer he knew Tae-shik couldn't possibly refuse. "Come on, please. I will treat you to dinner with my mom." Hearing that, Tae-shik let out a fake cough to compose himself, but he immediately agreed. "I guess nobody can resist a pretty lady. Well, if that is what you want, I suppose I can do it." Sung-hoon stood behind them, completely blown away by how easily Tae-shik crumbled for a woman. Tae-shik brushed the favor aside for a moment, and brought up the urgent message from Gi-gyu's family. "We can discuss this later. First, you need to go see your family. They have been worried sick because you haven't contacted them in 4 days." Realization finally hit Gi-gyu. "My family? Oh no, I totally forgot." Lu, the sword, bluntly chimed in. "You idiot." During his 4 days inside the gate, Gi-gyu had to fight through waves of monsters. They weren't as strong as he had feared, but their overwhelming numbers cost him a lot of time. He sliced through them one by one as they charged, never giving them a single chance to strike back. Gi-gyu reflected on the battle he had fought over the last 4 days. "It took me 4 days to reach 100% control, which was longer than expected since the monsters grew stronger after the gate absorbed a crystal. But since I could handle them on my own, it wasn't too difficult." The corpse that had respectfully greeted Gi-gyu as its master inside the gate was also given a name. "I named him Hart, short for Brunheart, though I originally wanted to name him Brun. But the name Brun was fiercely rejected by Brunheart, Lu, and El. The next morning, in a bustling city filled with towering skyscrapers, Gi-gyu and Tae-shik stood together in a training room, holding both Lu and El in his hands. Gi-gyu said, "Tae-shik, thank you." Tae-shik waved off the gratitude. Yeah, just don't forget your promise." Tae-shik slipped off his jacket and said, "Now, forget about everything else. Let's start by releasing your magic." Gi-gyu nodded. All right. Magic began to surge from beneath Gi-gyu's feet. He was still wearing the Hermes boots, and a powerful wave of energy was rippling around them. Releasing magic meant unleashing his entire mana pool without holding anything back. The sheer power enveloped Gi-gyu's entire body. Not only did his magic capacity increase with each level, but his ability to conceal it had also vastly improved. Gi-gyu opened his eyes, revealing one glowing purple and the other deep red. He really was extraordinary, showing 2 completely different eye colors whenever he unleashed his true power. Just like when high-level players unleash their aura, a terrifying torrent of power erupted from behind Gi-gyu, bursting forth with absolutely no restraint. The energy Gi-gyu released carried an overwhelming pressure, striking fear into anyone nearby. This entire force was a projection of his mind, his pure will manifested into the physical world. Tae-shik grinned, thrilled by the immense magic Gi-gyu was radiating. "I knew my gut feeling yesterday was right. Looks like I won't be able to hold back either." Tae-shik summoned his sword spear out of thin air. It slowly materialized right into his grip as he took an offensive stance. A devastating teal and green aura began to flow into the weapon, surging and condensing deep within the blade. Tae-shik flashed an eager smile at Gi-gyu. "This time, I'm not holding back." Swirling currents of energy whipped around Tae-shik, causing a paper coffee cup nearby to vibrate violently. An office worker noticed his coffee cup shaking and looked around in confusion. His coworker across the room poked his head out and asked, "Hey, do you feel that shaking?" Still flipping through his paperwork, the first worker muttered, "Shaking?" He looked up at the ceiling and said, "You didn't know?" I saw the director heading to the training room earlier. This tremor must be from him. Tae-shik lunged forward with his sword spear, a trail of blue-green energy surging behind him. Tae-shik locked eyes with Gi-gyu, who was charging right back at him with a fierce look, clutching Lu and L tightly in both hands. Getting serious, both of them swing their weapons, aiming directly at each other. But since their speeds are nearly identical, every single strike is blocked, preventing either from landing a clean hit. The clash causes their blades to graze past one another, but the sword Io, swung by Gi-gyu, is stopped cold by Tetsuo's spear. Shockwaves of raw power continuously erupt from the clash. Tetsuo unleashes a devastating blast of energy, but Gi-gyu's sword quickly deflects it to the side. That power slams into the wall, generating a massive gust of wind. A female staff member gasps in shock. No way! Do you have any idea how many barriers were set up in there? As the door to the training room holding Gi-gyu and Tetsuo comes into view, she continues. They are designed to block not just vibrations, but also mana leaks. Hearing this, a male colleague replies, True, but it'd be a different story if the director used his full power to tear this place down. But he's not the type to do that, and besides, he rarely finds an opponent who can actually keep up with him anyway. Back to the fight. Gi-gyu raises his hands, dual-wielding his swords as he prepares to deliver a heavy downward slash. A deafening crash echoes through the room. Tetsuo blocks both blades, using his spear sword to withstand Gi-gyu's overwhelming force. Tetsuo glares intensely at Gi-gyu, while Gi-gyu looks shocked that his attack was blocked so easily. He repeatedly swings his swords at Tetsuo, but every strike is deflected as Tetsuo rapidly spins his spear to parry the onslaught. A sharp elbow strike from Tetsuo sends Gi-gyu coughing violently to the ground. With a loud crash, Gi-gyu's head slams into the tiled floor, spiderwebbing the surface beneath him. But Gi-gyu snaps his eyes open just in time, reacting right before Tetsuo can impale him. Tetsuo thrusts his spear sword straight down toward Gi-gyu on the floor. His eyes glow a crimson red as surges of blue energy concentrate at the tip of his weapon. Gi-gyu, pinned to the ground, covers his face with his hand while calling forth a skill to counter, building up power to redirect the blow. A brilliant flash of blue light explodes, right where Gi-gyu and Tetsuo are standing. The beam of light pierces the floor, sending debris flying and dust swirling everywhere. Elsewhere, a woman with wine-red hair senses the immense power clashing between Gi-gyu and Tetsuo. This is Yubin. She turns to a silver-haired elderly woman and asks, Grandma, what is this? The silver-haired woman replies, Did you feel it too, Yubin? She explains to her, and the group behind them, the tremors we've been feeling aren't just normal earthquakes. Incredibly powerful magical forces are clashing against each other. Yubin asks, Is there a gate outbreak somewhere? The grandmother answers, No. The source is nearby, but it's coming from an enclosed space. It must be at least 2 high-level players pouring everything they have into a direct clash. Tetsuo thrusts his spear straight at Gi-gyu, but Gi-gyu blocks it with his sword, Do. Tetsuo keeps pressing the attack. Gi-gyu parries with Do, but the sheer force blows him back. He skids across the floor, crashing repeatedly before slamming into the far wall. Debris and dust fill the air. With a loud bang, Gi-gyu is smashed against the wall as smoke rises. He grinds his teeth, struggling to stand up through the agonizing pain. The sword Io asks Gi-gyu with concern, Master, I think you shouldn't push yourself too hard. Meanwhile, Ren tries to motivate him, saying, That guy is insanely strong. The sword Do quickly snaps at the other two, Don't talk so weak. This is exactly how we get stronger. Gi-gyu gets back into a fighting stance, even though he is in pain and bleeding. He reassures his 3 swords, I'm okay. I've grown so much stronger. So it's shocking that the gap is still wider than I thought. Even though Gi-gyu's hands are bleeding, he grips his swords tightly. He thinks, I can't believe his raw strength can penetrate my gloves like this. On the other hand, Tetsuo is covered in wounds, yet he walks around like a tough 60-year-old. He took the full brunt of the reflected damage, and Ren's wound amplification effect has definitely kicked in, yet his movements haven't slowed down a bit. Tetsuo calls out to Gi-gyu, Geez, Gi-gyu, this is no joke. Is that all you've got? As Gi-gyu rushes straight at him, the sword Do chimes in. Exactly. Normally, anyone else would be dead by now. Gi-gyu replies to Do, Precisely because he won't die, I can go all out without holding back. Gi-gyu swings a massive slash at Tetsuo, but Tetsuo instantly teleports, reappearing directly behind his back. He must have predicted your surprise attack with that godlike speed, Ren says. And your movements are also way too simple. Sweat drips down Gi-gyu's face as he looks back at Tetsuo in terror. He truly is a formidable former high ranker. Tetsuo unleashes a violent surge of green energy. His eyes burn with a murderous crimson glow, revealing the true reason behind his fearsome reputation, his legendary weapon, Behemoth's Thorn. As Bios's thorn lunges straight toward Gi-gyu, he shouts to Ren, "I'm going in." The sword Ren asks, "Are you seriously trying to kill him?" The sword dew erupts with an intense red glow, unleashing a crimson shockwave as it says, "I might not be as strong as when we were on the 30th floor, but I am definitely not weak, master." A blood-red aura surges outward, and a blinding beam of light pierces through the skyscraper. The training room doors slide open as Seong-hun peeks inside to check on them, his face completely frozen in shock. The walls are covered in gaping craters and jagged slash marks, completely destroyed. Smoke still hangs heavy in the air, and Tetsuo is seen collapsed on the floor. Lying on the ground, he rubs his head and groans, "Man, you're finally here." Sung-hoon. Meanwhile, Gi-gyu is lying there completely motionless, face down, without saying a single word. "I thought you guys were dead," Sung-hoon says. He then asks, "What the hell happened to you two?" There is a massive, gaping hole blasted right into the ground. Gi-gyu and Taeshik are slumped in opposite corners of the room, which has been totally wrecked, with absolutely nothing left intact. Taeshik mutters, "I have no idea. Just bring me some potions." Gi-gyu pipes up, "Me too, Sung-hoon." Even the room's door is completely warped, blasted off its hinges, and heavily smoking outside. Taeshik pours a red potion over his wounds, making them sizzle, and asks, "Do you have some kind of curse skill, or what?" It seems like the potion isn't working at all. Gi-gyu twists open his own bottle and replies, "I have a similar skill called wound amplification." In his head, he thinks, even though its power is way lower than before, I can't believe he's totally fine. What an absolute monster. Meanwhile, Sung-hoon sits nearby, completely clueless. "Can you explain the situation to me now? What on earth happened to put the training room in this state?" Only then does Taeshik notice him and says, "Well, as you can see." Looking at the wreckage in front of him, Sung-hoon continues, "From what I can tell, someone tried to bring this whole place down. The facilities team is going to lose their minds when they see this." On the other side, Gi-gyu is chugging down his potion. He sits up and asks, "So, I'm pretty strong now, right?" Taeshik just scoffs, grins, and replies, "Kid, you still have a long, long way to go. Your movement is terrible because you grew strong way too fast. Sure, you might be able to defeat 100 weaklings, but it won't be that easy when a truly powerful enemy shows up." Gi-gyu pictures a few powerful figures and agrees. "That's true." Taeshik holds up 2 fingers and continues, "First, you need to understand your opponent. Second, you have to make sure your opponent can't even see you. I'm telling you to work on your technique, get it?" Gi-gyu nods and replies, "Got it." Meanwhile, Lu chimes in, "Master, it seems you're a bit clumsy when wielding dual swords." He thinks to himself, "Technique? Huh? Does he mean I can only learn this through actual combat?" Taeshik just looks at him in silence. A person can't even tap into half of their true power if they don't have the proper technique to back it up. He glances at the scratch on his iron weapon and recalls their intense clash. A legendary weapon. To think there's a scratch on an item with infinite durability. If he can make that power his own and control it, then... He continues speaking, completely ignoring the fact that Gi-gyu has absolutely no idea what he's talking about. "All right, let's go get you registered." "What? Mountain climbing?" he asks, having misheard him. Taeshik snaps, "Registered, you idiot, registered." "It's about time you got a ranker title for yourself," he asks. "A ranker? But won't everyone find out who I am then? Didn't we already agree not to do that?" The 3 of them chat as they walk down the hallway. "True, but you don't need to worry about your identity getting leaked." Next to them, Sung-hoon is on the phone saying, Yes, please help us out with this. I'll make sure it's handled properly." Taeshik explains, "You're a mercenary first and a ranker second. Protecting a mercenary's identity is always the top priority. There's no way the association will leak your identity." Gi-gyu still looks hesitant. Still, he continues, "Well, we don't know what might happen with a masked ranker running around. But after our fight today, I think you'll be just fine." He asks, "Wait, why?" Beside him, Sung-hoon is still busy on the phone. "Please charge the maintenance fees to Director Taeshik's account." He explains, "Even if the Iron Guild has their eyes on you, it looks like you're more than capable of protecting yourself now." He freezes for a second, then blushes and clears his throat. Yeah, I get your point." Everyone else thinks to themselves, he's blushing. Why is he so embarrassed? Are you embarrassed, master? Is he embarrassed? While waiting for the elevator, he voices his doubts. But is having a title really that important? Is it worth taking the risk? I feel like being a mercenary already gives me plenty of authority. Taeshik scratches his neck. Just listen to Sung-hoon for the details. I'm going to finish up here and head home to rest. I'm absolutely exhausted. You should also head home early and get some rest today. Sung-hoon stands nearby in silence while Gi-gyu replies, "Got it." Later, as Sung-hoon drives, he explains to Gi-gyu, "First off, there are two major perks to becoming a ranker. First is the ability to influence the association's decisions. You'll also get access to a lot more information. The things you could only do before by going through me and utilizing the director's authority, you'll now be able to do all on your own." He asks, "What's the difference?" I heard mercenaries already have the same authority as an executive director or a high-ranking ranker. Sung-hoon chuckles, "That's only when you're out on the battlefield. Administrative matters are a whole different story. In short, it's super complicated. The higher-ups have their own reasons. Speeding up the car," he continues, "but what's even more important is the second benefit. What I just mentioned is just an extra perk. As you already know, ranker titles and ranker tiers aren't decided by Korea, but by the International Players Association. While mercenaries only hold authority within Korea, rankers hold authority worldwide. From a local boss to influencing international constitutions, isn't that pretty cool?" Gi-gyu thinks, "Global, huh? Actually, it doesn't even surprise me anymore since the scale of everything has gotten so much bigger." Sung-hoon laughs, "Ha, I can guarantee you'll be stepping onto the global stage in the near future. I'd bet on it." Gi-gyu blushes at the compliment. "Flattering me like that isn't going to change anything." L chimes in, "I also believe my master will play a massive role." Lu teases, "Master, your ears are turning red again, but, well, if you say so." Gi-gyu hesitated, then clenched his fists. "A piece of cake! I'll become a ranker in no time!" Seong-hoon slumped, utterly devastated. "A piece of cake? Becoming a ranker is a piece of cake to you? Then what does that make me? Why am I even still alive?" Juju quickly tried to comfort him. "Oh no, that's not what I meant." Seong-hoon smiled. "Anyway, being a ranker only has perks. There are no downsides or hassles at all." "Oh, wait. Actually, there is one catch. You have to participate in an unofficial ranking match once." Gi-gyu asked. "An unofficial ranking match?" Sung-hoon explained. "Normally, a ranker gets their title by fighting in public ranking matches, right? But since you're being registered unofficially this time, even if the association recognizes you, it doesn't mean the other rankers will respect you. You have to duel a ranker in a place where 3 or more rankers are gathered." Gi-gyu hesitated. "Fight a ranker? I won't have to face someone who's about to become a high ranker, right?" Seong-hoon chuckled. "Of course not. Since it's just a formality, your opponent will typically be a newly appointed ranker. Speaking of players who recently became rankers, let's look at the 45th floor of the tower." Just then, a loud roar echoed from a dragon. In front of it, a group of 3 stood in battle stances. The dragon charged, spewing fumes from its mouth, its eyes glowing as it prepared to strike. Yubin didn't panic at all. Smaller dragons might be dumber, but in return, their hide is extremely tough. Meaning, instead of fighting them head-on, it's better to leap onto their heads. As she spoke, she leaped into the air, spinning her sword, and lunged to attack its eyes. Then, she landed back on the ground. Roar! The dragon shrieked in agony as blood splattered everywhere. Yubin continued. "And if things don't go as planned..." She spun around and slashed its hind leg. "Target the back of their knees. That makes hunting them a whole lot easier." Yubin dashed forward a few steps and naturally unleashed a flurry of slashes, making the dragon howl in pain as its blood painted the air red. With a heavy thud, the dragon collapsed to the ground. Yubin sheathed her sword. But first, you have to be strong enough to actually deal damage. Witnessing this, the crowd stood there, utterly dumbfounded. "Whoa, guys. As expected of our guildmaster, she is so cool." The crowd blushed in admiration, showering her with praise. "Our guildmaster is amazing." "Do it again. Show us one more time," Yubin replied shyly. "Next time, you guys should practice this in the locker room." An elderly woman said to Yubin, "Don't you think we should let other guilds handle the guiding from now on?" Yubin smiled. "I only do it because I enjoy it. My late father always said that guiding the newcomers is far more meaningful than just leveling up. He always talked about the guide who helped him so much back when he was a rookie." "Huh?" She glanced down at her phone. An unofficial ranking match? She turned to ask the elderly woman. Grandma, what's an unofficial ranking match? I've only ever heard of regular ranking matches. She received her answer. It was a formality match for anyone who had recently been recognized as a ranker within the association. It seemed like someone on the inside had just become a ranker. Yubin frowned. What is this? Is this guy getting special treatment? Instead of helping newcomers, he's stealing their opportunities. I won't let him get qualified that easily, she declared. If he's even half as good as the guide my dad always talked about, that'd be great, she added. But he is pretty good looking. The evaluators for this unofficial ranking match were the association president, Director O, and ranker Yui. Gi-gyu looked on with dead fish eyes. I know all of them. Isn't this match relying way too much on personal connections? Seriously, for an association that prides itself on being so unbiased and fair, is this really okay? Gi-gyu asked. Seong-hun replied, Why are you acting like this? I told you from the very beginning, this is just a formality. Didn't you already know that? They aren't the type to let personal feelings cloud their judgment. And more importantly, your skills have long reached the level of a high ranker, to the point where we had a hard time deciding who to put against you in this ranking match. Is that so? Gi-gyu stood there dazed. Oh, right. My opponent. Let me check the info. Who am I fighting anyway? I completely forgot to ask the most important question. Seong-hun simply scrolled down a bit. The leader of the Morning Frost Guild, a small guild made up of elite female rankers. It's Ranker Shin of Morning Frost. Gi-gyu gasped. Whoa, I think I've met her somewhere before. He stared at the photo, lost in thought, while Seong-hun chimed in from beside him. Player Kim Gi-gyu, people don't use that kind of pickup line anymore. Gi-gyu quickly explained. No, that's not it. I'm positive I've seen her somewhere before. Seong-hun replied. You probably saw her on TV, since she's a ranker after all. Gi-gyu remained skeptical. Is that so? Inside the second training room, Seong-hun's voice echoed. Player Kim Gi-gyu, ranker Shin Yu-bin, please face each other. The rules of the match are the same as I explained earlier. Excessive force is strictly prohibited, and the duel ends when one side surrenders. At that point, anyone who continues will be deemed to have broken the rules. Director O and the others accompanying him shouted out, making him chuckle nervously. Gi-gyu, do you copy? Just fight like you normally do. Let's see what you've got. This is an important match, so could you please take it seriously? Yu-bin grew even more determined. Just as I thought. He's just some guy who climbed the ranks through connections. I won't accept this so easily. If he's not qualified, then I'll object to the very end. She raised her sword. The referee declares, and so, the ranking match begins. The moment the words leave his mouth, both of them immediately charge at each other, their entire auras shifting completely. Gi-gyu focuses and lunges forward. Yu-bin, refusing to back down, grips her sword and takes her stance. When their swords clash, Yu-bin is pushed back slightly. She frowns as she parries his next blow. Her eyes lock onto him with intense focus as she starts circling around him. She moves so fast she leaves after images behind, suddenly appearing behind his back to strike. But as her sword thrusts forward, Gi-gyu agilely dodges it. Slipping to the side, he counterattacks, thinking to himself, I need to hold back my strength and speed as much as possible, and only fight her using pure technique. Lu speaks up, your opponent isn't bad, her movements are actually quite good. Yu-bin gasps and lunges forward again, unleashing a barrage of slashes, but Gi-gyu blocks every single one. Lu guides him, parry her blade with absolute precision, and dodge her attacks accordingly. It's better if you redirect her strikes instead of just blocking them head-on. Hearing this, Gi-gyu immediately follows his advice and gets praised. Just like that. Meanwhile, the referee watches from the side, commenting on the match. Are ranking matches always this relaxed? It looks more like he's training her than actually fighting a ranking match. But both of them are incredibly impressive. On the other side, Yu-bin thinks as she clashes swords with him, he's too strong. I rushed in way too fast. There's no way this guy is a fraud. Sweat pouring down, she grits her teeth. No matter which direction I attack from, I can't even touch him. Where on earth did someone this strong come from? Yu-bin activates her skill. If possible, I didn't want to use any skills, but... Raising her sword, she charges forward like a flash. Boom, boom, boom. Her slashes shatter the floor, tearing towards Gi-gyu and forcing him to startle and leap backward. I can't see the path of her sword. Elle says, that is an illusion-type skill. Lu adds, well, looks like you can't hold back anymore, master. Gi-gyu smiles with excitement. I guess I'll have to end this match quickly. A flash of light sparks from his feet, and he instantly teleports right in front of Yubin, catching her completely off guard. Ugh. Gi-gyu swings his sword, the sheer force of his strike knocking her weapon right out of her hand. The sword flies through the air, clatters against the wall, and drops to the ground. The referee stares at the scene in shock. Sweating profusely, Yubin says dejectedly, I surrender. Seong-hoon quickly announces the match results. The winner is Kim Gi-gyu. Because of his victory, he is officially promoted to ranker status without needing a score evaluation. Yubin's hands tremble as she clenches her fists, closing her eyes in self-reflection. I completely misjudged him, and I even lost so embarrassingly. I can't even lift my head up. Right then, Gi-gyu extends his hand. Thank you for the match, ranker Shin Yubin. It's been a while, hasn't it? Surprised, she asks. What? Do you know me? Your father's name is Shin Dong-chun, right? He asks. Hearing this, she stands there in a daze. How? How do you know that? Without waiting for her to answer, Gi-gyu continues, just as I thought, back when I was a guide, he used to talk about you a lot when he was still alive. I saw you at his funeral. I wasn't entirely sure at first, but facing you like this made me realize. I remember you were only a high schooler back then, but you've really grown up, huh? Yubin recalls her father's words. Yubin, the guide your dad just met can't level up, but he still helps everyone get stronger. Isn't that so cool? Meanwhile, she had thought of him as the type who, instead of helping those behind him, this guy just steals their opportunities. I won't let him get qualified so easily. Just as I thought, he's just some guy climbing the ranks through connections. I'm not going to accept this easily. If he's not qualified, then I'll oppose him to the very end. If only he were even half as great as the guide my dad talked about. Remembering those thoughts makes her die of embarrassment, wishing she could just find a hole to crawl into. After that, the two shake hands. She says, "It's been a while," while covering her face with her other hand, leaving Gi-gyu utterly confused. Tae-shik smiles warmly. "Congratulations, kiddo. You're a real ranker now." The boss and Ryu also smile and say, "Congratulations. See you next time. I've got to run. I left my guild work aside to come here, and I've been away for too long." Once the three of them leave, Seong-hoon says, "Now, both of you just need to sign right here." "That's right. Write down your full name there." Yubin looks at the two of them, hesitantly speaking up. Can I?" Blushing, she pulls out her phone. "Can I get your number?" "Oh, yes, of course." Gi-gyu replies politely, but a cold sweat runs down his back because of Seong-hoon's expression. "What is up with that look?" Seong-hoon whistles. "Oh, nothing." Meanwhile, Elle teases happily. Master is blushing. Once everything is settled, he takes the elevator up to the 5th floor. Gi-gyu thinks, this doesn't feel like climbing the tower at all. I should go talk to Tae-shik for a bit. Arriving at the director's office, Gi-gyu knocks on the door. "Sir, it's Kim Gi-gyu. Can I come in?" "Huh?" Seeing the door already slightly ajar, he wonders, "It's unlocked?" He pushes the door open and looks inside. Tae-shik? Is he not here? Suddenly, a groan echoes, freezing him in his tracks. Panicking, he calls out, Tae-shik. Right in front of him, Tae-shik is clutching his stomach with an expression of sheer agony, sweat dripping down his face continuously. Terrified, Gi-gyu rushes over. "Tae-shik, what's wrong with you?"